The story kicks off on a totally wrecked and silent battlefield. But then, bam! A woman with pink hair starts coughing up blood. She's in rough shape with a hole in her chest and grumbles about trusting a liar. Right then, a mysterious figure strolls onto the scene. She spots some dude, surprised he's still kicking. This grabs the princess's attention, and she realizes it's Phantom Spear. The guy's so messed up he can't even talk. And the woman says she'll keep her promise, asking what he wants. The beat-up dude is too weak to speak, but she gets that he wants to be revived. She breaks it to him that it's a no-go, cause he hasn't done enough cool stuff. The spear dude, who we figure out is the MC, is so bummed he can't revive, he just dies. This makes the goddess step up, wondering why he'd want to come back to this mess. The princess gets it, calling the goddess Venerable Gluttony. He wants to rewind time to have a place to call home, but turns out, he's got nowhere to go back to. So why didn't Gluttony bring him back, since she seems pretty shook? The goddess just says it's hard not to be sad when someone who could lead others dies. Hearing this, the princess takes off a necklace, catching Gluttony's eye. There's a deal between the royal fam and the goddess, and since the world's already toast, the princess wants to make a wish. She wants the earthling's wish granted. Right then, the goddess spreads her wings and starts channeling some epic magic to revive the MC. It's so intense the princess gets blown away like a sack of potatoes. While the MC is doing his best Goju impression, a crystal pops out of his chest and shoots into the sky, bursting into pieces. Then boom, we're zapped back to the past, with the MC betting everything at a casino. But next thing, he's kicking a trash can, so yeah, he didn't win. Some dudes in the back know him. Apparently he was born lucky cause he used to win all the games. But then he lost it and stopped winning. The guy's ticked off cause he can't see something anymore, and he needs cash to pay off his debt. Then we hit a cafe where a good-looking guy's trying to score the waitress's number, but she shuts him down, and the waitresses start listing his traits to see how good he is. But the vibe gets wrecked by the MC, who storms in, fuming. He plops down, asking for an Americano, and the waitress says she'll handle him. She makes the coffee and brings it to his table. He immediately calls the manager, claiming there's a nasty cockroach in his drink. But it's obvious he's up to no good, so the manager steps in. She asks what's up, and he says he wants compensation for damages, since he almost had a heart attack seeing the bug, and he also says she ditched him after he helped her. The manager's mad, but she'll still send him some cash, since he helped her when she was studying abroad. But when the money hits his account, the MC's not happy and asks if she thinks he's a beggar, throwing in her face that he funded all her fancy stuff abroad and this is how she repays him. This just makes the manager sadder, and she starts crying, wondering what kind of person he's become. Since back in the day, he was the one who helped her the most to get back on her feet. How did he break so much? Upon hearing this, the MC gets super ticked off, knowing exactly how he messed up. Turns out, he was born with this wild ability to see colors. If something was green, it was all good. But if it was colorless, things could go sideways. As a teen, he decided to test it out at a casino. And surprise, surprise, the dude raked in the cash. But he overdid it, and after a gnarly fever, he lost his color vision. By then, he was hooked and lost his girl. This is the tale of our addict, chilling by the river with a drink. Even with the cash, he's clueless about piecing his life back together, and ends up crashing right there on the ground. But when he snoozes, that piece the goddess swiped from him pops up, and dives into his head, giving him the worst nightmare ever, dreaming of monsters and chaos on a battlefield. He wakes up, totally confused about what went down, then decides to light up to chill his mind. Seems the crystal made him realize he messed up with his ex, and he decides to give her money back. But when he checks his pocket, the cash is gone, realizing he got jacked while he slept. He thinks maybe he got caught on CCTV. The dude sees a train zooming by and reaches out like he's gonna grab it, but then he's like, nah, that's a dumb idea. Laughing at himself, he wonders how he'd even pull that off. All this leaves him super frustrated. Then, ticked off, he yells about losing his money. He feels more and more defeated, and starts heading down the stairs, totally bummed out. Entering the water, he thinks the only thing left is to peace out. For him, this choice is better than living like this, and he feels bad for Sunhwa about it. He also says sorry to his parents while crying. The water mirrors his face. Finally, a tear drops from his eye, and as it hits the water, it turns green and glows. The light gets bigger as the tear mixes in. This kind of freaks Jihu Seol out. He finds it weird, not getting what's going on. The light gets even bigger, and everything around starts glowing with green light, leaving him amazed and wondering if the light is back. This time, his tears are from emotion, wanting to know how this is possible. Someone's coming towards him. The woman says the water's pretty chilly these days, then says she came to chat with him. Jihu Seol is totally impressed with the woman in front of him. She tells him again why she's there, and it makes his head hurt again. For him, it's like deja vu, but he's sure he saw something like this in his dream. She then asks him to come up, despite the view from above. For her, it's a kind of special day. Showing her card, she introduces herself as Hannah Kim, director at Shinyong. The dude then climbs the stairs with his soggy sneakers. As he gets closer, she extends her hand, and he takes the card, checking out the info. Suddenly, he finds it weird he thought of a human shield and wonders why he'd think that now. But Hannah Kim wants to cut to the chase because they're short on time. She takes the bag strap off her shoulder and then shows him the open bag with stacks of 1 bills. The woman then dares him to a bet. Jihu Seol looks at that pile of cash, super curious. It's way too tempting for him, leaving him deep in thought about it. But he says he's done with betting and wants to know how she knows him, but she asks why it matters and says he could win it all in one go. It'd clear his big debt. Being blunt, he says it's none of her business and just wants Hannah Kim to answer his question. Keeping her cool, she says it was data collection before business and apologizes for not telling him sooner. He asks what kind of business it is. Again, she says she's a director and wants to hire him, but Jihu Seol needs to hear her out. This leaves him wondering why Shin Young would hire him and what the bet's about. But that's not the main issue. For him, there's something bigger. Hannah Kim smiles in a weird way, and he can only think of a human shield. And with that, he turns down her offer. The woman seems shocked at what she heard, and she's all, "At least hear me out," thinking he's got nothing to lose, but Jihu Seol's just like, "Nah, I'm good." She's got to roll with it, so she's like, "Wow, you're really sticking to your guns." Then she whips out her phone, and she's like, "Oh, what a coincidence, the spot just got filled." Hannah Kim's all, "Sorry for the hassle, good luck," and she's about to bounce. But then the dude's like, "Hold up," and she's low-key pleased her plan's working. She turns back, "All right, spill it." Jihu Seol's like, "As long as it's not a contract." Without that, he's down to listen. Hannah Kim's kinda confused, and he's like, "I'd rather it be an invite than a contract." Suddenly, a massive monster with a huge iron ball lifts her up. The beast goes for Jihu Seol, and it's all happening at lightning speed. The knight slices through the monster, comes out untouched with the beast down for the count. He spots something out of the corner of his eye. More gnarly monsters are on the way, and in this dream, it's one battle after another, always fighting like his life's on the line, until he's just done and collapses. And right at the end, he's begging the goddess, wishing he could hit the reset button on life. First time he's ever felt like that. But in that dream, it all kicked off when he met this girl. She's not thrilled about the invite versus contract thing. Then she's like, "Are you already with the other side?" But Jihu Seol's all chill, saying she should know better. Then Hannah Kim's thinking if he was, he'd have a mark, but he's clean. She's like, "Who hired you first?" He takes a sec before answering. Then he's like, "Doesn't matter," leaving her stunned. She's finding this whole thing super weird, since he knows the difference. Jihu Seol's like, "Exactly, I just want an invite." Then Hannah Kim's like, "Why do you want that?" He's like, "Duh, if there's a choice, an invite's better." She's like, "Why waste an invite on a useless gambler?" And he's like, "It'd be a mess if you didn't." She's shook by his words. Shinyong Pharma's all over the news for a drug they made, and he thinks it's linked to the other world. She's like, "What are you gonna do, and who'd believe a gambling addict?" But he's like, "Your bosses won't be happy if you mess up an invite," which ticks her off, and she's cursing him. Jihu Seol's like, "Don't want to push it, just give me an invite." But she's like, "Invites and contracts are totally different, can't do an invite." He's like, "What about that invite you mentioned?" But Hannah Kim's not lying, she needs permission for an invite. She's digging through her bag again, pulls out her phone, unlocks it to use, and she's got one mission. She's got to keep it safe. She'll need it soon. In a memory at the goddess's statue, she's like, "Is it really soon?" The goddess is like, "You'll have no choice but to use it." Something small and shiny pops into her hand. What's happening is exactly what the goddess said, and she's annoyed. To Hannah, he's got it good, not a slave. More like a vet from the other side with a prophecy. With little choice, she's thinking about accepting, but there are conditions. Then Jihu Seol's like, "Spit it out already." First, he's got to promise he's never been to the other world. And of course, he promises. Second, he's got to spill his secrets, who he met, what he knows, but he can't do that. Then she's like, "Not even for a special invite?" This piques his interest. Jihu Seol's thinking it over, leaving her on edge. "All right, buckle up, 'cause this story's about to get wild." So he's all, "Nah, maybe later when I trust you more," keeping his dreams on the down low. 'Cause that's his secret weapon. Hannah Kim's too wiped out to argue, so she just nods along. Her last deal? If he gets in, he's got to do business with them first. No exceptions. Jihu Seol's thinking, if she said that, maybe she ditched the whole slave contract idea. She's like, "If you're not a total noob, you'll get in, no matter how you do it." So he's like, "Deal," and she's stoked. She dives into her bag again, and bam, there's this golden glow. It's the shiny thing she got from the goddess. He's all curious, "What's that stamp?" Hannah Kim grabs his arm, kinda annoyed. "It's my life, duh." She stamps his hand, and it starts glowing, leaving him all confused. The glow gets brighter, and the marks on his skin. Then it fades away. Poof, gone. Jihu Seol's mind is blown when it vanishes. Hannah Kim hands him a letter, saying he should read it. And the portal's opening at 10:30 tonight. She's like, sort out your stuff, even if you've got nothing to do. And she's all, don't get kicked out, or I'll hunt you down to get my stuff back. She stomps off, leaving Jihu Seol with no options. But wait, she remembers something, tosses him a money package. He catches it, just in time. It's the cash he was after. She warns him not to crash anywhere random, or he might freeze. With nothing left to say, she bounces. Finally, he's got the money. Jihu Seol checks his phone, remembering he's got stuff to handle before the portal opens. Looking at the cash, he thinks of Seonhwa. At the cafe, the staff tells the manager to chill while they clean up. Yu Seonhwa's looking beat, sitting there. Suddenly, someone walks in, and she's like, whoa, it's Jihu Seol again. She's annoyed, yelling, it's not even been a day since you got the cash. He's like, it's not about that. But she's not having it, tells him to scram. She's all, leave before I call the cops for messing with work, which he thinks is nuts. He grabs her arm, chill and hear me out. She yanks her arm back. Nothing to say to you. She's like, better be gone when I'm back. Desperate, he's like, wait. But Yu Seonhwa shuts the door. Only staff can enter now. The girls are whispering. Then, they block the door so he can't get in. Feeling bad, Jihu Seol knows this was bound to happen. He checks the wall clock. Then, he asks the girls to give something to Yu Seonhwa when she's back. After lighting a cig, he heads down the street. He starts running, not wanting to waste time. Meanwhile, Yu Seonhwa peeks out, asking if he's gone. One girl nods, handing her the money he left. Jihu Seol's in an alley behind the cafe, checking. His phone, he wonders if he should text. Back to Yu Seonhwa, she rushes out the cafe door. She's looking around, searching. She spots smoke behind the store. It's him, on his phone. Suddenly, a light whirlwind appears above him. It's a magical portal. Then, poof, he's gone. On the ground, just his phone and the lit cig remain. When she gets there, it's too late. She walks to the alley. Yu Seonhwa picks up the phone. The last thing he did was send a message. She looks out, clueless about what happened to him. The ceiling light's on. It's hurting his eyes, so he shuts them. But slowly, he adjusts. Jihu Seol's lying on the bed, shivering. The place is a mess. Food wrappers everywhere. He's shocked to be in his room. He gets up, opens the window. But there's no one outside. His phone buzzes with a notification. On the screen, a message alert pops up, telling him to read it. The dude picks up the phone, looking all impressed. Problem is, it's not even his phone. But whatever. He picks it up anyway. Boom. An alert pops up saying the user's registration is done. There's a message notification. Curious, he taps to see what's up. It's a guide telling him to hit up the Paradise School auditorium in 9:45 minutes. Paradise School? That name's got his attention. The place is huge, with a massive field for games. Jihu Seol strolls through the big area. To find his way, he checks out the signs. He realizes Paradise is the school, not some fantasy dreamland. Still, it's weird there's no one else around, like he's in a ghost town. He keeps walking through the place. Finally, he spots the Paradise School auditorium. As he's climbing up, someone's already waiting for him. Soon, he's face to face with her. The girl greets him all friendly. To Jihu Seol, she seems like she's from another country. Without a word, he tries to slip through the door, but the blonde girl sticks out her hand, then the other one too, leaving him all confused. With her hands out, she seems to want something from him. He figures she's waiting for his invite to check. In a packed room, a woman says they just want him to show the contract. Some dudes are chilling in the chairs, more into cracking jokes than anything else. One of them cracks a joke about being there because he's useless. Jihu Seol's kinda curious about them, but he hands over the letter from Hannah Kim. She opens it, noticing the crumpled paper right away. As she reads, the girl's already impressed. So much so, she starts trembling. He doesn't seem impressed, just wants to get her reaction. She bows to him, like he's some big deal. This impresses Jihu Seol and grabs everyone's attention in the auditorium. Finally, she signals he can go in. The whole thing's got him a bit nervous, but whatever, the woman guides him. Gently, she points to his seat. Even more nervous, he takes his seat. Once again, the girl bows. And of course, people are curious about this. One guy asks why she did that, and the platinum-haired dude remembers not getting the same treatment. Now that the woman's gone, everyone's staring at Jihu Seol. He just wants to know who these people are. But everyone goes back to their own thing. Suddenly, another headache hits Jihu Seol. Then, people are all around him. This makes him suspicious and feeling super anxious. He remembers in his dream he was standing, and now things have changed. The door slams shut. Someone yells, asking if everyone's there. On stage, a uniformed guy greets them. He introduces himself as Han and says he'll be their guide. Han says he knows they have questions, but for now, they gotta stick to the schedule. He tells them to think of attribute windows or just attributes, and unless given permission, no one can see. Obviously, Ji-Hoo-seol thinks of attribute windows. Suddenly, a screen pops up for him. Not just him, everyone thought of it, surprised by what they see. A bit confused, the guy asks the woman what native ability is, and the kid next to her tells his mom he can't see. This makes Han curious, asking if he has a native ability, but the guy denies it, saying there's nothing written. Then, Han says not to worry, it's normal for humans not to have any. This catches Ji-Hoo-seol's attention. After all, his shows he has two. The dude's a bit shocked by the info. He's got the vision of the future, which he thinks is linked to the dream, and wonders if the question mark is a native ability, but he prefers not to show it while Han says they're moving to the next step. He asks them to activate the category of marks, either by thinking or saying it out loud. Someone's unsure of what to say, but, still not getting much, decides to take a shot. A young girl activates the mark category. A symbol pops up on her head, visible, and the guy behind her is startled. Curious, he takes a shot by saying the same words. Then, a similar mark appears above his head. More people do this, activating the bronze mark. Han organizes the papers in his hand. Then, he tosses them into the air. Each paper floats up, doing its own little dance before forming a circle. Then poof, they turn into bags. Magic, right? Han spills the tea that a random box is going to be handed to the bronze folks as a perk. While the girl's about to make the drop-off, he's all, use those perks ASAP, fam. After all, it'd be a bummer if they kicked the bucket before using them, since the tutorial's about to kick off. Then he spots two peeps with silver marks. He's hyped to be the guide this round. The duo? Mr. Kang-suk and Miss Yu Seo-ra. Two more papers take flight. Then they morph into boxes, this time in shiny silver. And, unlike the bronze crew, they score perks for the invite. He's low-key relieved the girl snagged this. Then, Han finally spots Ji-Hoo-seol chilling there, and tells the dude to activate his marks category. The guy breaks it down again on how it's done. His eyes look like they're carrying the weight of the world, until suddenly, they pop open like they're about to jump out. To his shock, Ji-Hoo-seol's rocking the gold mark. Han's mind is blown, it's the first time he's seen one, and he's all, only one person ever had this. He notices the lady next to him acting kinda sus, but she's just cracking up at his reaction. With Ji-Hoo-seol's invite in hand, he's like, we're in the presence of a VIP. This makes everyone else eyeball him, feeling a bit jelly. Just like the rest, he gets the box, the only one in gold. The young woman hands it over. Before bouncing, she gives him a thumbs up, making him all jittery. Curious like a cat, Han nudges him to open the perk pronto. Ji-Hoo-seol cracks it open, scoring 5,000 survival points, a survival mark, and some students' updated diary. He's peeping at his window when his phone buzzes. 3 shiny cubes chill in the bag. Han chats about these boxes, saying they're a breeze to open. He pops open the first necessity box, which finds what's needed most. Impressed, he peeks at the window, and the future vision ability is vibing with a new power awakening. The ability levels up to 9 eyes, turning green for general peeping. He needs to confirm this. Ji-Hoo-seol's still in a daze with all this info. Something grabs his attention, and next to him is Yoon Seo-ra. Her screen's in his view, and the dude's a bit shook. He might even see others' windows. This makes him Seuss, as Han said only he could see his own attribute window. The second box opens, revealing a scroll. Thus, his ability levels up to 9 eyes. With yellow eyes, he's got the focus. Orange is a heads up to back off. Red screams, run for your life. The third box is blindingly bright. Still squinting from the light, a memory of a woman saying how dope his eyes are. The memory of being told as a kid they're like the 7 colors of the rainbow. Still reeling from the chaos, Han yells at him, wanting to know if all the boxes were cracked open. Then Ji-Hoo-seol gives the nod. The guy knows that, for everyone's sake, the boxes can dish out wild perks without caring for balance. The young dude says he got a message to check the attribute window, and Han thinks it's cool, just an upgrade. And pumped, he's all about the games kicking off. Everyone's vibing with this. But someone's like, hold up. A participant's like, wait up, and stretches her arm. Not leaving Han too thrilled as they're about to start, so he's like, what's up? She's like, we didn't get any perk bags. Han explains it's only for the invited ones, but she's like, we got invited too, so what gives? The guy's like, it's simple. The perk squad got invited after a deep dive. As for them, they came through contracts. Then Han's like, besides, she's already been through enough IRL. This hits Shinsang-ah hard, making her shake with fear. The guy's like, enough talk, let's get started. But another person's not feeling it either. The guy's getting heated, saying everyone deserves a better explanation, and he's like, why are we even here? But Han's like, you'll find out soon enough, cause it's already too late. He taps his phone screen with a sneaky grin. Everyone in the auditorium gets pinged on their phones. Ji-Hoo-seol's got his phone ready. The guide's message says the first tutorial mission, Escape the Auditorium, has kicked off, and his journal's been updated. Han wishes them an epic school year and good luck. People are baffled by his words as he vanishes with the girl next to him. Meanwhile, Jihu Seol's diving into the guide to escape the auditorium and hit the waiting area on the second floor of the main building in 3 hours. This is super worrying for the young dude. Suddenly, something slams the door hard, trying to bust in, freaking everyone out. Jihu Seol jumps up from his chair, then he flips on his ocular ability. The door glows red, and he gets that he should steer clear. They keep banging on the tough metal door, and part of the structure crashes to the ground. This freaks people out even more, but the banging on the door doesn't stop, until someone steps up and suggests blocking it to keep it shut. The girl grabs a chair and rushes to help. She uses it to jam the door, but whatever's out there keeps pushing, and more people dash to help her. The squad's holding the door. One of the guys yells for backup. The force of whatever's hitting is so strong that 3 people get shoved. They hit the ground, totally wiped out, but they still get up to help again. It takes a ton of effort from the crew. Meanwhile, Jihu Seol's hunting for info on his phone. He's reading a journal about somehow blocking the auditorium door. An interesting tidbit in the journal says blocking was pointless, but during the chaos, the person found a hole. The banging on the door stops. One of them asks if they're gone, and everyone thinks so. The worn-out girl collapses to the ground. Kang Suk says it started with a bang from the get-go and that all of this left him buzzing. He tells his crew it's time to scope the place out. Then, that dude calls for him. With a not-so-happy look, Kang Suk glances at him and asks the dude if he was talking to him. The dude just wants to know what his plan is, and Kang Suk simply says to investigate, leaving the dude puzzled. Then, he points to a specific spot. Yoon Seo-ra's on the stage checking behind the curtains. She then spots something, and pulls the curtain to get a closer look. The dude's unsure about what they're hunting for, but with the door blocked, Kang Suk says they need to find something useful. It clicks for him, so he offers to help with that. But Kang Suk tells him to do whatever he wants, saying he's not there to boss around. However, the dude says they'd wrap up faster if he and his crew pitched in. Nonetheless, the young dude doesn't seem too interested. This leaves the dude scratching his head. Kang Suk turns away, telling him to do whatever he wants since the matter's already sorted, leaving the dude fuming. Annoyed, the dude calls him a total loser. The young dude pauses and takes a deep breath. Then, it's Shin Sang-ah who calls him a selfish jerk and says he's only thinking about himself in this mess. Kang Suk asks her to repeat what she said. Annoyed, she asks if he didn't notice everyone there. After all, there are women and kids too, but it doesn't seem to bother him much. Many seem as ticked off as she is, while others are pondering the situation. But the young dude gives a slightly sarcastic smile. Then he asks what she wants from him since they've got a lot on their plate. Shin Sang-ah says that's why they offered help, like it's no big deal. He brushes off the help, which seems to tick her off even more. Then, Kang Suk asks why she's dumping all the baggage, annoying her even more. And he doubles down and says he knows they're trying to use him and tells useless people like them to get out of his way. The woman clenches her fists, shaking with anger. But Yi Seola stops a bigger showdown and says they need all the help, and that's why it's crucial to team up. The young dude says whatever and offers her and her brother to join his crew. Suspicious, she asks why he wants to take them. And Kang Suk simply says they seem useful. What ticks off Shin Sang-ah is when he asks how he can know what's useful or not. With a grin, he says it's simple, and explains that it's because the 2 of them were invited. As for the others, he says they got dragged in because of a contract. His words make the young woman even more ticked off. Then Kang Suk calls out to someone, and it's Jihu Seol, chillin' in the middle of the auditorium. He turns around curious about who's calling him. Kang Suk asks if he wants to speedrun the tutorial, saying it'll be a breeze if he joins them. The dude pauses, deep in thought, while everyone else is staring at him, waiting for an answer. In her mind, Yi Seol-ah is hoping everyone gets a helping hand and isn't left hanging. Jihu Seol shuts his eyes, and when he opens them, boom, they're green. He sees green vibes in people, and the door that's safe is glowing green too. But Kang Suk's vibe is orange, screaming for attention. But the real plot twist is Yi Seol-ah, who's got 0 color. This leaves Jihu Seol puzzled, and he's not sure what to say or do. Until suddenly, everything goes red, screaming, GTFO! More rumblings start, freaking everyone out. This time, the thuds are from the ground, and people are like, what's going on? Some even think it's an earthquake. But Jihu Seol yells for them to bolt. Everyone listens and dashes as told. People are in full-on panic mode, trying to save themselves. In the chaos, Yi Sung-jin twists his ankle, and bam, he's down on the ground. His sister spots him. She rushes over, freaking out, telling him to get up ASAP. A dark circle appears behind him, and it shatters, pieces flying everywhere. Hooks on ropes pop out of the hole. The dude's startled like, what the heck is that? And the siblings are about to bounce before getting snagged, but one hook's coming right at them. Seeing this, Yi Seola shoves her bro out of the way. He hits the ground, landing hard. Desperate, he looks at his sister. She's acting as his human shield. Then something smacks her hard. It's the hook on the cables, which then drags her toward the hole. Desperate, Yi Sung-jin screams for his sis and begs others to help. The dude tells his wife to grab their daughter and get her out of the chaos. Meanwhile, Yi Seol-ah's halfway into the hole, and the others are struggling to pull her back. Ji Hoo-seol and the crew just watch the drama unfold. Then Hyun Sang-min's like, yo, help out, people are frozen, unsure if they should jump in. One woman joins the squad, but for Ji Hoo-seol it's already game over. Yi Sung-jin's desperate, clinging to his sister, and the young dude notices his look. Then he asks for help to save his sis. The crowd's whispering about someone with the gold mark not stepping up, and Ji Hoo-seol feels the pressure to help, so he sprints to assist. From the hole comes a gnarly scream, and a ton of red goo splashes on Yi Seol-ah. Something starts spinning around her, and the others hit the ground. Another roar sends chills down their spines, and the girl's body starts shaking as the hole closes. Her legs, still outside, drop to the ground. Yi Sung-jin rushes to his sister. Desperate, he grabs her foot, pulling it out. The scene's a total horror show, leaving everyone stunned. Only part of Lee Seo-ah's left, and something's creeping out of the hole. The dude's the first to spot it. A nightmare creature with red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. It crawls out, towering over them. The monster, with its massive mouth wide open, roars again. Its feet, emerging from the hole, have just 3 toes with thick, sharp nails. Terrified, people scatter. Meanwhile, Yoon Seo-ra's hiding behind the podium, shaking like a leaf. People dash for the door. The lady in red tries to yank out the stuck chair that blocked something earlier. Young Min-woo shoves her, hitting her face. He easily removes the chair, and with it, he charges back at the monster. With all his might, he hurls the metal chair at the beast. The chair flies until it's stopped by one of the hooks. Then it crashes to the ground, missing the monster. People scramble to open the door, and Kang Suk's like, hurry up! But the monster leaps, and lands on someone. The creature roars again, and people scatter, screaming for help. With its hooks, it slashes through everyone in its path. The creepy creature shows off its massive tongue. The door finally swings open, and everyone bolts for the exit. Ji Hoo-seol's in the middle of the chaos, but he's chillin'. He's wondering why he's not freaking out, like, at all. Maybe because it feels like a video game, not real life. He stops by this random iron rod, and gives it a good stare down, kicks it, trying to jog his memory or something. Then he picks it up, feeling all ninja-like, spins it around and boom, it clicks. Ji Hoo-seol's got his new weapon, feeling like a boss. He remembers that fighter from his dream, strikes a pose. To him, it's no biggie. Everyone else is running like it's a zombie apocalypse, all heading the same way, like a herd of panicked sheep. But Kang Suk's like, nah, let's go this way. Meanwhile, Hyun Sang-min's just standing there, taking it all in. The crowd splits, like a banana peel. He checks out the wrecked auditorium door, then decides to join the running crew. Meanwhile, the monster's showing off its gnarly teeth. But Ji Hoo-seol's not even phased. The beast charges, all claws and chomping mouth. And suddenly, Ji Hoo's got this orange glow going on. He smacks the creature, stopping it in its tracks. The hit's not epic, but it does the job. The monster's red lizard eye spots something. It glances at the auditorium exit. The iron rod's just chillin' on the ground. Ji Hoo-seol's kind of freaked out by what he just did. Meanwhile, Kang Suk's crew's hunting for a hideout. Jung Min-woo's giving it all to open a door, but it's like wrestling a bear. Kang Suk's like, dude, brute force ain't gonna cut it. While Hyun Sang-min sneaks off. He totally notices. The guy heads for the windows, grabs a plant pot, ready to smash. Kang Suk's like, classic guest move, using your noggin, with a smirk. Glass shatters. Hyun Sang-min reaches for the lock, then his eyes go wide. In the glass shards, he spots the monster's reflection. He yells, it's out! Everyone's freaking out, like majorly. Kang Suk's shouting to open the door, ASAP. He catches a glimpse of something. It's Hyun Sang-min, making a run for it, and he calls him a coward. The floor's got this weird stain from the girl's liquid. Ji Hoo-seol remembers the diary's words, and the memory of her lingers in his mind. He thinks maybe Yi Seol-ah would have made it if she hadn't hesitated. He glances at the stage. Yoon Seo-ra's hiding there, shaking like a leaf. She's trying to pep talk herself into opening her eyes, knowing what she signed up for. But fear's got her in a chokehold. She peeks out, super cautiously, and sees everyone's gone, monster included. Meanwhile, Ji Hoo-seol's on his own detective mission. Using his phone's flashlight, he's checking everything out. He keeps moving, all stealthy. Following his phone's lead, he thinks he's in the right spot. There's a message from Kang Suk. Yi Hyung-sik and Min-woo hit the second floor waiting area, and he's shook. He's got the second floor map. One spot's marked in red, and he's dying to know what's up with that. Something's creeping up behind him. He spins around, quick. From the hallway, he only sees a flashlight. He kills his phone's light, ninja style. Jihu Seol's worried about getting busted. Someone's coming. Flashlight leading the way. But lucky for Jihu, they find nada. The person keeps searching. And Jihu's sweating about being found. To ease his mind, he uses his eye power. A green light shines on the person. No color change, so he's confused. Then he remembers the attribute window. With a thought, he activates it. Turns out it's Hyun Sang-min. The guy's still coming, all chill. So Jihu Seol lights up the lantern and tosses it at him, who asks who's there. Even blinded by the light, he figures it out and asks if it's the gold mark dude. Jihu Seol stays put, and Hyun Sang-min gets closer. Then he confirms Jihu's the gold mark guy, saying it took a while to find him. Suspicious, Jihu asks what he's after. Hyun Sang-min's like, let's team up, it's tough solo, even with the gold mark. But then Jihu Seol's all, why team up with me, dude? You'd totally rock with the silver mark squad. And Hyun Sang-min's thinking, is this a test or something? The young dude's not buying it, so he straight up says he can't stand unfairness, and those guys are on their own. With his 9 eyes power, Jihu Seol checks out his window. The guy finds that kinda weird. He's all about himself, super sharp instincts, and a bit of a show-off. All these traits make Jihu Seol go, gotta watch this guy. Then he tells the dude he needs to ask something. Wants to know why he ran to the girl when she got pulled into the hole. The young dude remembers Hyun Sang-min rushing over, and then yelling for backup, being the first to step up. Then Jihu Seol's like, what's in it for you trying to save her? He also points out he could have been toast if things went south. Hyun Sang-min's like, easy, just trying to win everyone over. The young dude's like, huh? What do you mean? Then he breaks it down, saying if it worked, he'd be the hero and everyone would owe him big time. But he's bummed it totally flopped. Jihu Seol thinks it's all a calculated move to earn trust. Hyun Sang-min says he'll follow orders and risk it all for him too. The young dude gets it's like a pecking order and asks what's in it for him. He promises a shot at surviving, cause in his view, it's the best bet. Jihu Seol gets he's laying it all out and isn't too stressed about it. At least he's easier to handle than Kang Suk. All that's left is to say his name's Seol. Hyun Sang-min jokes it sounds girly and promises to pay him back. But the young dude's like, for what? We haven't done squat yet. Hyun Sang-min asks what the plan is and wants the deets. And Jihu Seol just says he has to figure it out, leaving him stumped. Then he explains that's why they have 4 hours of data. Elsewhere, things are looking rough. Outside, it's a ghost town. Meanwhile, the survivors are laying low. The guy says the main entrance is blocked by an invisible wall and the monster's chilling in the auditorium. His wife asks what to do and he thinks they should hit the second floor like the other crew. Annoyed, the guy's like, if I knew this, I'd have tagged along. He blames his wife for going the other way and she defends herself, saying she was just trying to bail. Shin Sang-ah watches the awkward scene. In the other corner, Yi Sung-jin's whining about his sister's death. Meanwhile, the lady in red asks if he's got any genius ideas. The guy starts brainstorming a new plan. With his eyes, he spots something. He sees the girl in the blue cloak wandering around. And with a grin, he says he does. Jihu Seol explains the mission's simple, even with the monster glitch. And the auditorium's close to the main building. Hyun Sang-min gets it, cause Kang Suk and the crew already nailed their mission. Jihu Seol figures there'll be more missions and the guy wants to know why they got so much time, and he says it's to grab what they need. And Hyun Sang-min asks if it's a monster-busting weapon, but he says he's not sure, he's after something else. Curious, the guy asks what it is then, with the answer that they'll find it there. Hyun Sang-min asked what place he opened the door to, and like it's obvious, Jihu Seol says it's the main building. Meanwhile, the guy asks if everyone got what he said. From their faces, they're not totally on board. Then Shin Sang-ah asks if they really gotta do this. Cocky, the guy asks if she's got a better idea. The lady in red's the only one backing his plan, asking who'd say they should just give up. Shin Sang-ah looks at the guy's wife, but she quickly looks away like she's scared of something. With no one else speaking up, the guy says they should start and find something more fitting. Alright, buckle up, cause this is gonna be a wild ride. Each person heads to their corner. They're searching every nook and cranny. Meanwhile, the lady in red asks the boy if he's sticking around in the same state. Yi Sung-jin just shrugs, not really bothered. Then Shin Sang-ah's all, I get it, but don't throw in the towel, there's a reason we're here. The young dude just whimpers, not much else. She's like, are you gonna let your sis's death be for nothing? That hits him right in the feels. He remembers his super cheerful sister. Then someone yells, found it. The man's like, time to get this party started. Elsewhere, Yoon Seo-ra's digging through stuff. She's flipping through papers, until, bam, she finds what she needs. She holds the paper up, all triumphant. Then, uh-oh, she hears a noise. It's the monster, hunting for its next snack. She dives under a bookshelf, ninja style, the creature sniffing around, peeking through the window. To stay hidden, she covers her mouth, staying super quiet. The monster's about to bounce. Then, crash, a stone smashes the window. The thing lands right by her. The monster's all, "What's this?" Turns out, the boy nailed the window, and the man's like, "Nice shot." The boy's bragging, "Told you I was a pitcher on the basketball team." The lady in red's like, "Should we bounce?" But the man's like, "Hold up, gotta make sure the monster's in." One kid's squinting, still don't see anything. The building's dark, no one's creeping around. The monster opens the door. Yoon Seo-ra's heart's racing, she's freaking out. With its giant mouth, the monster's on the prowl, and the girl's squeezing her eyes shut. It spots the glass shards on the floor, which makes it peek outside, and bam, it sees the squad making a run for it. The monster leaps through the window. Everyone's eyes go wide with fear. The man's yelling, "Run for it!" He's leading the charge carrying his kid. Basketball boy's like, "Head to the back." Meanwhile, the monster's picking its first target. Someone trips on a rock, face planting. The monster's red eyes lock on. It charges, tongue out, teeth bared. The kid on the ground's terrified. The creature's ready to chow down, but the pitcher hurls something at it. Now the monster's all about him. The rest keep sprinting for their lives. The man spots the iron door. He's trying to open it like before. He gets it open, and the crew rushes in, but Sang-ah's hesitating. She's eyeing the trio in danger, but the bossy guy's like, "Get in now," scaring her. She's got no choice but to listen. Once she's in, the man slams the door shut, and locks it, just to be sure. Worried, she's like, "What are you doing?" He points at the monster. Too late for them, but she's like, "No need to lock it." He's all, "We need every second." Sang-ah tries to argue, but he cuts her off. "Think you'll survive without getting dirty?" He adds, "Don't let your justice get us all killed." And he storms past everyone, all grumpy. Sang-ah glances at his wife, who looks away. The woman tells her daughter Hee-jin, "Let's go." Sang-ah's about to join them. Then she spots Sung-jin standing there. Curious, she asks if he agrees, and the boy's looking nervous. But he just says, "We couldn't save them." This hits them hard, feeling the weight of it all. Meanwhile, Ji-hoo-seol and Sang-min are snooping around the building. He's shining a light on a store's facade, and Ji-hoo-seol's like, "The guide didn't mention this, no one asked." Then he's like, "It's the time limit and tutorial conditions." Hearing this, Sang-mi's spooked. He's thinking, no wonder the guy's got the gold mark. So he's planning to level up, sticking close so Kang-suk doesn't outshine him. Ji-hoo-seol's at the store's door. He's about to open it when the other's like, "Hold up." Sang-mi's like, "Let me handle it, who knows what's in there." And with confidence, he's like, "Use me for this kind of stuff." The store looks chill, no danger vibes or signs of anyone lurking around. The dude lights up the place with his phone's flashlight. He tiptoes through the store, all sneaky-like. Outside, Ji-hoo-seol is just chilling, waiting for him. The young dude is super chill while waiting, and, seizing the moment, he activates his 9 eyes ability. The store glows all green, like a neon party. Then the door swings open again, and Sang-mi says it's all clear inside, no spooks. Trusting his ability, the young dude just nods. The plan? Hunt for snacks and anything useful for emergencies. While digging through the bag, Sang-mi jokes they could beat the monster, and maybe even delete it. Thinking about that, Ji-hoo-seol rummages through his bag too. Noticing this, the dude jokes even the bags are different, but they share stuff almost equally. Then Ji-hoo-seol gets it. That's the gold mark's worth. As they walk, Sang-mi asks if they're hunting for weapons, and the young dude says they're heading up, got something to check. Telling him to peep the stairs, the young dude says the waiting room's upstairs, leaving Sang-mi curious about how he knows this stuff. Then the phone gets flashed. This surprises the dude with the map he didn't get, but it's all thanks to the perks. Sang-mi asks if they gotta go up there yet. Tapping the screen, Ji-hoo-seol tells him to look. The map's zoomed in, super detailed. He explains the points were blue, but when Kang-suk rolled in with the crew, everything went red, and the dude asks if that bugs him. Then he says the crew's got 3 peeps and there are 3 red points. Not just a coincidence, huh? Thinking it over, Sang-mi gets it. Makes sense. Suddenly a thought hits him, asking if first arrivals get perks. But Ji-hoo-seol denies it, saying they'd have been notified, so Sang-mi says they gotta check it out. The young dude waits at the staircase. From above, Sang-mi scans for danger. Seeing it's all good, he announces it's clear. While one's nervous, the other's super chill. Pointing to the door, Sang-mi thinks it's the first floor corridor door and asks if they should explore. But Ji-hoo-seol says nah, they got what they need, no need to risk it. They climb the stairs, all chill, but the one in front halts. The two are on high alert, and Ji-hoo-seol's chill is gone. Access to the second floor is barred. The two sigh. Gotta try the first floor. Ji-hoo-seol says they'd be toast if a monster popped up right there. Spooked, thinking about it, Sang-mi gets chills. The only option left is the exit door. The two dudes press their ears against the door to listen. Sang-mi speaks first, saying it's quiet, asks if they should open it. The door creaks open, just in case. Soon a nasty stench and red goo hit their noses, making them cover up. The corridor's all red like a horror movie. All Sang-mi can say is the place is not friendly. Ji-hoo-seol steps back from the door. Then he activates his 9 eyes ability. The corridor turns orange, and he gets it's a warning to stay away. The dude asks if they should try upstairs again, even joking the bars might be rubber. Ji Seol thinks about analyzing stuff with his eyes. With that, he tells his buddy they should try. Back at the second floor entrance, Sangmi asks if he thinks it might be electrified, and before the dude touches it, Ji Seol tells him to hold up. Once again he activates his eye power, but surprise, it shows no color. The dude beside him asks what's up, not getting it. The young dude with the gold mark thinks if it's not green, it ain't normal. He reaches through the bars, back to the monster on the loose. The young thrower's still in danger. His girlfriend's scared, clinging to him. The monster's footsteps echo. Having only each other, the couple holds hands. The monster's ready to pounce. And this makes the young couple grip hands tight. The only move? Run while the monster's on their tail. The two are in panic mode, trying to stay alive. The young dude looks back, no monster in sight. But his girlfriend calls out. The creature's closer than they thought. The monster gears up to strike. Then comes the smackdown. No chill. Everyone's watching this go down. The girlfriend's yelling for him, but the dude's totally zonked out. The creature, being extra savage, splits him in half. Its creepy grin gets bigger as the guy's life juice splatters everywhere. A spooky scream echoes through the night, and the squad inside the building hears it. The leader dude's got a mix of fear and worry. He's way ahead, sprinting to the stairs. On one step, he slips on some red goo, maybe from another victim. This sets off the monster's radar. The creature peeks inside the building, and it can see through everything, no cap. So, it locks onto the squad. Then it lets out an even scarier scream. The two hear it and get totally freaked out. Sang-ah tells the boy they gotta bounce, but first, she gives him a heads up. Hitting the third floor, they bolt, but the monster crashes through the window and lands on the ground. Boom. The two are stuck with this beast. The monster screams again to spook them. Freaked out, Sang-ah calls for Sung-ji. This time the boy's ready to step up. From his bronze bag, a glow pops out. He pulls out this ball thing. Sung-ji spins it, setting the timer, and then grabs the monster's attention. As soon as the creature looks, he chucks the ball. The 2 points are about to collide. It all goes down super fast. The ball's near the monster when they meet. Then it blows up, lighting up everything, giving them time to escape. The light's mega bright, visible from outside. So, the ones left behind spot it. But the light doesn't last forever. One of the monster's eyes gets sensitive from the flashbang. Hunting for its prey, it can't find them, but it's got a trail leading upstairs. The man grabs the bars. He tries to muscle them apart. Then, in panic, he yells for help. Suddenly, a window pops up with a new user sign-up. And boom, the bars start opening. One by one, they retract. The man's stoked about this. First thought, get to the other side. Feeling confident, he tells his fam it's all good. But crossing the line, the bars snap back. The wife rushes to the bars, but too late. He's clueless about why this happened. In a panic, he tries to open them again. His wife and daughter call out to him. With not much else to do, he tells them to stay put. The man scans around for help. Then he's got no choice but to check the long hallway. He spots some people there. It's Kang-suk and his crew. In desperation, he begs for help for his wife and daughter. The silver leader just asks why he's being so loud. The man explains the bars won't budge. And the young dude just says he should handle his stuff like a grown-up. Then Kang-suk's focus shifts. The man's on his knees, begging for help, saying he doesn't know when the monster will pop up again. This ticks off the young dude, who says the man's causing him trouble and if he doesn't help, he'll get a bad rep. The man keeps pleading for help. Kang-suk stands up, dusting off his clothes. He says he's not usually like this, but just this once. Then a creepy sound echoes. This freaks the man out, imagining what it could be. In a rush, he gets up and dashes back to his family, stopping as soon as he reaches them. His wife and daughter are upside down. The monster's got them, calling for him. Kang-suk, right behind, says it's a bummer. Without a care, he says they showed up too late. But the man turns to him, and once more begs for help, his last desperate move. The young dude looks at him seriously, then frees the arm the man's holding, to point at the button on the wall. The man eyes the button, thinking hard. Kang-suk says it'll open if he presses it, but they're too late. But the man insists it's not too late. He's about to press it when the young dude asks if he can take out the monster. Kang-suk says instead of asking for help, he should have been more careful while searching. His wife calls for him again. Even near the button, the man wonders if he should do it or not. Meanwhile, the dude's all, "Yo, if I open these bars, we're all toast." And then he's like, "Your call, no hard feelings, bro." His fam's screams are echoing in his brain, and he's sweating over what to do. Meanwhile, Ji Seol's poking the bars. And boom, a window pops up, asking for a new user sign-up. Super sus, right? Sang-mi's all, "How'd you do that?" But even Ji-hoo's clueless. And then he stops Ji Seol from climbing, saying there might be traps. But as soon as he gets close, the bars snap back. And just like that, the whole path's blocked again. Jihu-seol's thinking it's set to let only one person through. The dude looks at him, totally freaking out, but just turns around and starts climbing the stairs. Sangmi's like, "You're just gonna leave me here?" The dude pauses halfway. He's searching for something he knows is there. And, finding the red button, he slams it. The bars lift again. Sangmi bolts through before it closes again. Panting, he's like, "Man, I thought you were gonna ditch me." And Jihu-seol's like, "Yeah, it crossed my mind." While climbing, Sangmi asks if it was a prank. Way ahead, the dude spots something. It's Kang-suk's two buddies, and they spot them too. But before they can react, a monster's roar freaks them out. Mom and daughter are still screaming for help. The monster's using them as bait, just to mess with them. Kang-suk's loving the chaos, watching the dude squirm. His grin fades when he sees people coming. Seeing them, he asks if they're teaming up. Jihu-seol just glances at the button, saying nothing. Kang-suk's like, "Only the dude can press it." Sangmi's watching, realizing the first to touch the bars gets the power. Jihu-seol's not vibing with Kang-suk's attitude, who seems to enjoy the chaos. Everyone's eyes are on the outside. The monster's pounding the bars. It's going wild trying to break through. Kang-suk's like, "Almost got me there, but we're safe with these bars." And then he adds, "But if they vanish, we're toast." The dude's still stuck on what to do. His fam's screams are haunting him. Jihu-seol's annoyed, wanting to help but feeling helpless. His gold bag starts glowing. He reaches in to see what's up, until Sangmi puts a hand on his shoulder. The dude signals there's not much to do, and they both look at the only one who can act. The dude's still undecided. He's just crying, totally lost. Jihu-seol gets that it's not their call. Head down, the dude apologizes to his wife and daughter, Hee-jin, even as they beg not to be left behind. The monster seems to get his choice, and all the dude can do is look away. The creature brings its bait to its mouth, then chomps down, spreading their liquid everywhere. Jihu-seol's horrified, while Sangmi tries not to watch. The monster wipes its mouth after its meal, then turns away, finally leaving. Defeated, the dude collapses. He's crying, and Kang-suk's amused by it all. The dude's like, "Tough luck, but you did the right thing," and says they should rest in peace. Nothing could have saved them, and Kang-suk's crew bounces. Otherwise, they all could have been toast for nothing. That's just how it goes. In this world, only the strong survive. But Jihu-seol's like, "The real world's always been like this," and he wonders if he could have done the same. If it was Seonhwa instead, what would he do? The dude's alone in his pain. Kang-suk and his pals chat like nothing happened. While Jihu-seol and Sangmi are bummed out, the dude tells him to stay focused, saying paradise is even wilder, which shocks the other, asking if they're not already in paradise, since that's the school's name. Sangmi's shook, not knowing this, even though he's from the gold mark. But Jihu-seol, feeling a bit nervous, says he just stumbled into it. The other dude nods, saying everyone's got their reasons, so he won't pry. He explains they're not in paradise, but in the portal, hence the whole tutorial vibe. Jihu-seol recalls Hannah Kim's advice about staying alive, realizing she meant this. Sangmi looks at the guy, wondering how his whole fam ended up here. He doesn't want to pity the guy, but if he brought his wife and kid here, his life must have been rough. Jihu-seol says everyone's got stories, stuff you wouldn't get unless you lived it. With a smirk, the young dude agrees, saying he doesn't need the guy's life story. Something on the floor grabs everyone's attention. A window pops up, announcing Yoon Seol-ah's arrival on the second floor. The girl shows up, and Kang-suk starts teasing and calling her "quiet one," but she's not bothered, and just keeps walking. Then she leans against a corner, and pulls her hood up to dodge the stairs. Kang-suk comments again, saying she's doing her usual loner thing. Meanwhile, Jihu-seol notes they're now 6. Sangmi, curious, asks what's up, about the iron bars in the waiting room. They're designed so the first to touch them gets registered as users. That way, they can open or close the entrance. There are 6 entrances total. Kang-suk's crew, being first, snagged 3 entrances. Jihu-seol figures he took one of the 3 left. One belongs to the guy who lost his family. And with Yoon Seol-ah, all entrances are claimed, but the young dude's still puzzled. Sangmi gets its 1 person per entrance, but it's still a head-scratcher. In short, Jihu-seol says there's a 50% shot for the rest to find their entrance. The guy gets that part. Jihu-seol asks if he thinks they'll just let others waltz in, and finally, he gets the worry. Meanwhile, the rest keep climbing the stairs. Sang-ah spots the issue first. They finally hit the iron bars. Clueless, she asks why it's blocked. The lady in red, impatient, tells her to move. In a panic, she yells for help. The guy behind her freaks out, telling her to hush so the monster won't hear. Soon, the entrance owner comes down, curious. The group's startled by who shows up. Kang Suk, impressed, says she made it, calling her a crybaby. This ticks off the woman, asking who he's calling a crybaby. But it's not her, he's talking about Sang-ah. Just hearing him annoys her, but she tries to ignore it, asking how to get in. With a grin, he says it's easy, and points to the red button, saying it'll open if he presses it. He makes it clear it only works if he presses it, claiming the entrance as his. Sang-ah's surprised to hear this, but she tells him to quit messing around and open it. Again, the young dude asks for quiet. Everyone's scared of drawing the monster's attention. The others also head down the stairs. Meanwhile, Sang-ah, desperate, begs for the entrance to open. But Seok-suk and his crew only focus on the other two. Ji-hoo-seol confirms he's the owner, so he's the only one who can open it. And this makes the guy with the silver mark show off. Once more, Sang-ah pleads for the entrance to open, but he just refuses. Fuming, the lady in red demands he open it now, but, sarcastically, he says it's not his call. Then, Sang-ah asks why he's acting like this, and, holding a grudge, he asks who called him insignificant and selfish. While Sang-ah feels hurt, the lady in red gets mad. She grabs the bars, ready to curse him out, but the boy covers her mouth, scared the monster will hear. The woman's not too worried about that while Sang-ah watches. She sighs, gearing up for what's next. Then she's all like, sorry for the drama in the auditorium, and says her crew's innocent, so he shouldn't mess with them. Kang Seok's like, for real? And she nods, but he's still like, prove it. He's down to let the four in, but she's gotta stay put. The dude's like, what if the monster shows up? Sang-ah's just like, ugh, with a big sigh. She's shaking like a leaf. The lady in red grabs her hand. She's like, you doing this for us? And promises to find a way to open it for her. Her stare's intense, like laser beams. Sang-ah steps back from them. Kang Suk's all hyped, calling himself a hero. Finally he hits the button, bars go up. Everyone bolts to safety. But Sungjin glances back at her. She looks bummed but not sorry, and he just turns away. The other two shout for her, but the lady's like, nah. Sungjin zooms past Kang Suk. He's sprinting up the stairs like it's a race. Hits the button, but nada. He's mashing it. Super confused. Kang Suk's like, don't bother, only I can open it. Sungjin charges at him, fuming, but someone holds him back. Minwoo floors him with a punch. Sang-ah's watching, yelling for him. Kang Suk's teasing, asking if she's his new sis, but Sungjin's just like, open it. Kang Suk's throwing insults, saying he might not open it if he keeps bugging him. From the gate, Sang-ah's like, are you gonna open it? He's like, depends on you. Ji-hoo-seol's just watching it all. The lady's like, what do you want? He's like, words mean nothing, apologize for real. But Sang-ah's like, on my knees? Kang Suk's like, cut the drama, it's pointless. He's like, just take it all off. Everyone not in his crew is shook. But Kang Suk's like, I'll feel better with a dance. You can keep your undies. And she's like, you're sick. He's like, no biggie, just use the other entrance. His pals Hyunsik and Minwoo have other entrances too. He's like, what's the holdup? Get lost if you're not going. With no options, she's like, fine. Kang Suk's like, 10 seconds to lose the pants. With a smirk, he's like, start. Sang-ah's had enough. Ji-hoo-seol's watching, annoyed. He's thinking of stepping in, but Sang-mi stops him. He's like, I hate this too, but it's survival of the fittest. As the countdown ticks, Sang-ah's trembling, taking off her clothes. Kang Seok and his crew are loving her humiliation. For Ji-hoo-seol, if it's about being the strongest, he's ready to show them. He's got future vision powers, ready to flex. After losing the bottoms, Sang-ah's head's down. She's shaking, poor thing. Kang Suk's like, ready for the top? With no choice, she starts. He sees her crying, says it's not the time for tears, reminds her to dance before the monster's back. Ji-hoo-seol surprises him. The dude's like, joining the party? Ji-hoo-seol's just like, open it. Kang Suk's on edge. He wasn't mad, not his style to defend strangers. But hearing what she's asked to do, he looks at Sungjin on the ground, a small plea from him. Ji-hoo-seol takes a sec to get it. It's like something clicked inside him. He's thinking if he'd acted sooner with Seol-ah, things might be different. But he's done hesitating. Kang Suk's just confused. To him, the whole scene feels super weird, like he's low-key scared. His own reactions got him all worried. He stands up, ready to face whoever's messing with him. Kang Suk's all, why should I even listen to you, just cause you're the golden mark? But Ji-hoo-seol just gives him this disgusted stare. Kang Suk's ticked off, saying he tried to be nice since he got invited too, asking if Ji-hoo thinks he's some saint. But Ji-hoo-seol stays silent. Not a peep. Behind him, Kang's crew's all, we're gonna finish him. The two head down the stairs, closing in on him. Sang-mi follows, even though she's not vibing with how things are going. But Ji-hoo-seol just signals for him to stay put. This leaves him totally shook. Seol just drops his gold bag on the floor. Meanwhile, Kang Suk, calling him homeless, says he's just acting tough cause there's a girl watching. and warns that the more he does this, the less he wants to open up. Only one punch gets thrown at him. It was so quick his friends were left speechless. But they weren't forgotten, each got a punch too. The three are down, everyone else is just stunned. Sangmi's like, how did that even happen? Didn't see a thing. Kang-suk's holding his nose, cursing him out again. Ji-Hoo-seol grabs his wrist, dragging him upstairs, and makes him hit the button. Soon the bars start rising, and he tells Sang-ah to get in. The woman's totally shocked by this, but she goes in, leaving her clothes behind. Kang-suk's yelling to be let go, saying it's over. He calls for Min-woo, who's watching with his nose also busted. Then Ji-Hoo-seol tells him to bring her pants. Remembering the missing piece, Sang-ah's like, I'll get it. But that's not how he wants it. Tells her to stay, and the other guy should fetch it. Min-woo's like, why me? Then Ji-Hoo-seol says it's what he gets for hitting younger kids. And making Kang-suk feel worse, he says, as the man said, I'm a saint. Kang-suk, even more embarrassed, tells his guy to hurry up. And to make it worse, the lady in red's like, hurry before the monster shows up. This just freaks Min-woo out more, and Ji-Hoo-seol gives him 10 seconds to do it. The big guy bolts at the countdown. He snags the missing pieces and rushes back, barely dodges the bars. Ji-Hoo-seol, controlling everything, holding the other guy down. Soon he lets Kang-suk go, who still has the nerve to curse him, but the young dude stays quiet. Still crying, Sang-ah thanks him for what he did. Even in silence, Sung-jin does the same. Sang-mi's looking at him, totally freaked out. The young guy's got this whole different vibe. The anger inside him still not cooled down. There's an annex leading to another building. The whole squad's gathered. The notice says to head to classroom 3-1 on the 4th floor of the main building through the 3rd floor annex with a 2-hour limit. Ji-Hoo-seol checks the message on his phone. With nothing else to do, he heads through the glass door. On the other side, he walks down the long hallway. Meanwhile, images of what's happening are on a big screen for some people. One of them's like, the second mission's starting now. They chat about how 20 people already failed in the first phase, thinking they won't last till September. Hannah Kim, sitting right in front, just watches them. The guy seems kinda intimidated, while the woman just plays. It cool. The man looks back, asking if the other knows about the other area's performance. The young guy says, speed-wise, areas 2 and 7 are tougher. The answer doesn't sit well with him, saying he gets it if it's Europe. But what's up with the Chinese? Apparently, they're finishing missions and sacrificing contracts when needed. Worried, the man asks about Area 2, and the young guy says a French girl named Delphine's carrying everyone using her initial bonus and taking out the Spectre. He also wants to know about the rest. Area 5's fighting well, but nothing crazy, and their second mission started 30 minutes before theirs. This makes the man sigh, saying at this rate, no one's gonna be left by the end of the tutorial. But the woman reminds him they've got someone with the gold mark, though he's not buying it, and she reminds him she scared off the Spectre just with a look. Hannah Kim's just chillin', not saying a word. Meanwhile, Ji-Hoo-seol's out here kicking glass. The dude's like, bro, what's up with you? Think before you act. And the lady in purple's all, did he even read the mission deets? Then he turns to Hannah Kim. Should we trust this guy? Annoyed, she's like, zip it. But even she's wondering if Ji-Hoo-seol's worth the drama. The afternoon sun's painting the building orange. 2 workers are on a smoke break, and the bald guy's like, what's up with Hannah Kim? To him it's wild she gave a gold mark to a dude supposedly under a slave contract. The young guy nods. She must know who he is. And the bald guy's like, he's the type to gamble while his fam and girl suffer. Gold mark? Makes no sense. The gold mark's Hannah Kim's personal thing, so he's scared to ask her and get roasted. The young guy warns, keep talking like that, and you're toast. Then jokes their leader's almost 30. The bald guy's not feeling it. He's like, why so defensive? Anyway, he tells them to get back before they get busted for slacking. The young guy gets up to join him. He throws a little grin. The bald guy opens the door to head back, and thinks some fool's setting off all the traps. His eyes go wide at the screen. The crossbow trap's gone off. It's launching spears like it's a game, but Ji-Hoo-seol dodges the first arrow like a ninja. He uses an iron rod to block the rest, whacking the spears away like a boss. It's all live on the screen. The bald guy's sweating bullets. Ji-Hoo-seol checks out more of the place, then steps on a trap floor. More spears launch at him. The dude's quick and sharp. He nails all the spears before they touch him. The last one heads for his head, and then hits the ground. Red liquid drips from the arrow. The lady in purple jumps up, worried he's hurt. But the bald guy's like, nah, he dodged it. He saw Ji-Hoo-seol dodge the side spears, thinking he'd do the same with the ceiling ones. The lady's trying to figure out why he didn't. But the bald guy's clueless. It's like Ji-Hoo-seol's body had a mind of its own. Freaked out, she asks if he thinks Ji-Hoo-seol saw and tried to deflect them all. The kid behind them's lost in the convo. But the bald guy's freaking, how did Ji-Hoo-seol pull that off? Panicking, he goes to her for answers. The bald guy thinks Ji-Hoo-seol's already a pro, but Hannah Kim's just like, What's the speed record for mission 2? This time the kid stands up. Sung Shihyun's record is 29 minutes and 39 seconds. She's like, that's insane, catching the other lady's attention. What's up? Suddenly, mission 2 of Area 1's done. They wait for the time count. In the room, jaws drop. Except Hannah Kim, who's smirking, thinking he was just a nobody. But Jihu Seol smashed it in 16 minutes and 24 seconds. To the lady, he's a jackpot. The mission winners are in room 3-1. Han's hyped. Congrats on reaching floor 4. Was the first and second lesson fun? The room's not as packed as the auditorium. Jihu Seol's not hyped, just like the other survivors. Sang-mi's in her own world eyeing the back. In the last seats are Kang-suk and his crew. Yoon Seora's also chilling away from the crowd. The guy's got his head down, but Han's loving it. He's like, good news, only one tutorial part left. Sang-a's surprised. There's more? Han nods. Don't sweat it. He says it's an easy mission, might even be fun. Some are sus about what's next, given the supposed ease. Han's all, yo, just stick to the rules and we're golden. He makes it clear, everyone's gotta play by them. Sung-jin and Sang-ah are giving each other those sneaky side eyes. Han's like, alright, here's the deal. Get from the 4th floor to the 5th, then hit up the 6th. But plot twist, there are rules. He grabs some chalk and draws a circle on the board. Ever heard of a treasure hunt relay? He asks. Crickets. Everyone's just waiting for the deets. Han sighs. Alright, let's just dive in. He spills that there are coins all over the 4th and 5th floors. Tonight's mission. Grab as many coins as you can. You'll need them for the toll and the roulette. The lady in red's all, what's up with the roulette and toll? Han's like, 6th floor, that's where the magic happens. Everyone's ears perk up, especially Jihu Seol's. But Han's like, no free rides, the toll's 100 coins. Even Kang-suk's stressing about snagging that many coins. Han's all, chill, there are 3,000 coins out there, and 100's a breeze if you've got a map. Yoon Seora's just fiddling with her hoodie pocket. Han continues, roulette's on the 5th floor. Got coins? Use the machine. Score some items that'll be super clutch. Sang-ah's curious about what they might score. Han's like, food, essentials, maybe even gear, weapons, and magic spheres. And catching Sung-ji and the other dude's attention, he hints they might find something to bring the dead back. He warns, it's possible, but don't treat life like a game. One guy tries to sneak out but gets busted. Han's like, nope. Mission kicks off 30 minutes after my spiel. The guy just accepts he's gotta wait it out. Jihu Seol asks why the roulette's got such wild items, and Han flips it. Why not? The young dude's like, why need all this if it's supposed to be easy and fun? Han grins. Smart question, you're thinking. He taps his phone. That's your answer. Everyone's phones buzz, and they scramble to check. Han drops a hint. Watch out for the hour of the dead. They hate the living. This grabs the attention of the mourners. He stresses, teamwork makes the dream work, but only if they really team up. Everyone gathers, and Sang-mi's like, something's off. He wonders if opening the 6th floor also opens the 2nd, letting the monster loose. The girl suggests opening it and chilling for 30 minutes. Sang-mi's like, what if it's waiting there? He's almost losing it. This ain't easy or fun. Jihu Seol surprises everyone. Maybe it is. He suggests racking up coins till midnight, then hitting the roulette for weapons. Then open the 6th floor entrance. He stops, sensing something's off. Everyone's confused. Jihu Seol's got that look. Something's fishy. Rules drop for the treasure hunt. First, use room 3-1 as base. 2. Spirits and monsters are active from midnight to noon. 3. They can't enter the base. 4. Use 199 coins for a key or 499 to open the 6th floor door. 5. Portal pops up 30 minutes after the 6th floor door opens. 6. Opening the 6th floor door deactivates the 2nd floor bars. Some are spooked. The lady in red notices some peeps are MIA. Jihu Seol knows cooperation's the first big hurdle. Meanwhile, Sang-mi's like, wanna grab a bite? We've got time before the mission kicks off. So, this dude's thinking it's a solid plan, and Sang-ah's totally eavesdropping on their chat. This lady pops in, asking if there's any grub around. Boom, everything edible is laid out on the table. Everyone's jaws drop at the smorgasbord of snacks. Sang-ah's all, where'd you score all this? Sang-mi spills the beans, saying Jihu Seol had a light bulb moment. If it's a simple mission, why give us 4 hours? So they hit up a convenience store. Everyone's mind is blown. The girl's all hard eyes, saying he's not just a combat pro, but not everyone's vibing with it. The food's getting demolished. Jihu Seol's inhaling everything in sight. He's not just munching, he's chugging drinks too. Dude's feeling pretty content. Sang-ah's watching him, says he eats a ton, and offers her sandwich, catching him off guard. Even though he's a bit shy, Jihu Seol takes it and thanks her. The lady in red's not thrilled, thinking the other chick's crushing on him. She slides in between them and gives them a secret signal. Then she whispers something only they catch. Meanwhile, Jihu Seol finishes up and wonders if he's always been such a chowhound. Anyway, he cracks open a soda while everyone watches. One guy jokes about bringing the dead back to life. This bums out Seung-jin a bit. The dude mentions a buddy who came with him, but something went down in the auditorium, just like the girl lost someone too. Then they both start bawling. Jihu Seol's like, "What do I do now?" But Sang-mi steps up. He tells them to cut it out. He's all, "Seol fed and carried you. What next? Save your friends too." The guy's like, "That's not what I meant." But Sang-mi's like, "Save your friend, follow the guide, collect coins, get items." They're left speechless. But the dude keeps going, asking if they know where they're headed and what paradise is like. The lady in red jumps in, asking if he knows what it's like. He sums it up. It's every man for himself. This ticks everyone off, and the other guy talks about teamwork. Then Sang-ah echoes that they should team up but not mooch off others, and asks if the meaning of teamwork changed or something. This stirs up drama between the groups. Seung-jin's just chilling, oblivious to the chaos. Then Jihu Seol yells for them to chill. It works. Everyone goes silent. He tells them to check the clock before throwing down. They all peek at the clock, stunned. Then at their phones, realizing only 5 hours till midnight. The base room door swings open. Sang-mi leaves a note saying she can't roll with them. The other group also bails, saying they're out too. This ticks off the lady in red, who chases after them. Seung-jin and Sang-ah hang back. She asks the boy to tag along. So Jihu Seol's left solo in the room. He's all about the first task. Coins first, everything else later. He's pondering where to start. His phone buzzes in his pocket. He checks it out. What he sees makes him jittery. He gets a message from some mystery sender with coin locations, even in the teacher's podium room. He eyes the spot where Han was laying down the rules. He heads over to search, finds at least 4 coins. Score. But he's thinking, that was way too easy. In room 3-8, Yoon Seo-ra's on a coin hunt too. Jihu Seol strolls into the same room. His eyes are locked on certain people. Then Jihu Seol thinks Yoon Seo-ra's got a map, but it's weird she's searching everywhere. Something catches her eye. She finally snags a coin, impressing the dude. While Jihu Seol's lost in thought, Yoon Seo-ra gets all shy realizing she's being watched. She turns to leave, and he thinks she manages a smile. Then he checks his wallet. He scores more coins, totaling 12. While he's celebrating, he spots something. Yoon Seo-ra's staring, blinking back tears. A bit awkwardly, Jihu Seol wishes her good luck, leaving the girl a bit puzzled, until a light bulb moment hits her. Meanwhile, he's on a mission in room 3-7. Coins are popping up so easily, it's like a snooze fest for him. With the mission complete, he heads for the exit. Boom, he's face to face with Yoon Seo-ra. She peeks inside, curious, notices only one locker's been messed with. Then she gives Jihu Seol the side eye, who's trying to act all chill. Yoon Seo-ra blinks, pulling a sad puppy face. This makes Jihu Seol a bit jittery, and she, feeling awkward, looks down, but they both go their own ways. Yoon Seo-ra's clutching a paper, still looking bummed. It's a map showing where the coins are stashed. Jihu Seol sneaks a peek to check on her, and thinks about swinging by 3-8 again. Peeping at the map, room 3-9's got 3 coins on the teacher's desk and 1 in the TV stand. Something grabs his attention. It's Yoon Seo-ra sprinting with a freaked-out expression. Not getting it, Jihu Seol bolts away from her. Each dives through a door into the room. They face off like epic rivals. Then they dash to see who hits the podium first. Jihu Seol's got the luck, snagging the 3 coins. The girl leaps for another spot. The boy's like, "What's she doing?" She's jumping like crazy to snag the coin on the TV. Her eyes start watering again. Watching her, Jihu Seol thinks she should just use a desk to reach. Each fail makes her more frantic, until the boy surprises her, offering to grab it for her. With just a little hop, Jihu Seol snags the coin. From her angle, she spots a red stain on his shirt. With ease, he grabs the coin. Grinning, he offers it to her, but she looks spooked. Instead of taking it, Yoon Seo-ra just bolts, and he wonders if he bruised her ego. 10 minutes to midnight, and the scoreboard reads Hyun Sang-mi with 100 coins, Shin Sana with her 70 coins, Jihu Seol with a jaw-dropping 1,552 coins, but Yoon Seo-ra with a big fat 0. Phones light up the dark room. Sang-mi and Sang-ah are chilling in chairs. Jihu Seol bursts in, giving them a jump scare. He asks where the others are since it's almost ghost o'clock. Sang-mi says duh, he wondered if he'd come back too, but he did with 100 coins. A bit later, Sang-ah says he's lucky, she only got 70. Then, casually, Jihu Seol dumps coins and says now she's got 100. She's shocked by the 30 coins and asks if he's just giving them away. Sang-mi's impressed, and Jihu Seol asks if he wants some too. Surprised, he asks how many coins he's got, and Jihu Seol just says enough to keep kicking. Then Sang-mi realizes it wasn't Yoon Seo-ra hoarding them all, like he thought. Talking about her perks up Jihu. Seol, who asks what's up with her. The guy asks if he didn't notice she's got a map. Ji-hoo Seol thinks he wasn't the only one to spot it. Suddenly he jumps up, startling Sang-mi, who asks what's up. And he just says Yoon Seo-ra's in trouble. This gets them on edge. And the guy even suggests Kang-suk might be the issue. Ji-hoo Seol just nods. Suddenly, phones start buzzing. Not just his, but everyone's. The alert says it's ghost hour. The moon lights up the whole room. Drawers are open, stuff's everywhere. Meanwhile, Sung-jin's on a coin hunt. He's working hard to clear the clutter. Carefully, he moves the glass vases and scores a single coin. The boy nudges, almost there, but the coin slips away. It hits the ground before he can grab it and rolls under the tables. Sung-jin hunts for the coin, not caring about anything else. Desperate, he searches for the coin that should be there. Using his flashlight, he finally spots it. But suddenly, a drop of red liquid lands beside him. The boy stands to see what's up. A creepy silhouette is floating. To see better, he shines his flashlight. His eyes go wide when he sees who it is. Sung-jin calls out to his late sister. The creature's turned away and starts to turn around, until it fully shows its zombie face. Startled, the boy hits the ground. The dead calls out her brother's name. The boy's all freaked out, asking if it's really her, and the creature's like, "Get up, quick!" Sung-jin hops up, still asking if it's really her. The spirit's all, "Search!" and the boy's like, "Chill, I got the coins." Seol-ah opens her creepy mouth and more gross liquid spills out. Freaked by the sight, he promises to do anything to save her, and the ghost just calls out, saying he's hers. With bloody tears, she says she'll always love him. Then the boy bounces out of the room. He's got this super serious look, and he's all in to do whatever it takes to get his sis back. Sung-jin's at the women's bathroom entrance, thinking he might not find squat. The boy lights up the end of the hallway, then starts to walk away from the bathroom, but suddenly he freezes. His mind's racing, thinking he must do whatever it takes to save his sis. Meanwhile, in room 3-1, Sang-ah's like, "Is Ji-hoo Seol really going out to find the girl?" He says he'll be back once he finds Yoon Seo-ra and Sung-jin. Sang-mi's all, "If the leader goes, I'm in." But then a terrifying scream freaks them out. The three peek through the classroom window. Sung-jin sees something super scary. He even drops his phone in fear. The trio rushes to him, and Ji-hoo Seol's like, "What happened?" Still spooked, the boy can only stammer, "Nuna." As they enter the bathroom, Sang-ah asks if he's talking about his sis. A voice from one of the guys startles Sang-ah. In the bathroom, they find Yoon Seo-ra, hurt bad. Quickly, Sang-ah takes off her blouse, and with her teeth, she rips pieces off. She says the girl will die if they don't act fast. Desperate, Sung-mi's like, "What do we do? Where's the infirmary?" And the woman says they need to find something, but he doesn't know what to find, as there's nothing around. Then Sung-jin's like, "There's gotta be alcohol in the science lab." However, the boy says there's a catch. And worried, Sung-jin's like, "What is it?" The boy talks about his sis, and Ji-hoo Seol gets that when they mentioned the dead, it was about those who died there. But Sang-mi remembers they were warned to be careful but claims the boy is fine, and the other says it's because they are siblings. Sung-jin defends his sis, saying she doesn't hurt anyone and that he only found Nuna because she asked him to search. Seol still thinks it's dangerous. Sang-ah's like, "Alcohol won't cut it, we need to prep in case she goes into shock." Desperate, Sang-mi's like, "How do we do that? There's no pharmacy nearby." Staying chill even with the chaos, Ji-hoo Seol's like, "There's a way." Then he remembers the roulette. Sang-mi's phone buzzes, alerting a message. The locks on the 6th floor door are deactivated, and the bars on the 2nd floor too. The portal will open in 30 minutes. Sang-mi's like, "Got an idea." They head to the bookstore, and the coins are used on the roulette. An object rolls out. This time it's a disinfectant. They just keep healing items for themselves. Sang-mi's like, "I'll take these for now." And Ji-hoo Seol's like, "Go ahead. I'll grab more." The man says he'll deliver the meds, and if he doesn't return in 2 minutes, something's up. But Ji-hoo Seol doesn't seem to care about that. Then the guy bounces, alone. The young man's wondering what's up with him. But to him, they're strangers, and it doesn't matter if they live or die. The image of his beloved pops in his mind, asking how he got to this state. He sighs and puts the coins back on the roulette. The boy manages to snag a bunch of meds, but his face is super sad. Concerned, Ji-hoo Seol thinks more than 2 minutes have passed. He then heads down the stairs and spots a group gathered. This makes him curious about what's going on. At the entrance of room 3-1 are Kang-suk and his crew. The man welcomes them. Noticing the approach, Sang-mi's like, "It's an entry denial spell." But without a word, Ji-hoo Seol steps up. He punches, hitting a magical shield. With an item in hand, Kang-suk's like, "It's useless." He says he activated it with a special scroll, so no one can enter without his say-so. Ji-hoo Seol asks if he opened the 6th floor door, and he confirms. Then he asks why. Ironically, Kang-suk's like, "Why do you think?" Ji Seol's thinking he probs had a tough time paying for the ticket since the two with maps snagged most of it. This gets the boy thinking. He remembers Yoon Seo-ra hurt. Grinning, Kang Suk says he needed two things for everything to work out, and it only worked cause Ji Seol left HQ. The boy stays silent, and Kang Suk says he knew he'd leave since a saint wouldn't just chill and watch. Ji Seol's glare is intense, but the squad doesn't seem phased. From the dark hallway, a scream echoes. Everyone freaks out, realizing it's the unleashed monster. Ji Seol says he won't hit the 6th floor if the monster gets there. But chillin', Kang Suk whips out another scroll. The kid with the cap pleads to be let in. He says he did nothing wrong, and Ji Seol thinks he's hinting he did. Agreeing, Kang Suk says they must think it's unfair. Then he lets the three in. The trio exchange looks, all sus of everything and everyone. But without waiting, they dash through the barrier and head straight to the room. The rest hang outside while they're safe. But luckily, Ji Seol's glad he came prepared. Pulling something from his pocket, he knows he has to end it. To stir things up, Kang Suk asks what he and Sang-mi plan to do. Ji Seol's just on high alert. He slips his hand in his pants pocket. But when he pulls it out, it's empty, shocking Sang-mi, who expected some kind of protective gear. This time, Kang Suk teases Sung-jin, asking if he just wants to get eaten like his sister. He also says the boy will make his sis cry and that she's probably waiting for him to save her. Then, he turns to Sang-mi and says he's done everything and asks why he's worried about Ji Seol. After all, he's a realist. He also says no one will blame them. After all, it's life or death. The two exchange glances, pondering their choices. Sang-mi apologizes to Ji Seol, and he and Sung-mi take the offer. The two finally enter room 3-1, but Sang-ah and Yoon Seo-ra stay. She becomes Kang Suk's target, who jokes about her pants being off making her an exhibitionist. And then he says it's a joke. The dude says he noticed she was trying to stop the bleeding and thinks it's admirable. Then he asks if she knows she might catch a cold like that. Soon after, he takes off his coat and offers it to her. This leaves Sang-ah too stunned by his move. Kang Suk says she can also go in. From the room's portal, Sang-mi gives her a nod. The woman gets up from the floor, and then is the next to pass through the shield. Extending the coat, Kang Suk says she made the right call. Sang-ah reaches for the coat, but then Kang Suk yanks it back and pulls her into his arms. He asks her to stay quiet, saying she knew what would happen when she agreed to switch sides. This doesn't sit well with her, who tries to speak up. But he asks if she'd rather go back to the other side, so all she can do is accept. Kang Suk grins at her easy acceptance, and asks Ji Seol how it feels to be ditched. Teasing, he asks if Mr. Goldmark won't say anything. Then he says it's a bummer they're not on Earth, and that no one will know, even if he plays the hero. His mood shifts, and Kang Suk grabs Sang-ah by the hair. He says she's an example of someone who only stuck to Ji Seol to gain, and now the game's changed. The dude doesn't care that the weak need to help each other and asks if all strong people are bad and the weak good. Kang Suk says it doesn't matter who wins or loses, and that Yi Seol-ah passed away, even though she was bronze, while Sang-ah made it here. Ji Seol just says you win by winning, and Kang Suk agrees, saying he's pretty sharp. And as dudes, they suggest leaving the past behind and starting fresh. The guy then extends his hand, but he wants an apology and claims his nose still hurts from when it got hit. This makes Ji Seol super thoughtful. He then closes his eyes. Kang Suk says he's not asking for much beyond an apology, which is enough for them to be buds. But Ji Seol's only response is to tell him to buzz off, which ticks him off big time. A burst of light happens behind him. Soon Kang Suk turns to see what's up. Minwoo just got whacked by something, no cap. Dude hits the ground, totally out cold. Nobody saw what went down, making it extra spooky. Then, Sang-mi rolls up, all mysterious. Holding an iron rod, he's like, time to shine. Bam, he takes out the next henchman. Kang Suk eyes the chair, looking desperate. He makes a mad dash for it, but the chair starts doing a disappearing act. Poof, it's gone, leaving him shook and confused. Then, he gets clobbered next. Sung-jin's the one who did it this time. Annoyed, he's like, who are you to diss my sis? Kang Suk's rage meter hits max. He's all, I'll take you all down. He tries to activate the scroll, but Sang-ah swoops in, ready to handle it. She stomps on his hand, hard. While crushing it, she's like, never met anyone so gross. Aims between his legs, no mercy. She strikes him there, saying he's the worst. Sang-ah gives him a look. Finally, her blow knocks Kang Suk out. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Ji Seol's just trying to figure out what's up. Sang-mi spills the tea, explaining the disguise spell. He's still quiet, processing it all. Sang-mi's like, thought you were betrayed? The young man's unsure. The man wants to ask something. Sang-mi mentions the magic sphere, curious why he hesitated. Ji Seol's like, wanted to see it for myself. Everyone's puzzled by this. He's like, wanted to see how you'd act under pressure. Sang-ah's annoyed at being tested. The young man just shrugs it off. Sang-mi's like, did we pass? Ji-Hoo-seol just smiles, and they all crack up, but the laughter's cut short by a noise from the stairs. The young man turns, and Sang-mi's worried. Something's coming up the stairs. It's the wide-mouthed monster, carrying Yoon Seo-ra. Sang-mi's like, hurry! Ji-Hoo-seol's not thrilled about another fight, but the base general door slams shut. They peek through the window. Heavy footsteps echo. The monster's searching every room. It finds room 3-1. The lady in red's like, can't it get in? Sang-ah tells her to hush. The monster spots something interesting. Minwoo, knocked out on the floor. The creature gobbles him up right there. The door to 3-1 swings open. Kang-suk's trembling, begging for help. Everyone's frozen, unsure what to do. He's almost hopeless on the floor. Then someone steps up. It's Sang-ah, still mad and not keen to help. She kicks him, trying to shove him out, but Kang-suk grabs her foot. His move ticks her off, even with danger outside. Sang-ah's confused about his plan, until she's pulled down. Both get dragged by the monster. Everyone just watches it unfold. Sang-ah fights to break free from Kang-suk. He's smug about trapping her, until his grin fades. It's his turn to be Monster Chow, but he still clings to her. Kang-suk's like, not going down alone. His eyes go lifeless. The monster chomps him more, but his grip keeps Sang-ah stuck. She struggles hard to break free. The lady in red warns her about staying outside. Sung-jin grabs a mop, not just gonna watch. Sang-mi gets it, but says a mop won't cut it. He spots Ji-Hoo-seol digging in his bag. The young man's deep in thought. Meanwhile, the monster keeps munching, and Sang-ah's desperate for help. The two guys rush to her. She reaches out to them. They grab her, pulling with all their might. They're almost getting dragged too. Despite their effort, the monster's too strong. A crack sounds as the creature's jaw snaps shut, leaving only Kang-suk's remains. Everyone tumbles to the ground, but the monster's ready for another bite. Sang-mi gives the heads up. Ji-Hoo-seol's ready. He takes advantage of the open mouth, tossing the sphere. Inside the monster, it's a bubbling mess. Explosions start popping off, and the monster's zooming around, crashing into everything. Another grenade gets lobbed its way. Soon, the timers sync up. Boom! An explosion wraps the monster like a giant net. It's caught, totally stuck. Ji-Hoo-seol's gearing up for the big finish. He chucks another one of those magic spheres. Its timer syncs up too. Kaboom! It blows up right above the monster. Lava-like drops start raining down. The monster's screeching, burning up. Slowly, it melts away, until there's nothing left, just like it did to its victims. Everyone's jaws are on the floor, and Sang-mi's like, whoa, he actually did it. Sang-ah's all, dude's a legend with just a few magic spheres. But Ji-Hoo-seol's all humble, saying he just got lucky with the right combo. The monster's toast, and he's thinking, teamwork, man. The guide was spot on. He turns around, getting a pat on the back. Sang-mi's like, this is epic, a total miracle. And young Sung-jin's cheering, totally agreeing. Ji-Hoo-seol, keeping it cool, thinks they're right. But then he notices the old man's MIA, and everyone else is avoiding eye contact. Sang-mi's like, he's probably still hunting for coins, trying to ease his guilt. Ji-Hoo-seol just keeps scanning the scene. Meanwhile, the old man's still on his coin quest. A noise pops up behind him. Confused, he spins around, and his eyes go wide at the sight. It's the creepiest thing ever. His late wife holding her own head, and his daughter crawling like a zombie baby. He drops, saying he messed up and he'll save them, begging his wife and dear Hee-jin. But they're not here to forgive. Ji-Hoo-seol's chilling with his head down at a desk while Sang-mi's munching away in the back. Feeling groggy, he gets up. Everything's clear now. He checks the wall clock, asks about the others, and Sang-mi's like, they're treasure hunting. He asks if Yoon Seo-ra's with them, and the guy's like, her arms hurt, not her legs. Even Sung-jin's out there. Then he asks about Sang-ah, and Sang-mi's like, she's helping them. And Ji-Hoo-seol's like, what about me? The guy's like, someone had to watch you. And Seol remembers there's 3 hours left till the dead's time is up. Sang-mi's like, the dead won't spook us now, we've handled the specter, and asks what he'll do with all the coins. Ji-Hoo-seol's deep in thought. He heads out, pays 100 for the toll, leaving him with 785 coins, still clueless on how to spend them. He climbs the last step, and bam, there's Sung-jin, sprinting in panic. They almost crash. The boys all, sorry, and Ji-Hoo-seol's like, no worries, asking if he scored any coins. A bit sheepish, he says he only got enough for his passage, and Seol's like, bummer, gotta go. Ji-Hoo-seol then muses that desperation makes people impulsive, and impulsive folks miss the obvious. He spots 2 coins, surprising the boy. Tossing them to Sung-jin, he tells him to go, leaving the boy puzzled. Then he's like, let's go find that treasure. They're back at the bookstore. Ji-Hoo-seol's like, I'll try my best, but no promises. With his 800 coins, he figures the Renaissance should be special, so he can run the machine twice. Sungjin's only thinking about his sister. But as they open the door, they see someone already at the machine. It's Yoon Seora, using her coins. Worried, Jihu Seol asks if she's okay. But she's just there, tears in her eyes. Sungjin offers his coins. The young man notices she can't even move. Yoon Seora's shaking, barely holding the coins. Even closing her hands is tough, she's still pretty hurt. Sungjin looks super bummed for her. But Jihu Seol pats his shoulder, reminding him they've got stuff to do too, and that it'll take a while. The coins are stacking up, hitting 299. Finally, they get to 300 coins. Sungjin turns the device, and waits, all jittery, for the machine's surprise. The prize? A super cool consciousness fountain pen. But nah, not what he's after, and Jihu Seol's like, one more shot. Another 300 coins clink into the machine. Jihu Seol gives it a whirl. A weird box drops, thud, on the ground. They exchange confused glances as it pops open. Inside, a bunch of magical spheres, all rainbowy. Jihu Seol's like, let's check these out. First up, a light bomb, then one that's a freeze ray. But nope, still not what they're hunting for, and the dude's bummed. Sungjin's like, chill, sis will get it. But Seol's feeling bad they're in this mess. Someone tugs on Jihu Seol's sleeve, and asks if they're after the resurrection potion. This totally catches them off guard. Yoon Seo-ra tells Sungjin she heard he was a hero last night. He mentions his busted arm, but she's like, that's useless for the living. Jihu Seol just stands there, not wanting to butt in, and poor Sungjin's all awkward and clueless. She hands over the potion, wishing them luck, and bounces while the boys all, thanks. Jihu Seol chimes in with a thank you too, and Yoon Seo-ra pauses mid-exit. She's like, we're even now, and the dude's thinking, hey, she's actually pretty cool. Meanwhile, Sungjin's eyeballing the potion. The rules? Only for the dead, needs a body part, and cancels ghostly death. They've got 2 down, but need a body part. Then Sungjin has a lightbulb moment. He bolts to the science lab, and Jihu Seol's like, can't believe we're still here. They get there and are totally shook by what they see. Sungjin's like, no way sis did this, and Seol's like, you know her best. Jihu Seol recalls the dead being hostile, but Seol was special. The boy seems to get it. And Seol's like, could it have been the dude's fam? And Sungjin's like, I'm never getting hitched. Switching gears, Jihu Seol's like, what about your sis? The boy's puzzled she's MIA and suggests searching elsewhere. And Seol's like, time's ticking. He drops the second rule, needing a body part, and asks the boy to check the clock. The dead's time runs out at noon. And Jihu Seol's like, sis is gonna vanish soon. Sang-mi's stretching, taking a breather. Through the window, he spots Jihu Seol sprinting. He's like, what's up? And the other dude's like, seen Sungjin sis? Sang-a's coin hunting when the door swings open, spooking her. It's just Sang-mi, saying she's not around, and the woman's like, what's missing? And he's like, looking for Yi Seola. The trio starts the search. Sang-mi and Sang-a each hit a room. Only Jihu Seol's left standing. And when they return, he's like, any luck? The woman's like, Yi Seola's not on the 4th or 5th floor. She suggests checking lower floors or another building. No rule says it's only where the treasure spawns, and Sang-mi's like, chill. Meanwhile, Jihu Seol's considering using his skill, but the girl's innocence might turn her green. Desperate, Sang-a's like, what now? Only 17 minutes left. Sang-mi's like, Seol, hit the auditorium, it's fastest. And the other remembers it's where she died. He tells Seol to head back to the underground parking if she's not there, and says he'll start in the teacher's room. Sang-a's like, what about me? And he's like, 5th floor, talk to Sungjin, wait on the bridge. She's all, got it. Meanwhile, young Sungjin's on the hunt for his sis. Sang-a finally finds him, just like she said. She's like, found her? And he's like, nope, all bummed out. The lady in red's like, how can you not find her with all this help? The boy turns away and she's like, look at me, are you ignoring me? Sang-a's like, leave him be, we're not even coin hunting. And the lady's like, what's the deal? Sungjin spills the tea, and out of nowhere, she rudely asks why they're hunting for a girl who kicked the bucket in the auditorium. The two exchange glances, and the boy's face screams, help me out here. Sighing, Sang-a figures they're knee-deep in trouble already, so any help's a win. Then the woman kicks off, while the boy shrinks like a deflated balloon. Once she's done explaining, the woman asks if they're ghost hunting for Yi Seola. Sang-a nods and asks her to hit them up ASAP if she spots her. But suddenly, the woman looks like she just bit into a lemon. The other two roll up and ask what's up, and she plays it cool, saying nothing's wrong. She just wants the 411 on the coins and they play dumb. Meanwhile, the girl's all ears, trying to figure out why everyone's in a rush. The lady in red's like, ain't got time for this. and bails on the whole notifying thing. Meanwhile, Jihu Seol bolts to the auditorium, yelling for the girl. He finds nada but silence and bodies from the first day's chaos. Something's creeping behind him. On high alert, he spins around. The fallen bodies start doing the zombie shuffle. One of them yells that Seol's gotta go. The rest join the chorus. They all rise, closing in on him, ready to pounce. Jihu Seol's like, "Chill, I'm not here for you." But they ain't listening. Cursing under his breath, he grips the iron rod like a pro. No mercy, he takes down the first one. Then he goes full-on action hero on the rest. Even while dodging, they're coming in hot, so he eyes the monster-made hole. He makes a break for it. Meanwhile, on the bridge between buildings, Sang-ah's pacing, worried sick. Meanwhile, Sunjin's sprinting outside. No luck on his end. In the distance, San-mi's also on the move. He asks about Seol, and the woman shrugs. Haven't seen her. He clocks that there's less than 5 minutes left, while Seung-jin's bawling for his sis, wondering where she vanished to. From above, Sang-ah spots the bummed-out boy. Then she remembers someone headed to the 6th floor. The boy's tears flow harder, and Sang-mi recalls the 6th floor too. Without a second thought, Seung-jin dashes off, ignoring the calls behind him. He races to find his sister, flinging open the big door. A blinding light almost knocks him off his feet. Yi Seol-ah's chilling by a glowing blue portal. Without missing a beat, he rushes to hug her just as the others show up. The scene's a total head-scratcher for them, and Seung-jin begs his sis to hang tight for a bit so she can be revived. She's confused, and he spills the beans about the rebirth potion. Despite the feels, Sang-mi remembers. Something crucial. He yells, they're out of time. Soon he and Sang-ah are shouting for Jihu Seol. Meanwhile, the young dude's running for his life, but the undead mob's hot on his heels, not fast enough to dodge the bomb that goes boom, turning them to dust. Seol's main mission is to link up with Seung-jin, pronto. He sprints across the field, clueless about where the others went. With just a minute left, Jihu Seol bursts through the glass door. His eyes scan the place, but it's a ghost town. Just before Jihu Seol shows up, Ghost Yi Seol-ah tries to tell her bro he can go on without her. But with tears streaming, the boy pleads with his sis not to leave him. Sang-mi and Sang-ah watch, feeling helpless. Back to Seol's grand entrance. Finally, he gets what's up. The squad split cause they're on the other building's terrace. Only 10 seconds left and Sang-mi's thinking it's game over, even though the boy's here. But Jihu Seol's not about to let it end like this. He remembers Seung-jin saying he'd deal if they couldn't make it, but he's not down with that. The boy starts backing up. Everyone's watching and Sang-ah's like, "Wait, what's he up to?" But Jihu Seol's not just gonna stand there. With 10 seconds ticking down, he takes a running start. 9 seconds and he flips on his future vision power. With 8 seconds, he leaps. Everyone's watching, jaws dropping, feeling the danger. In 5 seconds, he lands on the other side. With 4 seconds, he sprints to reach her. And in the 3rd second, he pops open the potion. A pink specter floats out of the bottle. With just 2 seconds left, a wild pink light beams down on Yi Seol-ah's lifeless body. She's glowing like a neon sign at a pizza joint. Everyone's jaws drop, caught in the pink light show. The girl floats up like she's on some invisible elevator, and something wild is happening to young Yi Seol-ah. Seung-jin's got that worried big bro look as a tiny pink glow hits her chest. Her heart's like, surprise, I'm back. And it shines so bright, everyone has to squint. The pink light spreads everywhere, lighting up the sky like a disco ball. Jihu Seol's peeking through his fingers, trying to catch the action. Slowly, the girl floats back down, until she lands right in Seol's arms. Yi Seol-ah blinks, looking all kinds of confused. She's like, wait, who's holding me? Blushing, she steps back while everyone stares like she just pulled off a magic trick. But no time to chill. Seung-jin hugs her tight, asking how she got there. Sang-ah's like, you remember anything? But Yi Seol-ah's memory's stuck on the monster in the auditorium. Sang-mi notices Jihu Seol's looking rough. Helping him lean, he spills the tea. You died. Seol saved you. Sang-ah elbows him. Dude, you almost gave me a heart attack. He just grins, all tired and sorry. Treasure hunt. Done and dusted. Behind them, a voice claps. Congrats on finishing the missions. Everyone's here. With applause, Han wraps up Area 1 of the tutorial. Seol's like, wait, some folks are MIA. But Han's all, not a race, but we gotta move. Suddenly, the terrace door swings open. It's Yoon Seora, looking beat and limping. She hands over a coin bag, and Han's like, I'll take the toll at the entrance. Sang-ah helps her, while Seol regrets not offering a hand earlier. Seung-jin panics, remembering his sister's toll. But good guy Jihu Seol's like, chill, I got extra coins. Yi Seol-ah beams at the help. Then the trio shows up and the lady in red's like, what about us? She's annoyed, and Seol's not thrilled either. The two beg, promising eternal gratitude. Sang-mi's like, they're sketchy, Seol, you sure? Even Sang-ah's like, don't give 'em squat. The lady in red snaps, zip it, not talking to you. She tells Seol, help me, forget the others, I'll make it worth your while. Everyone's shocked. Seol asks, How many coins? They need 30 coins each. The other guy needs just 25. Jihu Seol shows Yi Seol a coin bag. Here's your passage, making her super grateful. He's got 85 coins left. The woman says that's enough to help them. But then Seol does something wild. He tosses the coin bag across the room. Coins fly everywhere. Chaos ensues. The lady in red's fuming, but before she can react, Sangmi's like, hurry, time's ticking. The woman glares at Jihu Seol. The trio scrambles, trying to grab the coins. Laughing, Sang-a's like, that was epic. Then Sang-a spots something in Seol's hand. Seol's like, I only tossed 80. The rest's a fee for risking our necks. Han grins, seeing it as a step to becoming an earthling. He calls everyone, ready to dish out points. Meanwhile, the trio's still scrambling for coins. The two women bicker, elbowing each other. The guy's like, chill, there's enough for all. Annoyed, the girl snaps, where's your confidence from, thinking we'll find them all. The lady in red thinks the girl's clueless, not knowing Seol didn't toss all 85. Han starts announcing scores. Yoon Seo-ra's got 317 points. Next, Hyun Sang-mi with 302 points. Yi Sung-jin with 114 points. Shin Sang-a with 116 points. Yi Seo-la with 46 points considering her auditorium performance. And then he's all, dude, I almost fainted doing the math, and drops Jihu Seol's epic 350 points bomb. Everyone's hyped, cheering for the dude who's looking a bit like a deer in headlights, but Han's like, hold up, that's just the first round score in the auditorium. He takes a deep breath, gearing up for the big reveal. For all the epic stuff the dude pulled off, from the first mission, the second phase trap, saving his pals, and a bunch more. Then, bam. His mind-blowing score is 2,150. Everyone's jaws hit the floor with that news, but Han's like, wait, there's more. With a 10 times multiplier, the total survival points hit 21,500, breaking all records. Everyone's too stunned to speak. Sang-mi's the one who asks if he's stoked, and Seol gets why helping out scores points, realizing why he stepped up when the spotlight was on him. Then, Sang-a's all, so, where do we spend these points? Han just shrugs, saying they'll find out when they get there. The dude then tells Jihu Seol he must be over the moon and hints he might hit up the VIP store. Han just drops a hint about the store and reminds him not to forget the paper he snagged. Back with the trio, while the kids are on the hunt, the lady in red's skeptical but thinks they might find it first. The girl yells, found 'em all! She's bouncing around, singing her victory song, while the defeated dude just watches. The young guy's like, yo, help me out. Saying teamwork makes the dream work, since they got this far together. Meanwhile, the lady in red's just watching, plotting her next move. Her eyes are glued to the fallen iron pipe on the ground. The young guy keeps begging for help, saying they can all make it if they just try a bit harder. But she's like, not my problem if you can't find your stuff. She's about to bounce without even a good luck. Then, bam, the hit lands. The girl hits the ground, covered in her own stuff. Annoyed, the woman's like, you think you're some kind of goddess wishing luck on people? Rifling through the girl's pockets, she says, this is the quickest and safest way, calling them suckers for falling for sweet talk. She then asks if he's coming or if he's squeamish about coins with someone else's stuff on them. The dude gulps. But in the end, he's in, and all the woman needs is a sidekick, since nobody else wants to roll with her. Han tells them to pay the toll, handing it to the assistant next to him. A knock echoes behind them. The group spins around, shocked. It's the lady in red and the regretful dude. She tosses the stained pipe on the ground, and struts past Jihu Seol. Sang-mi cracks a joke about how terrifying she is. She says she's got the toll cash, but Han gives her a weird look. Annoyed, she's like, what's your deal? Grinning, he says they'll take it, since the portal's still open. She drops the cash and heads for the portal, but Han says her survival points are 35, making Min Young, the infamous lady in red, freeze. She turns and asks what these survival points are, and the dude spills that she got them for her earlier aggro behavior. Even shaking at his words, she steps through the portal. Then it's the dude's turn, and Han's like, no need to explain, and he goes through too. Sang-mi's up next. Then the rest follow, with Jihu Seol needing a little push from the assistant into the portal. Han's bent over, watching the survivors go in. He wishes them luck in the neutral zone. Everyone's blown away by the Grand Hall's beauty. Sang-a's shocked by all the foreigners, and Sang-mi tells her not to embarrass them. They're shown where to sit. Jihu Seol, while sitting, spots something super interesting. Across from him is a girl who seems to notice him too. She waves with a tiny smile, and it leaves the dude totally flustered. Suddenly, something weird happens to Jihu Seol, starting a sync. The sync with the system was a win. Meanwhile, mission data rolls in. Area 9, Oceania, failed. Area 8, South Africa, failed. Area 7, China, failed. Area 6, Africa, failed. Area 5, Asia, passed. Area 4, North America, passed. Area 3, Germany, passed. Area 2, Europe, also passed. And it's announced that Area 1, South Korea, passed. And Seal's shocked the girl can talk. There's this whole vibe of confusion, like, can everyone even understand each other with all this sync stuff going on? Then, boom, someone steps up. On stage. They stroll around, giving props to everyone for smashing the tutorial and giving them a big welcome. Suddenly, just one stage light flicks on. It lights up this woman who's all about welcoming them to the infernal neutral zone. Everyone's chilling in their seats, ears wide open. She starts talking about this sacred land, blessed by the 7 gods, where they can show their worth. To get there, they gotta rack up 1,000 survival points. They've got a month to do it, which totally ticks off this dude who thought they'd be sent right after the tutorial. With a serious face, she tells him to sit down, threatening to handle him and his crew. So, he zips it real quick. She then drops the bomb that the place they're in is called Lost Paradise, a war zone, not some chill hangout. She can't believe they got cocky after beating a few lame monsters. She asks if they really thought the real challenges would be like the tutorial. Then, she switches it up, saying some rewards are coming and they should stand when their names are called. First up is Thong Chai from Area 5. He's already good to go to Paradise if he wants. But he decides to stick around. She tosses him something. He catches a golden key. The key's got the number 6 on it. Next, she calls Salvatore Liorda from Area 2. He also decides to stay and snags a key too. Then it's Area 7's turn with Hao Win. She asks if he wants to stay. Grinning, he says it's a no-brainer, of course. He's staying. He gets a golden key with the number 3. Next is Delphine from Area 2, who also decides to stay. No shocker there, so she tosses a key to the girl. The girl catches it and then asks for a sec. She thinks the key number's off. The woman says she didn't give it. And even though the girl racked up 7,500 points, she didn't top the charts. The girl figures if second place has 7,500 points, there's gotta be a higher score. Finally, she calls Seal from Area 1, who quickly says he's staying. Everyone's buzzing about the boy who snagged first place and wants to know his score. Jiho's choice to stay was based on what everyone else decided, which to him means something's still missing. His key gets handed over. A woman is watching everything. With the last key given, she snaps her fingers. Then, the double doors swing open with a blinding light pouring out. Yelling, she says the countdown's already ticking. The scene is super impressive, leaving everyone speechless. The survivors from Area 1 are also blown away. The place is super fancy and comfy, but Jihu Seol can't remember the details of the dreams he had about this place. All he remembers is dreaming about it. As they get closer, Sangmi asks why everyone's gathered. All hyped, Sang-ah suggests they check it out until she suddenly notices Yoon Seo-ra is missing. But nobody knows where she is, and Sung Jin says he hasn't seen her since they got transported. Sang Mi also mentions not seeing the trio, and the woman suggests they stick together and look for Seo-ra later. The group says their goodbyes, promising to meet up later. After splitting from the group, Seol takes a different path. He's stopped by someone who greets him. Confused, Jihu Seol asks if they're talking to him. The woman introduces herself as an instructor from Area 2. And, surprise, she says she hoped to have the honor of guiding him through the place. This makes the boy a bit jittery, unsure of what to say. Someone nudges the instructor from Area 2. With a different look, she turns around. And, to Jihu Seol's relief, it's the girl tagging along. The woman says the tutorial's done and asks if she could let her guide the young man. But, without a word, the girl just flips the bird, which bums the woman out, saying she's still vulgar. To tick her off even more, with a bigger grin, the girl flips both birds. And it totally works. Fed up, the woman says they'll meet again. As she turns away, the girl says the habit of wanting to grab things first hasn't changed. Smiling, she says she'll show him around, and all the boy can say is she's got some serious persuasion skills. She spills that she stayed quiet to practice silence, thinking it might be smart to think a bit before blurting stuff out. The girl then suggests Seol buy them a drink, and when he says he's broke, she reminds him of the 21,500 points plus the 5,000 bonus. Jihu Seol remembers snagging that bonus back in the auditorium. Finally, he gets that survival points are the new cash. The girl explains that survival points are the currency in the neutral zone. Everything's paid with these points. This makes him realize that besides collecting, they can be spent, cranking up the challenge. The two climb the massive circular staircase. The girl seems super happy with her drink, and Seol, trailing behind, is curious. He asks if the drink's any good. The girl says yes, and that he should have grabbed one since it would have been free, and he asks about the 100% discount at normal shops and restaurants. She explains that the gold mark gets a 30% discount, and those in first place 70%, totaling 100%, and Seol gets it'll be tough for others. Curious, Jihu Seol asks how survival points are earned. It's explained that the basic way is through missions on the bulletin board, so he asks if there are other ways, which are loans and transfers, and he realizes that with this, loan sharking and theft are common there. The instructor says it was smart for him to stay, as it's tricky to return to the neutral zone and he'd lose the perks. And to clear Seol's doubts, with a grin, she says one of the perks is the VIP store. Curious, he asks if they sell luxury items and brands at lower prices or something. And in the most blunt way, she asks what he's on about and what he'd do with a bag in the war zone. She says the goal in the neutral zone is to shop at the VIP store, as nothing compares to it elsewhere. Cheerful, she shows the top floor of the royalty, used by players who scored more than 1,000 points in the tutorial. But Jihu Seol is too tired to care and grumbles about how a place like this doesn't have an elevator. Panting, he asks if she expects him to go up and down all these stairs and how it's not the floor of royalty. Unfazed, she says it shouldn't be a big deal for those who have the right to stay on the floor. After all, it's not a resort. Then she tells him to quit whining. And continuing excitedly, she says she'll take him to check out the spot she's pointing to. Seol's shocked face is pretty obvious. She says the room will give him an epic recovery, and only 4 hours of sleep will totally heal his body. The place has a chill zone and fun stuff. A big fancy bathroom with a sweet bathtub, a super cozy room with a fireplace to warm things up. Impressed, he asks how a place like this can exist. She explains that the neutral zone is blessed by the 7 gods, so no effort spared to help the reps, and Seol thought he'd only have tests. The young man gets thoughtful as she says the main goal is to boost survival chances. The rep then hands him an item, and says it's better for him to see to believe. It's about the VIP store of the Lost Eden. Bidding farewell, she says may the blessing of lust be with him. Still confused, he just waves back, while she marches to the exit, annoyed by how far it is. The young man then remembers he doesn't even know her name. Near the door, the girl asks if he said something. For her to hear, Ciel shouts asking her name. Then she asks if he already forgot and says her name is Maria Yahello. A bit intimidated, he says goodbye. Yet the boy realizes it's the first time he's heard that name. Soon he flops onto the big circular bed, super tired. For him, it was a long day. His sleep-heavy eyes start to close. He sees only a small blur. The image then slowly forms. Until it fully forms, he wonders if he fell asleep in the hours. Looking at his phone, it's 11:12 p.m. Yawning, for him it was a good nap. Looking at the bed, he remembers what Maria Yahello handed him. Curious, he opens it and wonders what kind of stuff they must sell to be so hyped. His eyes widen at what he's seeing on the list. The cheapest item costs 30,000 points. He drops the info paper on the bed, thinking it's all bonkers. Jihu Seol bounces out of room number 1. Curious, he wonders if the squad hit their rooms and if the shops are shut. There's a small crew huddled around the info board. He strolls over to check it out. The crowd, spotting him, doesn't hide their stares. They don't seem thrilled with the dude's vibe. Hao Win eyes him suspiciously, while Delphine looks intrigued. For Jihu Seol, it's all a bit much, but whatever, he's all about the mission. He has to pick one and rip the paper, then boom, he's transported to the spot, and for team missions, they gotta squad up with peeps from other zones. He wonders if missions have a retry limit. One mission is a normal level maze with a 2-hour cap. The prize is 100 points. So he picks this mission, even if failing means a restart or getting booted. Delphine calls him over, and he spins around. With a cheeky grin, she invites him for tea. Suddenly, a bright light zaps the dude. Then the ripped mission paper flutters down. This ticks off the girl for being totally ghosted. Crying, she insists that's not what went down. Meanwhile, Jihu Seol finds himself somewhere else. First thing he spots are weird structures lit by torches. He scopes it all out, and then shuts his eyes, activating the 9 eyes ability. Each eye glows different colors with just 1 green, 3 oranges, and 1 red. He picks the green one. Meanwhile, back in the neutral zone. Suddenly, Jihu Seol pops back. Everyone's shook by the speed. Only 20 minutes passed. He thinks about trying another, maybe one with a juicier reward. The dude then spots one with impossible difficulty, but a sweet reward of 172,800 points. But something grabs his attention. To figure it out, he activates the 9 eyes. A paper stands out among the reds. It's a mission worth 1,000 points and can have up to 6 players. The yellow signal means he should tread carefully. The mission still has 15 tries left. No one's dared yet. And he remembers Kang-suk also turned yellow. Whatever. Life's a gamble. And he takes the mission. Delphine calls him again and asks if he remembers Thong Chai. Jihu Seol asks if it's the dude who snagged 5th place. Whispering, she says he got booted trying the maze mission. This leaves the dude super shocked. Then he notices Hao Win's presence. Jihu Seol knows it hints at danger, but asks why she thinks that. She says she's not sure, but it's been 2 hours and he's still MIA. However, Jihu says the mission seemed chill. The girl echoes his words, saying it's not chill, with a sad look. Once more, she invites him for tea. Her eyes light up when he says yes, but again, he rips the mission paper and says to save it for later. Rejected again, some even chuckle at the harshness. Hao Win picks up Seol's mission paper and is shook to see the mission he tackled solo. Curious, Delphine also thinks he's nuts for that. With that, Hao Win declares they lost players from 5th and 1st place just on day 1. The girl feels bummed about it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ji-hoo Seol's on another mission. It's pitch black, and he can't see squat. The fix is to use his phone's flashlight. To level up, he uses the 9 Eyes ability, then sees some super weird shapes. Using the flashlight, he lights up the dark zone, revealing creepy and gnarly figures. There's a bunch, and in the middle, something even bigger. This freaks the dude out big time. One skeleton raises its weapon, calling for an attack. Ji-hoo Seol steps back a bit, but there's no escape now. The skeletons start closing in. Quickly, he digs through his bag for the leftover magic spheres. The lead skeleton then yells for the attack, and Ji-hoo Seol scrambles in panic. He uses the flashlight to light up these things. One skeleton's closing in. With a leap, he dodges. While lighting up a part of the place, Ji-hoo Seol spots something, and to test, he lights up the monsters, but he has to dodge another swing. Quickly, he rummages for something in his bag. He pulls out the sphere and chucks it at them. The blast hits them all, but it doesn't do much, and Ji-hoo Seol thinks it's 'cause he didn't combo it right. The creatures are ready to attack again. Seol's speed is insane. He chucks another one. The magic orb's got a web to snatch up those creatures. Next up, he tosses hydrochloric acid, melting those monsters like ice cream in summer. Ji-hoo Seol's cornered, and more monsters are rolling in. He throws another orb, thinking now's not the time to cry over spilled magic. The magic orb smacks them. Bones scatter everywhere, like a spooky piñata. But the fight's far from over. This has the dude shaking in his boots, the skeletons dragging a massive axe, the monster's huge and ready to pounce. He thinks it's game over. The hit comes with a blinding light. Ji-hoo Seol's bag gets whacked, and his stuff spills everywhere. He's thinking it was just a mission needing focus, and now he might bite the dust in the lamest way. The giant skeleton's gearing up for another swing. Meanwhile, in the neutral zone, everyone thinks he's toast, and Hao Win's like, what a waste of time. Then, a light pops up behind him. Surprise, Ji-hoo Seol's back in action. This leaves the dude shocked, thinking the kid's got some cheat code or something. But then he spots it. Seol's looking wiped out and spooked. In his room, he's crashed by the door. His face shows pure terror. He can still replay the mission in his head after the monster smacked his bag. The mirror that fell with his other stuff, and when it hit the ground, reflecting a mega bright light. That zapped the big monster, and slowly turned it to dust while it screamed. It was the item he snagged from the library machine. At that moment, he grabbed the mirror from the ground and aimed it at the beast, making the light even stronger, obliterating the monster. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw something. More little creatures were lurking. Only a few left. One by one, they got wrecked, leaving Ji-hoo Seol totally wiped out. And slowly, the mirror started cracking. He nailed a tough mission, scoring 1,000 survival points. But Ji-hoo Seol's feeling it, wondering if he was too reckless, and doubting his top spot. In the end, life's all about risks. Tears flowing, he thinks he's a total fool and loser, wondering how he got so cocky. Someone knocks, and he quickly wipes his tears. He opens the door and is stunned to see who's there. With a sweet smile, Yi-seol ahs at his door. He gets all flustered when she calls him Ora Bayoni. Sitting on the wooden bench, Seol wraps up his story, saying it's a miracle he's still kicking. Then, with a grin, she asks if he wants to go for a run. He's like, what? She's hyped, saying running will clear his head and make him feel awesome, even if it's weird with everyone snoozing. But she says there's a spot. It's a team run, 10 laps on the track, and you can try as much as you want. She asks if it's too easy, but he's like, what's the point without a prize? But Seol says running helps her crash, and for all her effort to get him there, Ji-hoo Seol thinks about joining and asks how the team mode works. She explains they'll be a team while they're touching as one tears the paper. Then, Ji-hoo Seol taps her shoulder, making her blush, and asks if that's how it works. He asks if they can start, and she awkwardly agrees. The girl tears the paper, and they're transported. Ji-hoo Seol's amazed such a place exists. They start stretching, and it doesn't seem like a bad idea. But the dude just throws some air punches, and Yi-seol thinks he needs to stretch his legs. Ji-hoo Seol's already gassed, feeling like he might hurl, just thinking about how much is left. Yi-seol pumped, saying only 2 laps left and reminds him about the breathing pattern. But he's already done. Collapsed on the ground, Seol says he needs more stamina, and Ji-hoo asks how she's so good at running. Smiling, she says her family's full of athletes, and he thinks that's hardcore. Meanwhile, he's flat on the ground. But thinking about it, it's been ages since he worked out, diving into the world of partying, smoking, and gambling. Anyway, he chills and realizes running's not so bad. Oz all hyped, saying running's the ultimate stamina booster. He just nods, leaving her all confused. He's like, I can think straight now, all thanks to you. She blushes, saying she didn't do much, but she's stoked to help, and honestly, she's grateful he saved her. Ji-hoo Seol's down for another round, and she's totally in, calling him her Aura Bioni. Chill, he grabs her hand, but she's like, dude, you haven't even finished the last lap. Meanwhile, in the dorms, Yoon Seo-ra strolls into a room. She drops her bag on a bed and plops down. The others fake sleep but are totally spying on her. Her arm's still hurting, and she's trying hard not to cry. She thinks she can't ask for help anymore, feeling she's been a burden. She wants to show she's got this, and she's got to survive on her own strength. Meanwhile, Sang-a's wondering where Yoon Seo-ra is, and Sang-mi's like, let her be, no points for helping. She's like, how can you be so cold? One day you might need help too. He sighs, saying she thinks only he's cold. She's annoyed, asking what he means. Sung-jin jumps in, saying thanks to her, his sis is back, and Seol-a's all about repaying. Then Sang-a's like, where's Ji-hoo Seol? The dude's munching alone, deep in thought. His brain's buzzing about more missions. Something like the labyrinth sounds cool, but the reward's meh, not worth it. He remembers the place is all about boosting survival odds. He's focused on leveling up and getting fit. His bag's patched up and he's impressed. But then, a light bulb moment, and it clicks. He digs through his bag, remembering Han's advice about the paper, the guide's note. The paper's got tips for the neutral zone and an item to boost strength. Ji-hoo Seol's curious about the item and realizes everyone's buzzing about the VIP store, so he decides to check it out. The attendant's snoozing on the counter. Half asleep and drooling, he greets him to the VIP store. The dude's exhausted but still checks him out. He's like, only those with 30,000 survival points can enter. Ji-hoo Seol's shocked, asking if he can't even peek, but the guy's face says nope. Seol's just curious about competence, catching the attendant's interest. Surprised, the guy's like, did you just say competence? To clear things up, Seol reads the paper and the guy realizes it's from the guide, asking for the ticket. The guy heads to the cabinet behind the counter. He opens the door. There are tubes inside, and he says competence is also in other stores. He grabs a vial and says the VIP store's stuff is way better, cost-wise and effect-wise. Ji-hoo Seol's intrigued, asking what's the big deal. He says it boosts training by 4 times for 12 hours, and VIP ones double that, like training for 8 days. The boy's mind is blown, and like sharing a secret, the guy says it's 400 points, and since the normal one's 250, it's a steal, mentioning it's super rare. Ji-hoo Seol's only thinking about the 8-day training effect. The guy thinks he's got him hooked, with a sly grin, asking if he'll buy it. Showing his key and gold pouch, he asks if discounts apply. The guy's like, you must be the one from the rumors, but no discounts here. Still, Ji-hoo Seol's set on buying them all. He uses a competence vial, and his energy's through the roof on the run. Meanwhile, 2 survivors are duking it out, and one dude's all, I almost bit the dust 'cause of that kid. Min Young's just chillin', watching the drama unfold, same as everyone else trying to figure out the tea. Little Delphine's all ears, super curious about what went down. Lorda spills the beans about his teamwork issues, saying they got picked by score and faced some serious struggles. The guy mentions Thong Chai went through something similar, firsthand, but the other dude's like, nah, my story's different. I just did the challenge out of pure curiosity. And Delphine's like, everyone thought you got booted 'cause you took forever. Thong Chai's all, my bad, I'm just a wanderer at heart. Someone yells, grabbing the trio's attention. It's the kid whining about how he's gonna rack up 1,000 points, even for socks. And the other guy's like, at this rate, I'll have to quit eating and sleeping. Min Young spots someone coming over. It's Maria Yeriel, sipping her drink. The lady in red calls her over. She asks if the deadline's in 2 weeks and wonders if they're planning to disqualify everyone, causing chaos. The kid suggests using Earth money and everyone's on board. But the girl shrugs, calling them broke for not affording vending machine coffee. This ticks people off and they ask who she thinks she is to talk like that. Fed up, the girl says, if they've got beef, take it up with the boss. Just thinking about that woman gives everyone the creeps. Finally, Maria's like, stop wasting time with this arrogant girl, go on a mission. Hao wins chilling with the crew, while Maria Yeriel strolls with her drink. In one facility, they're worried about Seol, thinking he's dumber than expected. They also think the kid's nuts, and he spent half a month training. They didn't expect someone like him to show up. The woman in charge says the deities must be pretty pleased. Then the Area 2 rep asks if it's time to spill the beans. She asks if she means the deadline. The blonde says the neutral zone's a mess. Can't imagine the survivors' reaction to the real deadline. But the boss says she's sweating the small stuff, just say they felt bad and extended it. Then she asks what if she said the deadline was 3 months. To her they'd slack off, needing only 30 points a day. Not a pretty sight. She says even the most useless will finish normal difficulty in time. and with gradual growth, the talented will ace the tougher missions. To her, with the tight deadline, they're taking missions seriously, but soon they'll hit their limit. The boss remembers when she completed missions like a madwoman, and says if she trained hard like him, she'd be twice as strong. With that, the rep agrees. The boss tells her to go ahead, help him if she wants. The woman tries to argue, but the leader says she knows he was recommended by Miss Foxy. However, she found out something interesting. Ji-hoo Seol's still running, lost count of laps. But who cares? He's running till he drops. He wonders if he should pause, but thinks he can start again if he walks to catch his breath. In the end, no point overthinking, no one's judging, and he wonders if coming here was smart. The kid's exhausted, wondering if thinking like this means running's getting tough. He thinks he's pathetic, and that's why Seonhwa dumped him and his family bailed, so he screams. This distraction makes him trip. He loses balance and faceplants. The kid's down but fights to get up. He needs to keep going. A pain hits his stomach, like a punch, and, as a result, he pukes. Ji-hoo Seol's drenched in sweat. He's wiped out from all the effort. Still, he nailed a basic mission, scoring 10 survival points. The trait of lacking determination got wiped, and his vigor level went from low to low intermediate. The light hits Ji-hoo Seol, and he's transported. He's back at the neutral zone HQ, ready to rock. This young dude spots someone chillin' right in front of him. The person's holding a drink, looking all casual, and then, boom, offers it to him. Turns out, it's the instructor he met on day 1. Needing a pick-me-up, he grabs the cup and thanks her. No time to waste, Ji-hoo Seol gulps it down like it's a race. But then, plot twist, she says it cost 10 points. She admits she never thought she'd say this as an instructor, but tells him to cut down his training time. He's all, why would I do that? Surprise. She says his training's gone way over what his body can handle. She advises him to chill, saying the more he naturally recovers, the faster he'll bounce back. She also suggests he eats at this place she recommends, for some power-up meals. He's thinking, bet that place is pricey, and worries it'll mess with his training time. But she's like, eating's training too, gotta boost efficiency in a short time. Another tip, she says, is to try different training methods, and she'll help him out. Ji-hoo Seol's curious why she's helping, wondering if it's about the gold mark. She flashes back to a chat with the boss. She says it's possible he's not linked to Sinyoung, but remembers Hannah Kim recommended him. The boss confirms Miss Foxy's part of the crew, but the gold stamp wasn't from them, even though she's got it. She then says for Agnes to help him, she's gotta go all out, since he's an irregular with a gold mark like Sung Shi-hyun 2 years back. This freaks her out, knowing an executor trained the guy. Agnes says she won't take the blame if Seol turns into a big bad later on. Back to now, she explains he's got potential and wants to guide him right, and he's like, no problem. He's all, if possible I want someone super skilled to train me hard, heard rumors about someone. Agnes is like, no need to look further, and she introduces herself as Claire Agnes, aka the demonic instructor. Everyone at the academy is shook. Training kicks off, and she's not going easy on him. Ji-hoo Seol's wiped out and pauses for a sec. But then, wham, she's like, who said you could rest? She orders him to start over from scratch. Weights hit the ground with a thud. Out of breath, he's got no strength left, and Agnes asks what he's doing, and he's like, break time? But she's like, rest comes after, not during. He's in deep trouble with her. She says she can be nicer, though she thinks she's still being chill, and she threatens to find someone else. And he's like, okay, I'll do it. Agnes tells him to quit whining and get up fast. She pushes him harder, and now he gets why she's called the demonic instructor. Ji-hoo Seol dives back into training, giving it his all, but during the workout, his legs shaking like crazy. She yells, told you to watch those knees. From the infirmary, the doc's already saying it's getting worse and needs proper treatment. The woman wraps Yoon Seo-ra's arm, saying a basic fix holds for now, but a better one costs 2,000 points. But the girl's broke, and the woman suggests borrowing from the gold mark dude. The girl's super shy, and the doc's like, no time for embarrassment. Yoon Seo-ra bows, grateful for the help. The doc reminds her to use the reagent to stop infection and beg for survival points. Suddenly Maria pops up, sarcastically commenting on the advice. She says priests should look out for each other before awakening, but Maria's just talking about the arm. And Maria seems to agree with that. Yoon Seo-ra checks the reagent's price. She's only got 23 points, but she might be toast without it. Sadly, she thinks if that happens, her dad would be bummed. The girl remembers the woman saying now's not the time to be embarrassed. She crumples the paper nervously, just thinking about it. Someone spots her and calls her over. It's Seol-ah, all cheerful and bubbly. They chat about what they've been up to, and Yoon Seo-ra fibs, saying her arm's all good. Seol-ah asks if she's eaten, and, as a thank you for saving her life, offers to pay. Yoon Seo-ra, super shy, asks about Seol-ah's brother. She says he's off on a mission with Sang-mi, and Yoon Seo-ra thinks how sweet she is, even after delivering the potion. Someone super annoyed bumps into Yoon Seo-ra's hurt arm. She hits the ground, wincing in pain. Yi Seol-ah spins around, annoyed, to see who it was, and tells him he should apologize for bumping into someone. But the guy turns, curses, and asks her to repeat herself. She just asks him to apologize, saying the girl's arm is injured. Even more intimidating, he asks if she's saying he dislocated her shoulder, but Seola explains what happened. Very arrogantly, he tells her to put a cast or a sign on it, and a crowd gathers to watch. Meanwhile, Yoon Seo-ra's freaked out by people's comments. She even asks her chances of going to paradise, and they say she should leave. Another one calls her a nuisance, making her even sadder. And Seol-ah's worried because this isn't how she pictured things going down. Not wanting to hear more, Yoon Seo-ra asks them to leave. The guy spits on the ground in disdain, while the lady in red looks disapprovingly at the scene. But Yi Seol-ah feels dumb for causing this mess. Yoon Seo-ra just keeps walking, not waiting for anyone, and says she just remembered she has something to do. But before she vanishes, someone calls out to them. It's Sang-ah, rocking a new and stylish outfit. The woman bangs on the table, hearing the whole story. She says she should have been there, but Yoon Seo-ra tells her not to worry, and Seol-ah says it was her fault. Sang-ah says the guy's nuts, and curious about the meds, asks to see them. The girl agrees and tries to fish the paper from her pocket. The woman notices she still can't use her right arm. When she finally gets it, she hands it over. Sang-ah remembers they talked about the pricey antibiotics. The woman hands it over and asks about the points, saying she's spending more than she earns. The girls feel awkward talking about it. Then Sang-ah suggests asking Seol, but Yoon Seo-ra insists on finding her own solution. However, the woman reminds her it's tough to gather 1,000 points alone with less than 10 days left, and she should treat her arm. But Yoon Seo-ra says she thinks they don't have just 1 month. This leaves the two confused about what she means. Meanwhile, at the Neutral Zone Academy, Ji-hoo Seol keeps up with his training ritual. He pushes himself to the max while the count goes on. Upon reaching number 1, Agnes tells him to stop. But he keeps going, wanting just a bit more time like this. He wants to test beyond his limit, which doesn't last long, and he collapses on the mat, exhausted. Agnes says she admires his willpower, but overdoing it will harm his body. Besides, it'd be terrible if he got injured. But for her, it's great that Seol follows through without complaining. Her worry is he might get impatient or greedy with missions. Ji-hoo Seol wants to ask her something, and she encourages him to go ahead. The young man wants to know what they do in paradise, catching her off guard. Agnes says for someone with a gold mark, he asked a question only a contractor would ask, and wonders if the person who used the stamp didn't explain. He thinks Hannah Kim kind of explained, but he doesn't remember much from the dream. To explain, Agnes says it's like fantasy medieval-style games, but IRL, and Seol asks if it's about slaying monsters and selling loot, but she says the only difference is you're really risking your life, but skips the war part. Then Ji-hoo Seol stands up, more determined, and asks if he shouldn't be learning some techniques. For a new question from the young dude, Agnes is all, chill, it's not time yet. He's stressing, saying there's only 9 days left, so they should totally do some missions. But she's like, trust me if you want me as your trainer, or bounce and do your thing. Ji-hoo Seol's worried he'll just be dead weight when he gets there. Agnes is confused, like, why worry? Your class isn't even picked yet. Then she's all, what if you just keep training till the end? He's deep in thought about what he'd do. The young dude's like, even with little time, I know you're being real with me. And she's thinking, how can he say that without cringing? But he's a bit unsure about her weird reaction. Anyway, she's not supposed to spill, but she'll tell him if he keeps it hush-hush. Back with the girls, Yoon Seo-ra spills about the 3 months and how they haven't done the big thing yet. Then she drops the bomb. It's the awakening. Agnes explains to Ji-hoo Seol he'll get 1 of 4 classes in the awakening chamber and train up. The boy's like, that's way too short to do everything. And she's like, we'll get more time. Everyone's hyped hearing this. While Seol-ah's celebrating, someone's creeping on her. The boy's mind is blown by the news. He bolts to a dorm and yells he's got good news. But Min Young's not alone. Annoyed, she's like, next time, knock. Don't be rude. The guy's like, close the door. It's getting chilly. The boy's all, what's he doing here? And she's like, just 'cause we ate and slept doesn't mean we're dating. Don't be naive. Her words leave him shook. The moon's just chilling, watching it all. The guy doesn't hold back and punches the other. The boy hits the ground. Min Young's like, ready to cooperate now? The young dude's like, I couldn't get all my points. She gives a signal and the other gets it quick. So she punches him again, right in the ribs. He's down, drooling from the pain. Min Young steps on his head and she's like, wanna keep going? We can do this all night. But he's done. Begging her to stop, he'll hand it over. And she's like, see? No need for round 2. They only get 70 points, which ticks off Min Young, who's like, we need 500 more. The guy's like, what now? No one left to take from. The whole thing's stressing her out. On the morning of day 30, instructors gather, and Cinzia makes an announcement to all survivors in the plaza. And obviously not everyone's thrilled, and the guy's like, what's this about? Cinzia's like, are you deaf? Anyone without 1,000 points failed. Even annoyed, she's like, here's who passed. The names are Jihu Seol, Delphine, and Leorda. And finally, Hyun from Area 1, only a few made it. A bit salty, Sang-ah calls him stingy, but the guy's like, every man for himself. But Hao Win from Area 7's like, that's not what I heard. Cinzia's like, don't care what you heard, I'm the boss here. He and his crew aren't happy. Then Yoon Seo-ra from Area 1's like, what about the awakening? With sass, the woman's like, you think the 7 deities bless those who can't get 1,000 points? But this just confuses everyone. And they all want to know about the awakening and the gods. Hao Win's like, what if I get 1,000 points now? This gets Cinzia curious, and she's like, how? He orders his crew to send all the points, and they do it. No fuss. And then everyone's like, we can do this, and start begging for points. But Cinzia's not having it. She's like, stop it. She's like, you're trash. Not even good for a human shield. Not worthy of the awakening. To her, they're all useless, just like on Earth. That shuts them up real quick. Cinzia's all right, last shot folks. You got 2 months to show me you can turn into recyclable trash. Everyone's buzzing, thinking they're saved, but she's like, hold up, party after you meet the 7 deities. 'Cause, you know, it might be a bit of a downer for some. So, they line up to the 8th floor, heading to the awakening chamber. Right now, Jihu Seol's up next. Something grabs his attention. It's Delphine, just out of the machine, chilling on the floor. He checks if she's cool. Even though she's wiped, she grins and says she's a mage. This piques his interest because of something he heard. When Agnes broke down the 4 main classes in Paradise, warrior, archer, priest, and mage. Warrior's the basic one, archers are next, and priests are rare, like finding a unicorn. In his head, he wonders about the mage. She mentions with so many peeps here, mages might not even show up, since it's the rarest class, all decided by the deities. Anyway, it's his turn now. Jihu Seol's checking out every corner, super curious. He steps into this wild room, eye symbol on the door, everything's blindingly white. Then, bam, a weird anomaly hits. It's so intense it lifts him off the ground, like the wind's gone rogue. Jihu Seol's in a place where space-time's all funky, and a strange voice says the awakening's kicking off. A ball of energy zooms towards his belly. The deities are chatting, shocked by his mana levels and native skills. They mention he lost an ability once, draining his mana, but he was clueless. At least they agree to make him a mage, but the dude's not feeling it. That's not his vibe. They get he wants to be a warrior, thinking maybe mage isn't his jam. The deities can't decide, so they vote, ending in a tie. But Gluttony hasn't spoken yet. Jihu Seol kinda senses the deity, even if it's just a glowing shape. That seems to be inching closer. He exits the room like Delphine did, and right away Agnes asks about his class, even though he's still catching his breath from the whole ordeal. They celebrate with toasts. At least some of the Area 1 crew is there. Sangmi teases, saying Sang-ah's on cloud 9, and she jokes he should think about what to say to a priestess. Jihu Seol notices Seol-ah's not too thrilled, so he says the archer class is awesome too. She says she's worried about her brother, but Sung-jin says he's not the only warrior. To chill them out, Jihu Seol says they need all classes, each in their spot, but Sang-mi says he's only saying that cause he's in a good spot, and not everyone, like Yoon Seo-ra, took the result well. Meanwhile, Maria Yeriel's eavesdropping, but she thinks they're all clueless, thinking it's easy to survive with a busted arm, especially as a warrior. One customer complains the order's wrong, but all she cares about is why she's even stressing. Even with the customer whining, she decides not to sweat it since Yoon Seo-ra won't pay her. With a sly grin, she plans to snag the special perks and stack some cash. Then, with a sweet smile, she says she'll handle the customer. Cinzia's chilling, getting another drink. The awakening ended with 1 mage, 4 priests, 22 archers, and finally, 51 warriors. She asks if Agnes is bummed about the outcome, and Cinzia guesses she's thinking if he was at least an archer, he could have led an expedition. She says warriors are needed too, but there are so many, they end up as human shields, and now Jihu Seol's one of them. But Agnes says she just needs to train him right. She's in a meditation sesh with the young dude. The exercise looks tough from his face, and Agnes stays firm, saying she just needs to train him right. She then announces they're moving to the next training phase. To Jihu Seol's surprise, it's all about feeling the mana. The woman's all, yo, mana kicks in once your class is set. Can you feel it yet? Then he's like, oh yeah, that energy from the awakening chamber. She's like, time to train your class in mana, dude. Suddenly he jumps up and Agnes is like, what's up? Jihu Seol's like, I heard I can buy stuff at the store. But nope, He just gets a playful smack on the head. She's like, sure it helps, but if you don't train, you'll hit a wall. The mana kicks in when he tears the mission ticket, zapping him to the chosen spot, and she's got his back for a week. She's like, remember that awakening chamber vibe? You've got a week. The boy's all, huh? But he gives it a shot. Boom, hit by a blinding white light. Something super weird's going down. Jihu Seol's feeling like he's in a whole new world. He's trying to figure out if it's mana. It's like breathing in a sauna. A wild energy smacks him. Then, bam, he's wrapped in a bright light. And just like that, he's back. Mission complete. No sweat. Agnes is like, how'd you pull that off? Even he's like, did I finish it right away? The message popped up after. She's like, try making the mana flow. But he's all, how do I even do that? But he feels that familiar vibe. The energy flows through him. For Seol, it's like an old buddy, and boom, class skill mana application unlocked. Agnes gets it. He ditched the mage class. He's like, I wanted to rock a spear. They're at the bulletin board, and he's picking a mission. Agnes is like, he picked the perfect mission for spear skills. She's just nodding along. Then Jihu Seol rips the mission paper, and poof, he's gone before Agnes's eyes. Seol's mana is so epic, the deities wanted him as a mage, but he's all about being a warrior like Sung Shihyun. He's in an open field, holding his shiny new spear. Jihu Seol grips it tight, trying to vibe with it, and he's like, this is the feeling I wanted. He's practicing thrusts, no mana yet. He remembers Agnes saying without the right stance, counterattacks are a no-go. So he's got to do it 1,250 times. It's training, just like when he did the 8x effect of competence 10,000 times. And for the whole time he's grinding, following Agnes's advice on repetition. He lands the final hit on the wooden dummy. The basic spear thrust skill is born, and his native skills all, hey there. In the bathroom, one stall's taken. Yoon Seo-ra's munching on a cookie with her good arm. She's savoring it, making it last. Someone knocks, and she jumps. Then they call her name, and she's like, I know that voice. No answer, so she's like, oops, wrong person. But just as she's leaving, Seol-ah stops her. Yoon Seo-ra opens the stall door. Seol-ah orders a sandwich and 2 hot milks. While eating, Yoon Seo-ra's super hungry. And Seol-ah totally notices. Seol-ah's like, how's your arm? The girl's like, it's gone. Seol-ah's like, ask Jihu for help, you gotta train, but like this, you might not. But Yoon Seo-ra's like, I can't always lean on him. Seol-ah's worried about the dangers and mentions a uni student from Area 1 who got knocked out during a mission. This shocks the other girl. Seol-ah's like, Unnie, don't leave me. She's like, you're my hero, let me repay you. The girl's touched by the sweet gesture. Jihu Seol's picking a mission from the board. He grabs one. And everyone's like, whoa, he's just doing basic stuff. Some say it's smart, he's racking up points, while others risk it all for missions. The two dudes are like, man, we're so jelly. Meanwhile, Seol's thinking, what if I don't do any missions before the time's up? Even though he trusts Agnes, he's all about those results. His spear training's still going strong. He's getting way quicker with that spear, but he's stuck thinking about whether he can actually beat those things with his current skills. The dude just flops to the ground, totally wiped out, and he's like, man, it's been ages since I got a haircut. Especially when he couldn't even afford ramen because of those gambling debts. Anyway, he decides to roll with Agnes, realizing sometimes slow and steady wins the race. After his mission, he's back, and he's flying solo because no one's around looking for a mission. But he's not totally alone, because Yoon Seo-ra's watching him. She's got this sad vibe and seems like she's mustering up the courage to talk to him. Then someone pops up, calling her a cripple. A woman steps out, accusing her of trading favors for her body, saying she can't do much else. Yoon Seo-ra's like, I never did that. Then the woman grabs her hurt arm, hard. She tells her to stop making excuses and asks if she wanted to replace the guy who just died. The girl's freaked out and shocked by the news. And Min Young's like, he was being supported. The woman lets go, wishing her luck, hinting maybe she likes a cripple. The news hits her hard and she fights back tears. She bolts, not wanting to believe it. Meanwhile, Agnes is cruising through the halls, finally finds Jihu Seol, who she's been hunting for everywhere. And she gets why he was MIA. Dude was just getting a fresh cut. Jihu Seol's like, yeah, took a bit, but she's cool with it, and thinks he's trained enough, holding up without shortcuts. Hopeful, he asks what that means. Agnes says he's gonna start doing missions. In a forest, Jihu Seol's got his spear ready. He downs another competence booster, chucks the empty bottle on the ground. In the trees, red eyes are peeping at him. On alert, he's already got his spear out for whatever's coming. 2 massive, furry beasts show up. They're chatting with each other. Then they split up, trying to surround Jihu Seol. The boy's thinking if he should wait, but if he does, they might hit him from both sides. So he goes for the best move. He charges at one beast, striking with his spear, His best move was taking the lead. Other survivors are chatting about him hogging all the easy missions, while another says he's smashing the hard ones super fast. Delphine rolls up and sees the group huddled. She's curious about what's up. Meanwhile, Jihu Seol's becoming unstoppable, hunting for new missions. He's caught off guard by Delphine, who says he'll need a team someday. She explains that handling missions way above his level solo is a no-go, and even if he's not feeling it, he needs teamwork experience. Jihu Seol gets she's got a point, cause these missions, though tough, offer 10,000 points. But he says there's something he needs to handle alone, and without waiting, he rips the paper, ignoring her again. Delphine figures out where he went. Transported to his chosen spot, Jihu Seol grins at seeing them again. He's back where his fears kicked off. The creatures are charging at him. No escape, no retreat, only one thing left to do. This time, Jihu Seol's not standing still, he charges to attack. With his spear, he takes down everything in his way, his weapons glowing with mana. A few more fall easily to him. The Monster King roars, trying to intimidate, and with a huge axe, it goes for the attack. It comes from behind while Jihu Seol's dealing with a smaller skeleton. He's been waiting for this day forever. With fire in their eyes, the two face off. Jihu Seol's been waiting for this moment forever. Their weapons clash. But Seol's not about to lose. He gives it all he's got. His spear pierces the giant skeleton, splitting its top half. Mission accomplished, earning 1,000 survival points, totaling 85,280. But Jihu Seol's points drop from 128,780 to 38,780. He figures it's worth it, cause only a few can shop at the VIP store. Alright, so check this out. Jihu Seol's got this magic potion, right? But he's saving the super strength one for later, cause right now, he's all about those 9 eyes. He just lets the empty bottle drop, no biggie, and boom, his skills level up, unlocking this epic runaway now warning. He's stoked, just needs one more potion to max out. Then, Jihu spots someone in his room. It's Hannah Kim, and it's been a hot minute since they last hung out. She's going on about some letter he didn't read, saying he's got an assistant perk, but Seol's like, nah, what's up? She's got a warning and needs help, but thinks he's chillin' and doesn't need a pep talk. Hannah's all, find some squad mates, suggesting Delphine or this big shot, Hao-Win. Jihu jokes about her being his mom picking friends, then asks what she really wants. Turns out, she needs him to help Yoon Seo-ra. It's a favor from her boss. They want Seo-ra to level up naturally, but things are messy right now. Seol's smart, says since they invited her, they owe him big time. He's like, what's in it for me? Hannah drops a Bible verse. Treat others how you want to be treated. Seol's like, huh? She explains debts always get paid in paradise thanks to the golden rule. As she bounces, she leaves the choice to him, and Seol's just thinking about sorting his own stuff first. He eyes the potion. Everything's spinning around him. Another potion down, and his 9 eyes skill levels up again. The golden color, the golden rule, is unlocked. He stumbles out, noticing the timing with Hannah's chat. He's wondering how to use this new power. Activates the 9 eyes. Only one floor in the whole building glows gold. The door looks busted open, and he's hyped to see what's inside. He steps in and sees the glows coming from a person. Gets closer, and it's Yoon Seo-ra. Her room's all cozy with a fireplace. Meanwhile, Maria Yariel's saying they gotta chop an arm off. But Jihu remembers she's a top-tier healer, a level 4 priestess. But she's like, I can't reverse time on a dead arm. Agnes jumps in, saying if she hits level 5, she can learn this mega healing move. It's called the Colossal Wound Treatment. Maria's not having it. Tells her to zip it, while Seol's confused, asking if she's not level 4. Agnes explains priests can pray for a blessing, but the girl's not buying it. The cost is steep, and after the ritual, there's no guarantee the deity will hook them up. If it fails, the priest's stuck in bed for a week with a fever and can't cast spells for 2 weeks. Plus, if she bails from the neutral zone early, all her points vanish, and the materials are pricey. Jihu gets that if he adds up the points, Maria can make it happen, revealing she's got 30,000 points. The girl's an area assistant, so she's got the freedom to ask if he's easily swayed. She's like, if you've got points, hit up the VIP store or hand them over. Why waste them on this? Seol's a bit freaked, says it's a request from the person who invited him. She figures Hannah Kim's visit was about this. She sighs, dropping some choice words about the hassle. The girl mentions 82,000 points, leaving them all puzzled. Then she spills that's the total cost for the ceremony materials. Only 10 tough missions left, and she's got 10 tries. Delphine checks the mission board, thinking only the top-ranked could handle it. Someone asks if she's down for coffee, but she brushes it off, thinking it's just a scout. Then she notices something and turns around. Jihu Seol's the one who invited her. He's like, I want to roll with your crew. The squad's together, and Hao-Win's shocked at the 82,000 points price tag. At least with Seol joining the squad, the endless chatter about his mission obsession might finally chill, plus he can tackle those mega-hard challenges. Anyway, Hao wins all in, wanting him on the team, and promises they'll help him rack up those 82,000 points. Thongchai thinks they're going overboard, suggesting finding another skilled warrior might be smarter, but Delphine argues he's awesome enough to handle missions solo, though the dude's not totally convinced. Then Leorda's like, Seol, show us what you got, needing proof to believe. So, Jihu Seol's ready to step up and prove himself. The siblings feel bad about the whole situation, feeling guilty for dragging Seol into this. Meanwhile, Seola's freaking out about how to score all those points. Suddenly, the door swings open with a bang. The siblings jump, surprised by the visitor. Maria Yariel bursts in, all hyped, with her crew, announcing she's here for the ritual. Meanwhile, the rest hang outside the room. Sung Jin calls out for Jihu Seol. The dude's curious how he snagged almost 80,000 points in a day. Hao Win, puffing away to chill, asks what he's on about. The guy says they only managed around 40,000 points. The room's so lit up, the golden glows peeking through the door cracks, freaking everyone out. They all want to know what's going down inside. Finally, the door swings open. Maria Yariel stumbles out, exhausted, with the other priestesses helping her, all beat up and worn out. She reminds Seol he's now in her debt. Then, he remembers the golden rule, as Jihu. Seol watches her leave. Everyone stares in awe at the door. It's Yoon Seo-ra, fully healed. Yi Seola rushes to her, super happy she's okay. Yoon Seo-ra then glances at Jihu Seol. The young guy just gives her a nod. That's all she needs, and she smiles back in thanks. Watching the scene, Hao Win wonders if this is love. With Seol and Delphine's crew, they crushed every mission they took on. Seol paid back all the points he borrowed in just 2 days. And as a bonus, Seo-ra, Seol-ah, and Sung Jin started training with a certain instructor. Agnes, showing no mercy, tells them to whine during breaks and orders them to start over. The trio agrees she's basically the devil in disguise. Only 1 day left until the neutral zone's deadline, and another team mission's done. Just one left, the impossible mission. Leorda says it's nuts, and Hao agrees, warning not to mix up stupidity with courage, and the girl sighs over the lost VIP store coupon. Jihu Seol grins watching the scene. Then, the moment arrives, and they wonder if it's time to split up. In room number 1, the trio gathers while Seol checks his stuff, like 3 spheres, a consciousness fluidity pen. Among his things, he finds a scroll that's been forgotten forever. It was what he got in the auditorium. Yoon Seo-ra says it's a shame he hasn't used it yet, but he insists it'll come in handy someday. Then, Sungjin mentions the rumor that when the neutral zone ends, items gained by privilege vanish, and they'd have to give up their phones too. Jihu Seol sighs, wondering if at least the activated magic is random. Curious, Yoon Seo-ra wants to know what kind of magic it might have, and shares hers was the imprisonment type, but he doubts that's what the scroll's about. With the end near, the place is deserted. Meanwhile, Jihu Seol eyes the lone mission on the bulletin board, thinking about another gamble. He grabs the mission paper. Ripping the paper, he's ready to do whatever it takes. For him, this time it's a sure thing. The mission's a one-shot deal, needing to wipe out the Guardian race and wreck the fortress in 48 hours, with elimination on the line. A blue card slides under Jihu Seol's room door. Yoon Seo-ra's there and curious about what it is. She picks up the card and sees it's for her. It's a mission scroll for sword training, but there's another one that makes her eyes pop when she sees what's inside. The corridor's empty and dimly lit. In the room, the lady in red's bummed the boy's gone. With him there, she feels she wouldn't be in this mess. She notices something happening outside. Her room door swings open, and she stands up, on high alert. A hand reaches out from the shadows and grabs her. The woman's super scared. It's Yoon Seo-ra who grabs her by her dress. Suddenly, a light shines on them. They're whisked away to another place. The girl's staring, trying to figure out what's up with her. Yoon Seo-ra's all, grab the sword. Here's your shot. But the woman's like, nah, deadline's tomorrow. The girl's like, you started this whole mess. That night, everyone was chilling together. Min Young spilled the beans to Burrito, and the college kid was like, something's fishy. Nobody was around that day. Burrito messed up, told her to zip it, said he might toss her some points. But someone was watching the whole drama unfold, and told the dude to scram. The young guy's all, I want a rematch. Then the dude's like, wanna get kicked out? And opens the door, super annoyed. Ripping the paper, the young guy's like, don't mess with a Korean army sergeant. Poof, they're gone from there, leaving the hallway totally empty, and Yoon Seo-ra's free to bounce. Finally, she can leave in peace, but the woman's like, no way the kid did that. Yoon Seo-ra's like, you know it, just scared to admit. Without Burrito, you're lost. Annoyed, the woman grabs the sword, tells her to zip it, yelling that the girl's clueless while she charges, but Yoon Seo-ra's ready with her own sword. Then they're facing off right there, and Yoon Seo-ra gets the upper hand. Bam, sword to the chest. Reluctantly, the lady in red's like, not how I wanted to go. The woman hits the ground, and the girl's like, you won't be the only one I send packing. The VIP store ticket drops to the floor. Like back from the dead, Jihu Seol's all, mission impossible, completed. The prize? A VIP store ticket and 172,800 survival points, making it 477,977 total. Agnes jokes if he's got a death wish with a bamboo stick, but trusts he's got a plan, and yeah, he's got something cooking. Jihu Seol remembers chatting with Hannah about the impossible mission, asking why it's even a thing. She spills about the only dude who did it, Sung Shi-hyun, but thinks, he just got super lucky. The cube Seol opened found the perfect talisman for the moment. A level 12 earthquake's about to hit where he's at. His win? All thanks to 2 lucky rolls in his bet. Jihu Seol's taking this secret to the grave. Handing over the ticket, Agnes asks if she can drop one last tip. Everyone's gathered in the plaza for the big announcement. Cinzia's all, neutral zone's done. With a scary look, she asks if they know how to bail. A door swings open, blasting yellow light. Some squint, but Jihu Seol's peeping and sees they're out of the neutral zone, in Lost Paradise. He's wondering if it's really over. Claire Agnes steps through the portal. Looking at her, the young guy gets it, and realizes it's not over yet. This is just the start of everything. A voice from behind's like, now you look like a real earthling. It's Hannah Kim, offering a ride home. But Jihu Seol's not thrilled. The woman's freaking out, saying time's slower here, he's been gone 3 months, asking if he wants a missing person report. Each survivor gets an assistant, and he's wondering if he'll see everyone again. But he's hopeful, as long as they stay alive. Jihu Seol's taken to Scheherazade, the Temple of Lust. Hannah Kim says Yoon Seora's staying at Sinyoung HQ, suggests it's goodbye time. Grinning, Seol's like, it was fun while it lasted. Then he tells her to take care. But before he bounces, the girl runs up, wanting his name. She's like, Seol isn't your last name, spill the real one. Smiling, he's like, it's Seol Jihu. The new place is super cool. There's an open portal there. She's asking why he kept his name secret, and she only knows because she did some digging on him. But Jihu Seol says he never dropped his name at the casino, feeling he wasn't cool enough to use it. After a while, it just became a habit. Plus, he didn't want to mess up the name his parents gave him. Then Hannah Kim wonders if it's time to start using it again. Without a word, he just tells her he'll catch her later on Earth. The room's still a disaster zone, just how he left it. Only the portal's light gives a quick glow. Jihu Seol cracks open the window that's been shut forever. Unlike before, the street's buzzing with people. And that's how he knows he's really back. He spots his phone chillin' there. Battery's toast. Duh. He was MIA for a month. Time to juice it up. From a total flop, the dude's now cruising in a fancy ride. Hannah mentioned sending cash because their gig's all about earthlings living the dream, but 150 million won? Mind blown. He's back at the casino, and yep, that's where the taxi drops him. Jihu Seol grins, thinking about how long it's been since he was there. But nah, that's not where he's sticking around. Another car drops him at a spot less bougé than the casino. He steps into the house, hoping it's empty, cause he's not ready for eye contact. But an annoyed voice asks what he's doing there. The guy's name is Hyung, and he asks again, more serious this time, what he's doing there. Showing the bags, he says he's returning the 50 million won he borrowed and that the laptop and car are for Jin Hee. Curious, the guy asks if he hit the jackpot or something. From upstairs, a girl asks who he's chatting with. Her smile fades when she sees who's there. She comes down, asking how he dares to show up, since she threatened to end him if she found him. But she notices something's different. The girl checks out the car, asking if it's his, saying she thought she'd never see it again after Seol sold it. The guy asks if he came from the casino, then tells him to scram with the dirty money. But Seol says the cash isn't from gambling. He just went to the casino to blacklist himself. Then the guy asks where all this dough's from, and the girl already assumes it's shady business. Ji-hee grabs the bags and won't give them back, even if the guy asks. She says she'll take it, even if she regrets it later. The guy says they'll chat another time. Ji-hoo tries to stop Hyung from leaving, but he's too late. The boy's bummed. This wasn't the plan. It's night, and the coffee shop's still buzzing. The staff's unsure how to judge the dude, and are curious about his link with the manager. Seonhwa says she got a call from Wooseok asking if she lent money for gambling, but Jihu Seol says he earned it through work and a bonus for his skills. She asks what kind of work, but Seol says it's top secret, so Seonhwa just has a hunch about what it might be. The woman asks if he went there by any chance. Jihu Seol dashes through the busy street in a rush. He heard they go abroad and then return. The chat with his ex where she asks about organ sellers, which leaves him totally confused. She asks how he scored such a big amount in just a month. Being compared to those kinds of people wasn't fun, especially from her. Hannah Kim's waiting for him. The young dude's not as chill as before. He then rests his head on her shoulder, leaving her speechless. In a panic, Jihu Seal begs to go back. The carriage has got some folks on board. One asks how much longer till they hit Haramark, and the guy says if he knew it'd end like this, he'd have waited for a girl to join. The knight asks if he agrees, but Alex says it's not bad having a bro trip. Since the ride's gonna take a while, the guy introduces himself as Priest Alex, level 3, and the other is Hugo, the level 4 barbarian warrior. He says the spear's epic and must be at least level 2. The guy in front says he's a level 1 warrior, and this knight is Jihu Seol. Alright, buckle up for this wild ride. So, there's this planet, right? It's got monsters, magic, the whole shebang. It's called the Lost Paradise, and the 7 deities, they're handing out powers to Earthlings for one reason. They gotta take down this parasitic queen who crashed the paradise party. But, plot twist, the deities missed a memo. There's this professor, always yapping about some ancient tomb in the forest, back when magical engineering was all the rage. All he can think about is the bling in that tomb. Meanwhile, the squad's just chilling, not saying a word. Turns out the deities didn't realize humans can be super petty. Flashback to 7 days ago in Haramark. The sign outside this place screams fun times, with epic food and drinks. This dude's on a mic, looking for volunteers for an escort mission. He spills that carpe diem and the crew are leading the charge, but they need more peeps. He drops the bomb that it's a royal gig with sweet rewards. A knight's all, "Where are we headed?" And the dude's like, "To the forest of negativity." Everyone's quiet, then they crack up like it's comedy night. The dude's like, "Should have seen this coming with carpe diem in the mix." And another guy's like, "Save the jokes for Earth." Samuel, dead serious, asks if he looks like he's joking. That shuts everyone up real quick. The dude warns not to go there. Even the great priestess Rebecca barely made it out. Another guy's like, "Not worth it, even for royal bling." But then, something grabs everyone's attention, and it seriously ticks off Samuel. They spot this hooded figure chilling by the counter. One guy's like, "Yo, pay attention to Samuel." But the dude's just munching on his meat. Some whisper they've never seen him before. Maybe he's from Scheherazade. That's where a level 2 gets booted for being cocky. The guy stands up saying even dogs deserve peace when eating, but not here. The redhead's like, "What's your deal?" He pulls back his hood, says he's level 1, and goes by Seol, keeping his name low-key. For some reason, everyone's shook. The warriors are like, "He's gotta be level 2 with that magic spear. No newbie could handle that." Others are just watching the drama unfold. Feeling dissed, the guy charges, saying no jokes allowed. But his punch gets stopped. No sweat. Jihu Seol's got him in a grip. And the guy realizes Seol's got some serious strength. Annoyed, he tries to amp up his mana, but it flops. The warrior's tough, but feels a bit of the mana buzz. He amps up his own mana. Then the guy realizes Seol's fibbing about his level. Jihu Seol's barely trying, while the other dude's wiped out on the floor. Seol's like, "Lost my appetite. What now?" The bartender, watching the mini-brawl, remembers Seol scarfing down at least 3 plates. The mix-up ticks people off, accusing the guy of lying about his level to catch Seol off guard. Dodging a hit, Seol just watches. The redhead whips out his sword. So do all the others who bet on Seol losing. The guy sees the mess the newbie's in, but no squad's gonna pick him if he chickens out. Someone's like, "What's the drama here?" asking if there's already a brawl. They burst into the tavern, door slamming, making a ruckus. It's Hugo and Alex, giving Seol a shout-out. The boy waves at them. Samuel's like, "You guys know each other?" And Alex is like, "Yeah, we came from Zra together." Everyone's confused, swords still pointed at Seol. Hugo's like, "What's the deal?" Not happy? He's like, "Since when does Haramark gang up on a level 1 newbie?" But the guy's like, "He's not level 1, he tricked me too." Only Alex backs Seol, saying he's level 1, and he checked his stats himself. But the guy's like, "Nah, Seol beat me in mana game." The guy says Cinzia told him a cool story about a standout from the March grads, that he only did basic training for 2 months, then took on a real mission in the 3rd. Then one day, he tackled an impossible mission solo, and topped the March grads, a golden legend. The knight's like, "He's an irregular, like Sung Shihyun." Then they call for Jihu Seol. He tells the young dude to chill, and that he owes them. Coffee's brewing. The guy's on it while Seol and Hugo kick back. He thanks them for the earlier backup. Hugo cracks up, remembering the time he dared Carpe Diem in Haramark, saying it's like logging out of paradise. The dude says the place has a bad rep, but it's just a bunch of wannabes thinking they can do whatever, and Hugo's like, "There are way worse spots." Someone rushes down the stairs. The lady asks when they showed up. Seol looks a bit spooked by her vibe, just as she finds his being there kinda weird. But then Hugo starts yelling that he already told her to dry off properly. She's soaking the floor, and she's like, "It'll dry eventually." Anyway, that's not her main concern right now. She turns to Seol, asking what's up like it's no biggie, and the guy says he's a guest, which she finds odd at this hour. Flopping onto the couch, she says she's never seen him before, but he's like, "You'll see me around." They introduce Chohong, the team's gem, a level 4 sacred champ. but she insists he's laughing, which ticks her off. As mentioned, Hugo's the level 4 barbarian warrior, the bald guy, and he claims it's super stylish. And finally, he introduces himself as a level 5 archer and the team leader. This is Haramark's Carpe Diem, but Seal thinks his 9-eye is glitching for seeing gold. Hugo says their motto is to do whatever feels right and happiness is key. Chohong asks if they're adding Seal to the squad. Pumped, the guy asks to join and promises to look after him, and Seal's like, that's kinda sudden. The guy explains Seal will be the mule on the mission, and since it's his first trip, he's here to show him the ropes, and that a promising talent like him will be a great asset to the team. Even though he sees them as the Three Stooges, Seal gets that the Golden One has potential, but he doesn't need to join their crew. Chohong asks if he's basically saying Seal's just a newbie. He says his name when asked, but she keeps on about his grin, saying he doesn't know how scary Hairmark is and asks if he wants to see what she can do. When he asks how to prove it, Chohong wants to know why he's so confident. Meanwhile, he's drooling over the drink, saying it's not coffee and tastes like medicine. Hugo asks what the plus alpha in the mission is, something they can snag even if it's not the main goal. He explains it's the same for Samuel's group and it's not just a simple escort gig, revealing they're heading to the depths, smack in the middle of the forest. The guy says they found a way to wrap up the forest of negativity. Bright and early, they gear up to leave. The Carpe Diem leader and Samuel are gathered. The old man greets them, noting it's been ages since they saw the professor, and soon he greets the lovely ladies, as usual. The old man doesn't miss a beat to tell Chohong she's still stunning, and she threatens to cut the old perv's life even shorter. Seal asks about the guy, and Hugo explains that Professor Ian is a level 4 alchemist, a mage from Haramark's royal fam, a big deal in paradise. Soon Samuel tells everyone to get ready. Each of them braces for what's next. Then, the guy declares it's time to roll out. The group splits between the 2 carriages that'll take them, and Jihu Seol can only think this is his first big adventure. The young dude can't shake off what he heard about being a gold mark at the top, but irregular. He wonders what it was all for, since in the end, a level 1 warrior's just a pack mule. Jihu Seol thinks maybe he should have hit up Sin Young, but if it weren't for the golden glow, the team keeps moving, until Samuel signals everyone to halt. There's an Etten cave, 30 of them at 12 o'clock and 10 at 10 o'clock from their spot. Then, all the troops get ready to rumble. You can already feel the massive creature's presence, and Samuel warns they're coming. Giant 2-headed beasts start showing up, all fierce, and the signal's given to kick off the showdown. Jihu Seol's eyes are locked in, his spear's ready for action, but Chohong asks why a pack mule, wants to fight and tells him to chill and watch. Samuel leads the charge, hurling his weapons at them. The shurikens are lightning fast, and make a clean and precise cut on each monster hit. His move just made the monster even more ticked off. They start roaring, charging like they're in a monster derby. But then, arrows zoom in, and land right in their eyes bullseye. The team's archer grins, totally proud of her shots. Meanwhile, another warrior shows up. The dude uses his shield to knock down the Ettins like they're giant bowling pins, and just strolls right through the creatures. Banging on his shield, he gets the monster's attention like, hey, over here. Some Ettins are all confused by the noise, but they didn't even have time to react before losing their heads. Hugo swings his axe like a boss. The guy's grinning at his epic win over them. The forest is super chill, until suddenly, there's more rustling from it. Freaked out, Jihu Seol thinks it's an ambush. Anyway, more fierce Ettins show up, but most of them get roasted, thanks to a flaming arrow shot by the leader of Carpe Diem. Chohong gives Dylan props, and he tells her she's in charge of cleanup. And with a smile, she goes to do her thing. Some leftover Ettins are still dazed from the hit, but soon the woman's heavy weapon ends one of them. She smiles, just admiring her work, then takes out the rest of the Ettins. Impressed, Seal realizes this is how high rankers roll. Ian, watching, tells the young dude how awesome Chohong is, and she wastes no time telling the old creep to keep her name out of his dirty mouth. Hugo asks her to be nicer to the master, but she tells him to back off. To Jihu Seol, they act like one big, weird family. His smile catches Ian's eye, who says even a smile is something. The professor notices they didn't do intros right, so they swap names. The day rolls on during the trip. Hugo's all happy and calls Seol over. The young dude heads over and catches Samuel's eye. The guy sees the other pack mules are totally wiped out. Annoyed, he asks if they're dumping everything on Seal, and the woman says the locals always slack off. They claim they're tired, and even with magic to help, it's too much since they weren't blessed by the gods. But Samuel's not having it. However, Seol says he's cool with carrying. The guy asks if it's heavy, telling him not to overdo it since they'll be climbing a hill soon, but Seol sees it as training. Samuel's cool with that, as it's no biggie for him. They watch the young dude head to the other mules. He doesn't go unnoticed by Carpe Diem, and Hugo comes over saying he fits right in with the team. Chohong says he's not as weak as she thought. Curious, Hugo asks what Dylan thinks about it, but the guy's like, no way. Hugo tries to argue, saying Seol's got potential and works hard, but that's why Dylan's not into it. This leaves them both pretty puzzled. For the leader, this is a crucial time for Seol, who needs a team that can lead and back him up, and Hugo says that sounds like their team. But Dylan says the old man's retiring and isn't too confident, and he reminds them they need a solution ASAP. Hugo tries to get Johong to help, but she seems to ignore him. But she says Dylan's the leader, handpicked by the old man. She says there's no point in arguing, even with Hugo asking if she's really gonna leave it like this. The guy wonders why she had to act all mature right now. Johong walks past the mules, and gives Jihu Seol a quick look, but then just keeps going without a word. It's almost dark, and the caravan keeps moving. Samuel spots the forest of negativity. It's like a gateway to anywhere, even the Federation or the parasites. Pointing out a direction, Samuel says this is the southernmost human region, and Seol notices the border. He remembers a chat where he was told to leave Scheherazade because Sinyoung's got major clout there. Sinyoung's win in the Earthling Civil War and its current power is all thanks to Sung Shihyun. With his sudden vanishing act, the company shrank, and when Seol showed up, she thinks people will want him. Jihu Seol asks if she's talking about the contract they offered him, and the woman nods, saying she is. But she reminds him he made a deal with her and asks what he thought they'd think when they found out. She says if a rival snagged Seol first, it'd make them super anxious, and asks if he thinks they'd try to take him down before he hits the point of no return. Seol wonders where to head next, and Kim suggests Haramark, a chill zone, but the risk of getting KO'd is higher if he doesn't push the border. He awkwardly grins, realizing he's right on the edge. For him, it's easier to say oops than may I. As night creeps in, the caravan hits pause and pops up their tents. Ian says the spot's just as he pictured, cause it's not cursed, but it's got some ancient, mega-powerful witchcraft vibes. Johong asks what's next since he claimed he had a plan. He's like, duh, of course there's a plan. Jihu Seol's curious, asking why it's called the Forest of Negativity. Ian's surprised a level 1's asking, and Johong's like, spill it already. People in the forest feel a wild urge to deny stuff, and it's a mystery what they'll deny, making it extra sketchy. He wonders about denying the buddy next to them or the weapon mid-battle, or even denying their own existence. Everyone's spooked, but he tells them to chill. Ian says if the plan flops, they'll just head back home. Johong teases, asking if he's scared, saying Nuna's got his back, but Seol just grins. While others wander off, he scopes the scene. With his skill, he sees no color. Somewhere, someone mentions more showing up, which is awesome. Something invites them closer, so it can shred them while they're still breathing. A new day kicks off for the squad. Each has a potion, and Johong asks if it'll clear their minds. Ian says it'll help a bit, but willpower's the real MVP. They all sip the potion. Emotions will spark the spell in the forest. Like it or not, everyone's gonna feel it. Ian just reminds them to keep their cool. The caravan rolls into the forest, and Jihu Seol's amazed, wondering if the Amazon's this epic. Samuel's the first to spot something off. Up ahead, there's something down that the knight thinks is a person, but Samuel's like, nah, and asks Khan what's up with him. Hugo's shocked, asking how Khan got there. The knight says he went after him first before pitching to the rest. Samuel's annoyed, saying he bailed. He kicks the body for lying to him. The guy tries to chill him out, saying it's pointless now since the dude's already gone. This doesn't help, and Samuel's ready to throw hands, leaving the other guy super freaked. He says he can't chill when he's this mad, but Alex keeps telling him to relax. A dark vibe surrounds Samuel. Then someone hits him from behind. This just cranks up his rage. He spins to see who it is. Now all his anger's aimed at Dylan, until Ian says modus stabilitatum, using his staff to cast a spell. A white light wraps around Samuel, and all his anger just poofs away. Ian explains he used a cleansing spell and he should be good. Samuel says sorry for the drama. To him, it felt like everyone was playing him. The prof says he denied the squad's trust. Seeing this, the archer's like, this forest is no joke. Dylan spots 10 footprints going in, but only Khan's coming out. The woman recalls his crew had 8 peeps, and 2 pairs must be the pack mules. But what about the other guy? Hugo's curious what could take out a level 5 royal guard, and if anyone made it out. Samuel's piecing it together. He spots claw marks on the armor, no matter how many times he checks. Suddenly, a weird noise makes everyone cover their ears. Seol wonders what it is and if it's some creature. He knows this sound, a massive beast with an axe. Hits the ground, shaking everything. With a lion's head, it roars like crazy, making Ian yell it's a lioner. Freaked out, everyone grabs their weapons. A bullet's fired at the beast. It blows up, sending it flying. The shot came from Dylan the shooter. It's hard to see what's up with all the smoke. But when the dust settles, it's clear the monster's weapon blocked the hit. Hugo spots Khan's halberd in action. More lioners roll up, surrounding them like it's a party. Even with all the chaos, Samuel wonders if it's migration season. He's puzzled why mountain beasts are crashing their scene. Dylan's all, I'll handle the front, no sweat. Hugo and Clara are on left side duty, while Samuel and Grace take the right flank. And boom, Dylan calls for an all-out attack. Each duo charges to their side like it's game time. The giant lion-faced beast charges in, all roar and fury, but the Carpe Diem leader's got eyes on it. He fires again, aiming true. The lioner halts, noticing it's got a new boo-boo. Its gaze locks onto Dylan, the Carpe Diem boss. The monster roars, charging at him like it's personal, but Dylan's faster, slipping out of sight. He fires more arrows, aiming for the beast's back. The creature shields itself, but some arrows hit home, and it howls, a mix of pain and rage. Luckily, Dylan's not just a shooter, he's a combat pro. His moves are slick, no wasted steps. Dylan lands behind the beast, ready for round 2. The creature spins, roaring in his face. But Dylan's got this, playing it cool. 2 beasts swing their weapons together. Grace holds her ground with her trusty shield. 2 more lioners try to flank her, but Samuel's on it, tossing shurikens, asking where they're headed. Samuel's moves are epic, his stars hit the mark. Yet Jihu Seal's still worried about their odds. He spots Chohong beside him, looking worried too. Hugo's facing a fierce lioner squad, and he's in a bit of a pickle. He yells for Clara to step up. She quickly knocks an arrow, charging it with mana. The shots fly at the lioner, but their bodies are like rocks. Arrows just bounce off. Hugo jokes he expected too much from a level 2. The monsters charge at him. He defends both sides like a boss, but gets a heads up. A third one's sneaking up. The lioner lands a hit on his back, but Chohong's got his blind spot covered. With her magic shield, she's got his back. Hugo grumbles about her breaking the rules, but she snaps back, asking if he wanted to be toast. Grace keeps holding off the beast's blows, but her shield's looking rough, about to give. The battle's tide is turning. Another hit, and her shield shatters, knocking her down. Lust saves her from a nasty end. In shock, she looks for her savior. With a crucifix, Priest Alex has got her covered. The object crumbles in his hand. Jihu Seal knows the pack mules shouldn't jump in. But seeing this, he wonders if he should just chill. Even Ian, not even summoned, jumps in to help. He's throwing all his power at the creatures. The old dude's like a wizard, no joke. He summons Gladio Ventus, firing magic crystals at the lioner. The crystals hit, keeping everyone safe. Chohong even gives the old guy props, but the lioner leader's not thrilled. He's hit in the knee, and the magic crystal digs deeper. The monster crashes down in front of Dylan. Carpe Diem's leader yells to keep the pressure on. Grace and Samuel hold their ground. Chohong's now backing up Hugo and Clara. Meanwhile, Jihu Seal stands firm, believing they can win. But the lioner roars again, making them cover their ears. Seal feels like his skin's peeling off. Then the mood shifts and he doubts their chances. Thinks they can't win. Ian casts Modus Stabilitatum, and his spell hits Jihu Seal. The young guy snaps out of the negativity fog. It crushed the team's hopes in a flash. He knows he needs to think straight and assess the scene. He notices the lioner's got a grin. Jihu Seal tries to figure out its game plan. He looks at Ian. Deciding he's not the enemy, he steps back. Chohong and Hugo notice his move. Even with his spear in hand, he's thinking, nah, not worth the risk. Jihu Seal grips his weapon tight and gets ready to launch it. He's done caring, so he just hurls that spear. Ian's watching, totally clueless about what's happening. The spear zooms past his ear and nails a beast lurking behind the old wizard. Samuel's like, oh no, it's a trap. The beast with a lioness head is super ticked off. They're staring each other down. She roars and pounces to attack. Her blade's swing is blocked by Jihu's spear, but dang, she's strong. He needs more mana, like ASAP. More energy surges through him and channels into his spear, soaking up the hit. Jihu Seal's not letting this go to waste, and the beast senses he's not your average Joe. The dude's got some serious power now, and he strikes back at the lioner. His spear's tip cracks from the impact. He's looking wiped out from that hit. The beast just stands there, stunned, but then it drops at his feet. That fight took everything out of him. Meanwhile, everyone else is just standing there, jaws dropped. The scene's got the other lioner raging, and Dylan's like, oops, my bad. Then he fires another arrow at the beast. The lioner realizes too late. It gets hit so hard, it's sent flying. The creature crashes to the ground, and that arrow shot was epic. With its fall, the other lioners freak out and bolt, and boom, they win. Jihu Seal collapses, totally spent. He charged in without using his 9 eyes first. They're all shouting his name in victory. Hugo's proud and jokes he should have been in the team, not a pack mule, but the kid's like, dude, I'm level 1. Ian comes over, asking if he knows what he just did, saying that Lioner was stronger than a level 4 warrior. The old man tells Seal he saved his life. Samuel's like, I thought the irregulars thing was just a myth. He's pumped to work with Seal for the rest of the expedition, but as a real team member, he asks what Seal thinks about it. Dylan, the Carpe Diem leader, is watching. So is Chahong, waiting for his answer. With a grin, Jihu seals in and says he's counting on everyone's help. The squad keeps moving on their adventure. Samuel's leading the way, as usual. They spot a cave up ahead, wondering if it's the right spot. Ian says the negation energy's all over the forest. But here, it's chill, like the calm before a storm, and he figures the spells to keep this place safe. Jihu Seol remembers feeling relaxed as soon as he stepped in, like a weight lifted off him. Hugo's like, "Is this the place?" And Ian confirms it's where the saint's tomb is. Clara's all, "We gotta go in, I'm dying to know." Alex is so hyped, dreaming of rare artifacts. But Jihu Seol's not thrilled, wondering if they're really going in. Samuel says they need to find the entrance first, and someone's like, "Should we really go in?" Jihu Seol's still worried about it. When asked why, Seol says it's because they're looting a tomb. Two teammates are like, "What's the big deal? It's normal here." Our hero's like, "Is it cool to rob the dead's resting place?" Clara's like, "He's such a newbie," and the warrior says he's not used to it yet. The blonde dude explains that's the whole point of the trip. For Mr. Ian, just proving theories is enough, but they need rewards. If it bugs him, he can wait outside, but then he'd get last pick of the loot. At the crypt entrance, Samuel spots signs of another group, and Hugo's like, "Probably Khan's crew." Samuel's like, "We gotta hustle. If Khan's team took the artifact, they'll have to chase them." Outside the tomb, Chohong asks Seol what he did before ending up in this world. The young dude's all, "Isn't there a rule about not asking that stuff?" And the girl's just curious, you know? Switching gears, Seol's like, "Why didn't Chohong roll in with the squad?" And she's all, "Just in case things go sideways, she's got his back." He wants to tell her he's got it covered with his 9 eyes, but then, bam, the dungeon's gone all dark mode. Time to bounce, ASAP. Seol's thinking, last time this happened, it was during that insane level mission. Wondering what went down inside, he asks Chohong about the usual tomb hazards. She says, could be weak monsters, traps, or even ghosts. Then he remembers what the instructor said. He figures if the dead are hostile, they might have a brain, so maybe there's a way. Inside, Samuel's crew is on the hunt. The knight's like, "Samuel, you almost got that door?" Samuel's all, "Not so easy, this door's tricky." Dylan's like, "Is it really that tough?" No sign of Khan's crew here. Samuel's unsure but agrees with Dylan. It's super weird. They finally crack the tomb door, and Clara, all hyped, tells them to open it up stat. Just then, Chohong shows up with Seol, who's wiped out. She warns, going in there is a death wish. Seol explains he read the dead's thoughts with the consciousness feather. Clara looks at Ian, who says it's a pricey item that lets you see someone's thoughts. Checking the paper, Samuel's like, "Are these the tomb's thoughts?" Samuel asks Seol whose thoughts they are, and he says they're the tomb owners. Old Ian spills the tea about a noble daughter whose groom died at their wedding. The bride, now a widow, got buried alive with him, and that's why she's a saint. Chohong and Hugo are shook, and the girl's like, "Was she really buried alive?" Ian confirms, but she planned it, which is why she's called a saint. He adds that a famous wizard supposedly cast a spell there. Seol thinks the thoughts could be the couple protecting each other. With a boss-level look, Dylan's not into ghost fights. Clara's like, "You gonna bail over that?" Hugo calls her out, saying ghosts are the toughest, and questions if she thinks a level 2 could even touch them, leaving her annoyed. Alex asks Ian if they can beat the ghost by teaming up, and Ian's like, "Not sure." Seol's got an idea though, setting up a ritual with candles and snacks. Clara thinks it's bogus, especially using their holy water. Chohong's annoyed and tells her to chill, since the boy even broke his spear trying to save them. Samuel's like, "Cut it out, the ritual's almost done." Lighting the paper, our hero hopes it's enough to calm the ghost. Soon he notices the vibes changed from "run for your life" to "pay attention." So he decides to use the feather again. Since reading thoughts needs a body part, he uses an offering flower. When Seol puts the feather on the paper, it goes wild, freaking Clara out. After some scribbling, the pen stops. Picking up the paper, our hero says it's definitely a sign of permission. Samuel's like, "Let's go then." Inside the chamber, they find a treasure trove. Everyone's pumped. Samuel asks Seol if being allowed in means they can grab whatever. Our hero says as long as they leave the coffin stuff alone, they're good. They figure the consciousness is probably the saints, the only exception. Clara spots a cross in the saint's tomb and thinks it's epic. Alex is all, "Dude, if I'm not tripping, this is like the ultimate priest gear." Old Ian jumps in, saying it's some artifact that lets you cast spells without any offerings. Alex, sweating bullets, asks if it's really what he's thinking. Ian confirms, saying it's the proof given to the saint for being super pure. Clara and Alex, eyes gleaming, joke they'd die happy if they snagged it. As soon as they grab the artifact, everything goes wild, and Seol's yelling at them to put it back. He asks if they missed the memo about not waking the saint from her eternal nap. Clearly, the tomb's owner is ticked off. The girl, annoyed, says if he's scared of a ghost, he shouldn't have come to paradise. Samuel shows up, telling the greedy duo to chill and drop it for now. Even though they're bummed, they leave the cross, and the shaking stops. Clara asks if she can snag something else from the tomb. Seal, super mad, says they're being way too greedy. The blonde dude with long hair says risking it might be worth it if it means never coming back. Holding his spear, our hero says they'd have to step over his dead body to take anything. Clara points her bow at Seal, saying he asked for it. Hugo steps in, saying now's not the time for a brawl. The group's warrior says the rookie started it. Johong asks if they've lost it, telling them to put their weapons down. Looking at Dylan, Samuel asks if he's also against taking all the loot. Dylan says it's been bugging him since Khan's team couldn't even get in, so maybe they got wiped out before opening the door. Samuel says Clara and Seal should duke it out to settle it. Ian stops the fight, agreeing with the boy. Samuel's shocked, even his master isn't backing him. Master Ian asks if Samuel knows how impatient he's being. He guesses it's cause of Vanessa, since saving her means getting the right rewards. The young man admits his master is right, leading after her death is tough. Ian, as a leader and veteran, gives him some advice. Old Ian says in expeditions, act smart unless he wants to lose another buddy. Samuel's stunned, tells his group to grab stuff from the wall and bounce, leaving Clara grumpy. Samuel says they'll try to find the artifact at an auction, and Alex says there's no other way. Clara, teeth clenched, asks if Seol's happy with himself. Seol stays chill. Johong tells Seol not to sweat it, saying the girl's always been a jerk. Seol thanks Dylan and apologizes, saying it's all his bad. Dylan says humans fight, and it's worse in paradise with profits on the line. While grabbing stuff, the crypt starts shaking again. They're all like, "What's going on?" Samuel yells for everyone to scram. Hugo notices something's after them. A shadow grabs Clara's legs, dragging her to the tomb. The door slams shut, and even Hugo and Dylan can't budge it. They hear screams from inside, freaking them out. Clara opens the door, bloody and eyeless, calling for help. Greed's the deepest sin in humans, and ignoring it was Paradise's god's biggest oopsie. Turns out, Alex and his buddy snagged the priestess's artifact. The young dude keeps muttering greed like he's in a trance. The girl, super hurt, is crawling outside when she's grabbed by the head and, boom, crushed. Leaving the warrior, who saw the whole thing up close, totally shocked. And the girl's body, or what's left of it, gets dragged into the crypt. Samuel right then yells for everyone to run. A strong wind hits them, and the warrior, still in shock, just stands there. The priestess's voice says she was gonna let it slide, but now they messed with her stuff. When Alex snaps out of his trance, the first thing he sees is the warrior hanging by shadows. The young dude, feeling down, says he can't move, his hands being controlled by shadows. Samuel suddenly yells for Alex to back off from the warrior, but it's too late. Right then, the young dude gets hit by his buddy's sword, which is being controlled, leaving their leader stunned, while the white-haired guy tells them to run, not wanting to hurt them. In the next moment, Samuel's head is separated from his body. Johong, trying to stay chill, tells old Ian to do something. He says the energy's too strong, he can't move. The boy, being controlled, is in shock, watching his friends get taken out by his own hands, helpless. Amidst all the chaos, our hero stays calm, collecting the saint's stuff to chill the ghost out. But when Seol's about to grab the last artifact, everything goes dark and he ends up in a strange place, totally confused. A voice says it warned the young dude's group what would happen. Looking back, our hero sees it's the saint. She says she thought just handing over the wall artifacts would keep humans away. Then, a bright light fills the place, leaving Seol confused. They were the saint's jewels. The young dude says he's super sorry, and the saint asks why he's apologizing if it's not his fault. And our hero says if he's on the same team, then it's kinda his fault too. After hearing this, the saint stays quiet for a bit and asks him to close his eyes. The boy does, and she walks towards him through the water. Taking his hands, the priestess says it's the first time someone's protected her. Giving something to Seol, she asks if he'd visit her again. Seol, seeing what it is, says it's too much for him, but before he can finish, he's sent back. Waking up, he sees the shadows going back to the crypt and the door closing. Hugo, super tired, wonders if it's finally over. Ian rushes to our hero, asking if he's okay since the boy fainted during the battle. Showing the artifact from the saint, he tells them he saw her, and she was really sad and lonely. At the camp, old Ian explains the Fastina earrings, stuff they snagged from the crypt. He says if you pump mana into them, your speed goes up by 1.5 times for a minute, and they have 3 charges. Plus, the coolest part is the effects can stack. Hugo jokes that the saint was loaded with stuff since she gave all this to the boy, but the catch is it's a bound item. He hopes the young dude uses them since they can't be sold. Dylan agrees with Hugo, saying finding something like this is super rare. Chohong says the boy could give her the gift if he doesn't want it. She needs a cool accessory. Laughing, Hugo says Chohong's face can't be fixed with something so simple. While the girl grabs Hugo by the neck, Seol thinks he's not desperate for cash. He decides to use the earrings himself. Seeing the young dude with the earrings, Chohong says they suit him. Blushing a bit, Seol asks if she's serious. Outside the cabin, Ian explains to Seol how to use the earrings' power. He says to let his mana flow through them to activate. Doing what old Ian said, the young dude feels like invisible energies wrapping around him. Our hero decides to test the earrings' power, sprinting away from the cabin at top speed. He's blown away by the speed. Then he remembers there's still the option to stack the earrings' power. Alright, buckle up because this is gonna be a wild ride. So, when the other dude kicks it into high gear, he zooms so fast it's like everything around him just blurs out of existence. Hugo's all, man, I should have been nicer to that saint too, huh? Dylan's like, yeah, good luck controlling that speed, bro. Ian gets a call on his magic orb thinking it's the royal court and he's like, yo, Dylan, can I take this? Meanwhile, Seol's zooming so fast he can't even hit the brakes. Bam! He smacks into a tree and finally stops. Chohong's cracking up. Great, now we've got 2 clowns on the team. And Hugo's like, hey, don't put yourself on Seol's level. Dylan's watching and thinking, nah, make that 3 clowns. Later, they're chilling by the campfire. Dylan's like, hey Seol, wanna roll with Carpe Diem? Seol's like, did I hear that right? And Dylan's all, dude, you could join any squad, but we're the only ones who get your vibe. Plus, Dylan's sure there's a reason Seol hit up Hallmark, and if so, they're his crew. Next morning, Dylan finds Hugo and Chohong bickering, as usual. He's like, guys, pack it up. You're supposed to be the role models here. Seol shows up, wiped from training, saying he needs more practice to nail his running. Dylan's like, no worries, you can train on the way back. Master Ian steps out, saying the trip back's gonna be a doozy. He drops the bomb that the royal court's calling Earthlings for backup. Dylan's piecing it together, but Ian's like, yep, you guessed it, parasites are here. At Fort Arden, knights are going ham on the parasites. A commander's watching from a distance. Then, they hear a noise at the door. The knights freak out as the door latch starts cracking. A knight rushes to the commander, saying the fort's barriers are about to give. He warns it's their last shot to bail, while another knight's like, we need a plan to take it back. The commander takes a deep breath, saying if they bail now, humanity's toast. He tells them to hold the line till reinforcements show, strapping on his helmet. With Seol's crew, Ian asks what he knows about paradise, and Seol's like, just that there's a war. Ian explains it's not just humans there, but dwarves, beast folks, fairies, and even angels. These races are usually beefing, especially the cave fairies and celestial ones, total frenemies. But now they're all squad goals, and Ian asks Seol if he knows why. Seol's like, common enemy? Ian nods. Yep, the parasites. He explains the parasites are a queen-led army from another world. Since the Empire fell, only the 5-force confederation's been holding them back. Ian says the royal court's been gearing up, even building a fortress in Arden Valley. The valley's right next to parasite territory, meaning an attack could pop off any time. He says if the fort's been hit, it's go time for humanity. Then we see a horde of monsters charging a fortress. A captain orders to fire, saying they can't let any through. As monsters scale the first walls, they unleash a barrage. One wasp dodges arrows but meets the captain's sword. But with the wasp down, monsters are already swarming the lower walls. Soldiers behind the walls are getting swarmed. A soldier tries to spear a cockroach, but it skins like armor. The commander swoops in, decapitating the bug, saying if they're going down, it's in battle. Then, someone tells him reinforcements are here. Through the gate, an elegant young woman with pink hair strides in. She asks the general what's the sitch. The dude spills that the bug squad broke through their defenses. He also wonders when the Earthlings are gonna show up. With a zillion monsters around, the girl says they'll be here soon. Helmet on, she mentions that, as the general knows, they'll only jump in when the odds are in their favor. She and her crew head towards Fort Arden. Meanwhile, with our hero's squad, Ian tells them this is Arden Valley. He explains it's the link between humans and parasites. Ian and the gang hear carriages behind them and guess it's the Earthlings answering the call. A guy in a carriage waves at Hugo, asking what they're up to, and Hugo says they're with Ian. The dude jokes that being a royal mage sounds dull and wishes Ian luck. Seeing the boy lost in thought, Chohong asks what's up, and he says it's not as bad as he thought. The girl shrugs, saying it's not their problem. Ian, eavesdropping, says the 7 gods would love that. She replies it's up to each person if they want to risk it. Hugo nods, saying, YOLO. The mage seriously notes that's the reality of paradise. In his head, Seal thinks he used to agree with them. Dylan suggests they get a move on. At Fortress Arden, our hero wonders if it's really unbreakable. Inside, they see a battlefield and note it's wilder than expected. They spot the captain giving orders to the knights. Feeling better, Ian says he was worried the distortion waves messed with comms. The captain takes off her helmet, leaving Seol awestruck by her looks. She's stoked since Dylan and the Carpe Diem crew finally showed up. Dylan's glad the princess is safe, and she says even more so since no rank S showed up. Chohong, always ready to rumble, tells the princess not to get too happy. They just came for Mr. Ian. The princess spits, pretending it's the dust, making Chohong fume. Seol, watching from afar, wonders if she's really a princess since she acts like a grumpy old dude. The princess asks when Samuel's team will arrive. They break the news that Samuel's and Khan's crews are toast. Looking sad, she gets it and asks about the new guy. They introduce Seol to Princess Teresa, and Ian explains Seol's from the exploration class, tagging along for this mission. Teresa comments on his level and jokes her conscience says to send him packing. But since Seol's with Carpe Diem, she just tells him to stay alive. The princess says it's strategy time. Looking at her, our hero wonders why his heart's racing. It's like she's someone he hasn't seen in ages, or might never see again. In the meeting room, the pink-haired girl suggests starting with the Medusa. The room goes silent, then a guy asks how she's sure there's a Medusa. The same general from before says his troops risked it all for this. Mocking the general, the guy and his buddy say the soldiers aren't weak, just unlucky. Having a déjà vu, our hero wonders about this weird feeling. At dawn, in Fort Arden's command room, a guy says even if there's a Medusa, no point risking it with the fortress there. The princess says the fortress has limits, while the Medusa can keep cranking out bugs, wearing them down. Another guy suggests ditching the fort and ambushing the parasites in the valley. Teresa says if they do that and the parasites don't follow, they'll lose the fort for nothing. And Chohong asks why they built the fort there and ticked off the parasite queen. Alright, so check it out, the princess is all chill and explains they could totally flip the script on this fight if they just defend the fort. Plus, the Confederation's focus is all over the place. The knight, just shrugging it off, says Teresa doesn't seem too stressed since she's got time to worry about the Confederation. Ian jumps in, asking Chohong who she thinks is next in line for an attack after the Confederation gets wrecked. Everyone's suddenly on edge. The mage breaks it down, saying if the parasite land gets infected, paradise is toast too. The dude with the samurai bun chimes in, saying that's why they helped build the tower. But hey, not their fault if it flops. Teresa admits the fortress was a rush job, but shrugs, saying it's all water under the bridge now. A young guy pipes up, asking if she's asking too much, wanting them to risk it all for something that's not on them. Suddenly, everyone in the meeting is shouting, backing up the young dude. Seal flips on the 9 eyes and sees the ambush going down in flames, with monsters led by a Medusa. Back in the meeting room, Teresa's laying out the plan. Her cavalry's gonna handle the Medusa, and they need the Earthlings to keep the bugs at bay. The same guy from before asks the princess to rethink the plan, saying it's way too risky. The princess, totally over the young guy's whining, asks if he's got a better idea. She shuts him up for a sec and says, alright, let's roll with the plan. Then, the same guy's like, looks like we're gonna lose most of the cavalry. This mission's nuts. Meanwhile, Seol, who's seen how this plan's gonna crash and burn, thinks he should protect the fort, but the girl's plan is a total bust. Teresa's scratching her head, worried, thinking this isn't a place for a level 1. 2 young dudes chat about seeing our hero before, then remember he's the famous irregular with the gold mark. Ian introduces the young guy, saying our hero was the MVP in their last raid and even took down a liner solo. The crowd's like, no way, can a level 1 really pull that off? A guy's like, don't you need to be at least level 4 to take on a lioner? He knows the kid's irregular, but this is next level. The elder's like, even though he's old, he saw it all go down, looking at Dylan. Dylan's like, sure, the kid's strong, but the battlefield's a whole different beast, and Ian's like, don't forget the kids from Region 1. Hearing this, the young guy finally gets what the mage was on about. The crowd's buzzing, saying if the kid's really from Zone 1, he's got army cred. Then, Teresa rolls up to Seol. She's heard about his epic feats and says if that's true, they'll hear him out. By dusk, everyone's outside the fortress, ready to kick off the plan. The princess checks if the kid's sure about going, since no one's got his back if things go south. Our hero's like, it's cool, he's used to flying solo. She asks why he's even here, since no one would blame him for bailing. The kid glances around, searching for words, and says it's because the fortress and paradise need saving. Teresa thinks if more Earthlings were like Seol, there's still hope. Then, it's announced the baddies are coming, and the girl's like, it's go time. Hopping on her horse, the princess wishes our hero luck, hoping he makes it back in one piece. Seol nods, all in. On the way, Chohong tells Ian not to screw up this time, and the elder jokes she's got a thing for the kid. This makes the girl all flustered, snapping back, asking if he's losing it. He tells Chohong to chill, saying it's in moments like these that luck shows up, and he's got a knack for it. The old guy leaves laughing, leaving the girl all annoyed. Taking a deep breath, she wonders how the kid's holding up in all this chaos. In the thick of battle, Teresa's crew is surrounded by monsters. The princess yells to Seal, who, with his earring power, zooms out of the fortress at lightning speed. The boy's thinking, even with all his mana mojo going on, his legs felt like they were about to snap like twigs. Activating the second stage of his blingy earrings, the dude zooms through the valleys, catching the eye of all the bugs and the Medusa hanging out there. Dylan, chilling with Hugo, mentions that the plan's finally kicking off. Seal, already wiped out, feels like the air's turned into soup and he's struggling to breathe. Right then, the rest of the monsters not lured by Seal freak out at the cavalry led by Teresa. People in the valley spot Seal zooming by with a monster parade trailing him. Chohong asks Ian if it's go time, and the old dude tells her to zip it. Peeking to the other side, the mage waits for the perfect moment to make his move. Getting the nod, he whips out his wind magic, smacking the rock above him. The rock starts to crumble, and the princess, seeing this, slams her horse to a stop, yelling for everyone to chill. Everything's going smooth, but when the rock falls, it almost squashes Ian, who gets saved by Chohong. She jokes if the old guy's been skipping meals, cause he's too weak for a dude. He teases back, asking if she finally sees him as a man, making her crack up and call him a goof. The rocks start raining down on the monsters below, hyping Hugo up cause the plan's working. Seeing the monsters cornered, Teresa orders the knights to charge. While sprinting, Seal remembers someone saying the roaches can only hover for like 10 seconds. Tossing a net sphere, he figures this is his one shot. Bouncing out of there, the boy was warned the Medusa would be chilling under the Dawn Peak, where the sun's all shiny. He spots the place and upon arrival, gets a not-so-warm welcome from a swarm of roaches. With mad skills, Seal dodges the roaches' attacks, but leaning on a rock, he accidentally triggers a landslide. As he tumbles, he spots the Medusa enjoying the sunset. Glancing back, the boy sees the roaches closing in, so he's gotta hustle. His feet are screaming and his heart's about to burst. Still, he decides to wrap this up, charging at the Medusa. Hearing a boom, Teresa realizes Seal's throwing down with the Medusa. Facing the Medusa, the boy whips out a red sphere and chucks it at the creature, hoping to score some damage. But the creature, with zero effort, snags the sphere and lobs it back at him. Seeing his miss, the young man thinks he's toast, and then, boom, the sphere explodes. Hugo spots something he thinks is Seal's signal and says it's Dylan's turn now. Chohong, a bit doubtful, asks if they're sure the creature's gonna be toast just like that. Ian says it'll only work if the 3 hit. Dylan gears up his lightning arrow. Pushing himself, Dylan knows he needs to give it all he's got, cause everything's riding on this shot. Then, a water sphere flies at the Medusa, followed by Dylan's arrow, which nails the Medusa right in the chest. Seal, somehow dodging the earlier blast, thinks since his sphere missed, it won't cut it. So, he cranks up Fastina's earrings to stage 3, slicing the Medusa's head clean off. After that, Seal crashes to the ground, totally spent. The general tells Teresa the Medusa's bug control is toast. She says it looks like the boy nailed it, which gets her super pumped. The princess then orders the knights to finish off the leftover monsters. Chohong comments that finally they can wipe out those pesky critters. As they open the gates, the earthlings who were waiting rush out, hunting the croc-like monsters. Back to our main dude, Seal, who's stumbling, trying to make it back to the fort. The boy spots someone heading his way. It's Teresa looking for him. First thing he asks the princess is if the fort's safe, catching Teresa off guard. Hugging him, the princess says he's quite the charmer. Back at the fort, someone wonders if there's gonna be a party. It's Chohong telling Hugo that with a new member, they should totally throw one. The guy asks how they'd pull that off. She admits she has no clue, cause they've never had a new member before. Hugo's all, why not just chill and party all night? I'll spill the tea on all the girls here. This totally ticks off the girl, and she's like, what do you mean by that? While giving his face a foot massage, but not the relaxing kind. With a serious face, the dude's like, so, Seal's into Scheherazade girls, huh? The girl hears this and goes full ninja, knocking him down with a flying kick, and his axe goes flying like it's got wings. Right then, Teresa rolls up, all Merry Christmas everyone. The two fighters pause, look at each other, and are like, is she nuts? Christmas is in December, not now. Dylan's like, what's bugging me is she's talking Christmas in paradise. Like, what? The girl whips off the cloth from her back, revealing a spear with a bluish tip, saying, it's basically Christmas, duh. The princess is all, where's Seal? Got a gift for him. Meanwhile, in the Temple of Gluttony, someone's asking to use the warehouse. It's Seal, and when he opens the cabinet, it's like a treasure chest, full of valuable stuff. He's thinking, at this rate, I'm gonna be rolling in dough. Our main dude's like, nothing special really, since I've got nowhere to go back to. Near the goddess statue, he hears a voice, come closer. As he steps up, the voice is like, you've done well, and hey, you can level up to 3 right now. The young dude's looking kinda down, and the voice, probably the goddess, asks if something's bugging him. Seal's like, yeah, something's got me curious. The goddess is like, you're talking about the dream, right? Can't spill the beans now, but maybe someday. With a hand on his chest, he's like, "You're being harsh. You know what it took to get here." The goddess explains, "Even gods can't mess with the heavens' plans, but when the stars align, I'll tell you." He asks, "When's that?" And she's like, "A dead star doesn't shine again, but for you, things might change." These riddles leave him scratching his head, and he's like, "I don't get it." But the goddess says, "When the time's right, it'll all click." The goddess then says, "Right now, let's talk about your future." With a dazed look, he's like, "You mean becoming a level 3 Lancer?" And she nods, but she's like, "Want to try a path no one's taken before? In a place where you can see the universe." A goddess-like figure notices a light's gone out, but she's thinking, maybe it's just a dead star. Back with our main dude, he's trying to shape his mana. Chohong's like, "What are you doing?" And he explains he's trying to make a throwing spear with his mana. The girl's like, "Must be a pain, but that's what you get for picking such a weird class." We flash back to how he got the class, the goddess asking if he's sure he won't regret it. The boy's like, "Yup," and the goddess is like, "By my power, I grant you the Mana Lancer class." Our hero's looking up, wondering if he's been played. Hugo strolls by, asking Chohong what the boy's up to, and she explains he's learning his new class. Seeing it's a magic class, Hugo's like, "I know someone who can fix that." With eyes sparkling, the young dude grabs Hugo. "Who is it?" Dylan, watching from afar, says it's the person who created Carpe Diem, the top trainer in paradise. Seol's like, "Where's this person?" And Chohong, arms crossed, wonders if the old guy's retired. Running her fingers through her hair, she's like, "Seol, you can buy this with karma. You've earned loads from the fortress." Hugo's like, "Remember what the old man used to say?" Our hero remembers his master saying learning this way's easy, but limits your path. The boy suddenly bolts out, leaving them puzzled, saying he'll be back soon. At the Sicily headquarters, Seol was on a mission to find his master. A red-haired general spotted him and joked about the lion cub visiting his mom. Agnes turned around, spotting Seol searching for her. Taklana, leaving, teased that Seol should stop treating Agnes like his actual mom. Agnes adjusted her glasses, curious about Seol's visit. Seol spilled the tea about his unique class and lack of info. Agnes reminded him it wasn't a neutral zone anymore, not ideal for training. From now on, he'd have to learn solo, which bummed him out a bit. She quizzed Seol on his class knowledge, making him sweat since he knew zilch. Agnes bombarded him with questions, almost frying his brain. She explained Seol was trying to use mana without a clue, like running before walking. Seol, hand on chin, admitted he might have rushed things. Agnes, turning to the barracks, was impressed he hadn't caved to the karma method. She promised to handle his training when she got back, sparking Seol's curiosity about her plans. She brushed it off, saying she'd catch him later. At Carpe Diem, Seol showed up with some spear tips. He heard a ruckus, then Chohong stormed out, fuming. Seol asked what was up, and she blamed him, slamming the door. Dylan, making coffee, explained it was over a new mission. Seol wondered what kind of mission ticked Chohong off. Dylan, lighting a cig, said he wanted Seol and Chohong on it, while he and Hugo did a king's escort. Seol asked if they'd be going far, and Dylan confirmed. Dylan said they'd need new teammates, but wanted Seol as leader. Seol asked why not Chohong, and Dylan said she wasn't leader material. Seol pointed out he was only level 2. Dylan reminded him he was a fortress-saving hero, leaving Seol no choice. Dylan, puffing his cig, said Seol's mission was to wipe out village monsters. Seol realized he'd need an archer and a priest. Dylan, sipping coffee, said that was a solid first step. He complimented the coffee, asking if Seol made it. Seol said he learned for a coffee-loving friend. Dylan said he'd need that recipe when he got back. In the Royal Library of Hallmark, someone chatted about Ranman Village. It was Seol, asking Ian for the 411 on the village. Seol wanted to fix the root problem, not just squash monsters. Old Ian asked what Seol already knew. Seol said no colonies or nests were nearby, yet monsters popped up. Ian, hearing him out, asked Seol to follow. In the library halls, Ian said it was predictable, so manageable. Whenever help was needed, the royal court sent Earthlings, a chance for new Hallmark teams. Even so, Seol wanted a permanent fix. Ian asked why. Seol explained if they couldn't help one day, villagers would be in danger. Ian found this intriguing. Ian handed him a scroll with all past subjugations. In a shadowy, mysterious place, someone was laughing, warning not to follow sounds from the fog, and to avoid anyone in gray clothes lurking in the mist. This mysterious voice says if they don't follow the rules, the monster's gonna get them. Yikes. Back to Seol, the dude's deep in study mode, checking out the records. Chohong walks in, asking if he was waiting for her and what's the scoop. Our hero says he was just cranking up the difficulty, leaving her all puzzled. Seol points out she was griping about the credits being low for the last gig. He then asks if she found the priest yet. She's all fired up, saying finding a priest ain't easy, like who'd want to roll with him. Seal's like, fine, he'll hunt down the priest and she can find the others, totally deflating her sass. She asks if he knows any priest, and after a sec, Seal's got someone in mind who might be down. On the streets, two folks are buzzing about a new Hallmark prophet who led the charge at Fort Arden. In Sinjung, they're all, who's stirring up all this chaos? Three dudes are chatting about our hero, the rookie with the golden rep. Watching from above is Hannah. One guy's curious about this prodigy's name. Scene switch, and Hannah's yelling for Seol through some magic gadget. He greets her, and she's all, didn't I tell you to keep it low-key in Hallmark? Plus, she says he didn't even ask her before making a scene. He replies if he had, she wouldn't have let him go, showing off the spear from Teresa. Hannah calls him a dummy, making Seol chuckle. With arms crossed, she says he did good joining Carpe Diem, but too bad it was after the old guy retired. He asks about this old dude. Hannah stumbles, saying no point talking about someone who's out of the picture. Switching gears, she asks why Seol called. He says he's going on a raid with Chohong and needs a priest. Can she hook him up? Noticing he only mentioned Chohong, she asks about the rest. Seol explains the others are on another mission, so he's the boss this time. After a pause, Hannah mentions someone might be up for it, but it'll cost a pretty penny. In Hallmark, at the Temple of Lust. Climbing the stairs, our hero's thinking he never guessed it was in Hallmark. Knocking, Seol asks if anyone's home, and someone inside says yep. The door opens, and the person grumbles, and Seol says it's been a while. It's Maria, who turns away, saying it's a hassle. He steps in, asking if it's cool, and Maria tells him to scram. He says he's here for a request, not a sacrifice, mentioning Ramen Village. Maria says her class isn't right for that mission, suggesting he find someone else. Seol asks if this would change her mind, tossing silver coins on the table. Maria teases, asking if he knows what that's worth back home. He says it's like 5 grand, and she asks if he's still game. She offers to introduce a cheaper apprentice priest. After more coins hit the table, Maria asks what he's doing, saying the job's not worth it. He says while she saved Yoon Seola, she mentioned spending extra cash on her. She asks if he's using it against her because of the sacrifice. Seol says he'd never repay her with just some silver coins. Maria tries to refuse, but seeing the cash, she reconsiders. Still unsure, he throws more coins, and she finally caves. With dollar signs in her eyes, she asks why all that dough just for her. Our hero says it's cause he wants to get closer to her. With her nose up high, the girl says, well, tough luck, dude, cause I'm not easy to impress. When they met, it was like Chohong and Maria were old pals. Maria says if Chohong's tagging along, she's gotta pass on the boy's invite. Chohong jokes that Maria's sharp tongue is still on point. The blonde girl laughs, calling Chohong an airhead, and wonders if they should check her brain to be sure. Chohong grabs her shirt, and two guys watching say, Seol's got a wild taste in girls. Just as the boy's about to break it up, someone bursts in, saying the tale of the golden-marked irregular is true. A pink-haired lady strolls up to our hero, saying his moves at Fort Arden were epic. The knight says Chohong spilled the beans, and he introduces himself as Mihail, a 3rd-level sword pro. He points to the woman next to him, Veronica, a 3rd-level shooter, just like Gearshal, who's a guard. The young dude greets Seol, saying it's an honor to team up. When they roll into Ramen Village, Chohong and Maria are feeling queasy from the bumpy ride and last night's drinks. The villagers eye the newcomers as they roll into town. Mihail notes the chilly welcome, and Veronica tells him to chill and be friendly. Gearshal tells the young dude not to sweat it. Villagers always act like that. Then, a guard named Bryce asks if they're the monster-busting squad. Seol steps up as the mission leader, asking where the chief's at. The guy tells him to follow, and before they bounce, Seol asks Mihail and crew to look after the queasy girls. Nodding, the young dude agrees, saying they'll be at the inn. At the spot, Seol meets an old lady who mutters about the moon crying. Bryce rushes to his mom, asking why she's outside. The lady insists the moon really cried. Our hero, with his usual goofy grin, wonders if this ties into the town's mystery. Even as Bryce tells her to rest, she keeps on about the crying moon. Then, 2 village kids show up, and Bryce asks if they can guide Seol. The older brother tells the younger to head home, while the guard explains his mom's been unwell. On the way to the mayor's crib, Seol's still puzzled by the lady's words. Checking out the town, Seol sees it's super chill. Calling him Earthling Nim, the boy asks if he's here to handle the monster. Seol notes the kid seems spooked and reassures him he's got it covered. The young boy says he's just curious, though adults freak if he nears the night fog. In his head, Seol thinks the village is too chill for the situation, yet no kid seems scared. Seol advises the boy it's smart to be cautious. Confident, the boy says he doesn't get the fuss, since after Earthlings show up, monsters stay away for 9 months. The young boy mentions 3 taboos they made up to scare them. Curious, Seol asks what they are. Seeing Seol's interest, the boy explains if they hear or see something in the fog, don't go looking. And if they spot someone in gray, run fast, or the monster will nab them. Scratching his ear, the boy says the elders repeat this non-stop, but he adds Bryce's grandma said it was all lies, before she lost it. Seol asks who made up the lie. and the boy says he doesn't know, but the mayor might. They finally reach the mayor's place. After knocking, someone answers, and Seol asks if he's the mayor. Used to greedy adventurers, the mayor jumps in, saying he can't up the reward. Seol explains he's not here for the cash talk. The mayor asks what he wants, saying he thought Carpe Diem knew their mission stuff. The young dude's all, only some of us showed up because of some internal drama, but chill, Mr. Mayor, we got this. Mayor's like, cool, it's your gig anyway, so handle it like pros. Then the young guy's like, maybe worry a bit? These earthlings are kinda sus. Mayor's eyes go wide, slams the door. No clue what you're on about, Seol. Later, Seol and his squad are on a citywide scavenger hunt for earthling clues. Mihail's all, mutants are like ninjas, no footprints, nada. As they're strolling, Veronica's like, hold up guys. Everyone freezes, and just when Veronica thinks it's a false alarm, splat, a slime lands on her. The knight's all heroic, but his moves are totally useless. Chohong's like, step aside kid, and boots the slime into next week, saving Veronica. Mihail slices the slime, asking Veronica, what was that gooey mess? She explains, sneaky monster was in stealth mode, waiting to pounce. The split slime reassembles, morphing into a humanoid, and Gearshall's like, stay sharp folks. More slimes pop up, forming a gooey army. Mihail's like, how's this even possible? Slimes aren't supposed to do that. Chohong's smashing monsters. Less talk, more smash, dude. She starts whacking slimes left and right. Suddenly she spots something incoming and pops her shield. A shot from a slime. Chohong's fuming. Mihail, watch my 6. She turns, realizing the slimes are regenerating despite her hits. The slimes swarm the group tending to Veronica. While healing Veronica, Maria's like, we're such noobs. She activates her artifact, creating a shield that the slimes can't crack. Maria's like, bought us some time, guys. She adds, if the rumors are true, Fort Arden's hero can clear us a path. Our hero activates Fastina's earrings, charging at the slimes. Seol's all, this new spear's slicing through like butter. Chohong's watching, tries to warn him, but notices something cool. Seol's spear's freezing everything, stopping the slimes regen. First slime, down, and Chohong's impressed. The rest of the slimes rush Seol. He leaps over them, dodging, and with Fastina's earrings, pierces another slime. The struck slime spins, trying to sting Seol. Seol's like, not today, deflects the sting, and defends himself. He slices 3 times, finishing 1 slime, hitting 2 more. He thinks, gotta thank the princess for this spear. But he's so focused on the rear, he misses what's ahead. Luckily Maria's nearby, casting a spell that traps the slimes. Seol wastes no time decapitating the slimes. After the battle, he thanks Maria, who says, that's why you picked me. Seeing more slimes, he wonders if it'll ever end. Then, a slime's head rolls off. Chohong's like, sorry for the holdup, and Seol's curious about her weapon's energy. She explains, my class lets me add sacred magic to my gear. Charging at the monsters, she jokes, if this was a movie, it'd be action-packed, rated for adults. As they fight like crazy, Mihail's taking down a monster. He's like, how do they keep surprising me? Eventually the battle's done, and Chohong's like, looks like we wiped him out. Mihail's all, Seol's moves are so slick, he doesn't seem like a level 2, making Seol blush. Using his 9 eyes, Seol notices the defeated monsters turn colorless, not green. Chohong sees him thinking hard. What's up? Seol's like, it's a mystery, leaving her puzzled. Then Seol drops the bomb that they still hadn't found where the mutants were coming from, and everyone's like, whoa, plot twist. Chohong's all, wait, what's this dude on about? We're just here to squash some mutant bugs, right? The girl rolls her eyes, muttering about the guy being a total level-up junkie. Mihail's like, yo, maybe we should just bounce. And Maria's thinking she already got her cash secured. Chohong gets up in the young dude's face, reminding him of that time with Samuel, telling him not to get all greedy. The young man looks up and points at the sky. Where the moon should be, there's this tentacle thing just chilling. Seol dashes off, leaving the girl behind, yelling it's a clue. He's thinking, no way I'm missing out on this epic moment. The young dude's hopping on some rocks when his squad finally catches up. Pointing at something super shiny, Seol's like, guys, I found the mystery clue. While sprinting, he notices his 9th eye's range is shrinking, and he's like, whoa, first time for everything. Climbing up a steep spot, the young man slips and takes a tumble. As he's trying to hang on, panic sets in, realizing he can't reach what he's after. When he hits the bottom, his friends are there waiting. Chohong's like, dude, chill and spill the tea on what's going down. With fists clenched, the boy mutters that the clue vanished. Standing up, he throws a punch, busting a hole in the wall. Seeing that, Mihail and Veronica are like, whoa, this mountain's a total fake. So he's like, let's start digging, squad. After some digging, they stumble upon a secret door. Chohong's all, is this the village's stash spot? Maria's like, nah, villagers wouldn't bury it, duh. Mihail's like, no way, this place is ancient. Using his 9 eyes, our hero sees the place is glowing yellow, meaning, watch out, peeps. Inside, there's a shadowy figure with long hair watching them. Chohong's like, maybe it's a study room where you're stuck until you hit the books hard. The guard's like, yeah, maybe that's why folks got trapped and studied till they dropped. He's thinking those folks probably made the mutants. Mihail, Chohong, Veronica, and Gearshal exchange looks, piecing it together. Maria's just thinking, these guys are such noobs. Realizing the room's just that, Seol's wondering what the 9 eyes were showing him. Seol hears Veronica say she found something, and Mihail's like, careful, it might be a trap. The girl pulls a candle holder, revealing it's a lever to a secret chamber. All confident, she's like, who do you think you're dealing with? Mihail's impressed, saying, this is getting wild. Using the 9 eyes, Seol sees everything's green, and he's like, let's roll in. Near the end of the corridor, Mihail's like, is this it? Nothing special here. Veronica points to a magic circle on the floor in the corner. The young man realizes the mutants were summoned here and left through the cave. Gearshal's like, who could pull this off? Chohong's like, not the point, we gotta smash it. As the girl's about to wreck the magic circle, Seol taps her shoulder saying, hold up. Looking at Veronica, he asks if there's another sign, and she's like, by the wind, that's the exit. Should we check it? Seol senses someone's tailing them. It's the mayor, saying they're taking forever and luckily didn't get wiped out. Seeing the guy knows something, the young man asks about those creatures. The man says there's a rumor about a magic whiz living in the mountains. Seol's like, the mutants. Seem summoned by the magic circle. And the mayor's like, just smash the circle, problem solved. Mihail and his crew are like, isn't it sus the old guy shows up as we find the exit? Geyershal's like, leaving now would be lame. We'll check it out, you guys go ahead. The village chief, looking not so thrilled, says it's a bad idea since they don't know where the exit leads. The guard's stubborn, saying he'll check it out anyway, and the mayor's like, just go with them, don't freak out the villagers. Which makes the young dude even more sus. When the trio was heading to the spot they found, Seol and the village boss were yelling, hold up. Even the kid was like, don't go. So they turned to Seol, all, what's up? Right then, the path was yellow, but our hero was like, why's the boss all colorless? The girl tells the kid, chill, it's just a quick peek. As they followed the path, Mihail asked Seol, why the drama? And boom, the path turned orange. Our hero freaks out, thinking they gotta bounce pronto. Looking at the old dude, he wonders why he's still colorless. Seeing red could pop up any second, the kid's like, get ready to rumble. Mihail's all, Seol's finally stepping up as a leader. The kid tells the leader he's gonna check the dungeon, and the leader's like, Earthlings tried that before. Our hero thinks, if it's not a run for your life warning, it might work. Then, the village elder's holding a stone with some weird vibes. With a glare, he watches the squad head into the dungeon. A beam of light flashes, and Veronica's like, dodge! A tentacle comes at the boys. They dodge, but Geyershal's not so lucky and gets snagged. Following where the kid got taken, they find a nest, and Chohong's like, what's this doing here? She tells Seol the monster made the Medusa. Days earlier, in the library, the kid reads a doc saying the variant's a counter against the parasite. Ian's like, just a theory, not a fact, reminding Seol of the tomb. Our hero remembers the forest enchantment wasn't for protection, but to seal the saint's grudge. The old dude explains theory versus reality, so Seol should trust his eyes. Back in the dungeon, Seol's panicking, thinking Ian's theory was spot on. The monster attacks again, but Maria's shield blocks it. Our hero asks Chohong if they should attack, and she's like, nah, let's bounce, we're too weak. Mihail slices a tentacle, saying, they gotta save Gearshal before retreating. Back at Maria's shield, the kid's shocked the tentacles regrowing. He wonders why, and Chohong's like, duh, it's a variant. She smashes the tentacle with sacred mana, but it keeps regrowing. Maria's struggling to keep the shield up, warning she can't hold much longer. The shield cracks, and Seol's sweating bullets. Thinking only the main body can be hit, the kid throws spear tips at the monster. 2 spear tips hit, and the creature spits out Gearshal. Holding the guy, Mihail's like, nice catch. Maria's yelling for them to do something. She's at her limit. Seol organizes the team, saying Veronica should hit the main body. Gearshal protects Maria, and he and Mihail distract. Before the kid tells Chohong her role, she interrupts, asking if he plans to catch the monster. She says only high rankers could do that. Our hero asks, what if the monster hits the village before help arrives, making her tense. The village boss watches calmly, while Maria's about to break. Chohong hesitates, then asks if she can smash the main body when it's time. Seol asks if she can reach it, and she's like, not easy, but I'll try. Activating his 9 eyes, the kid thinks he can't blame himself for past mistakes, but he can't doubt his eyes now. There's gotta be a way to beat the monster. Seol gives the go-ahead, the shield drops, and they all charge. With a tentacle zooming at him, he dodges and slices it up. Our hero's thinking, sure, the mutant heals fast, but it's slower than a snail on a lazy day. If they chop off more tentacles, Chohong can go full ninja mode. While he's plotting, a bunch of tentacles rush him, but Maria's magic traps them. No sweat. Seol jumps in, slicing them all with his spear like a boss. Suddenly, green goo, probably toxic, starts oozing from the cut tentacles onto him. Maria's got his back again, reminding him she's running low on spells, so chill out. The crew's wiped from the fight, and Chohong's like, these tentacles are blocking everything. The mutant starts shrinking. Everyone's like, huh? And then it spits out more slimes. Seol's all, fall back. But Maria's frozen, and Gyershal steps in to save her. Veronica gets smacked by a tentacle, distracting Mihail, who also gets hit. Maria's healing them, and Gyrshal's like, shield me too, leaving her puzzled. He explains it's easier to shield them all together, so she rolls with it. Maria's like, hurry up, and Seol's trying to tell him to just guard Maria. Suddenly, Gyershal bolts the other way, leaving Maria all, where's he off to? Tentacles closing in, Maria pops the shield just in time. Seol's trying to reach her, but slimes are blocking his way. Turning to Gyershal, Seol's like, hurry up, but realizes the dude's bailing. He's thinking, how's he running when we're getting pounded here? Chohong's like, Seol, I'll make an opening, you finish it. She surprises him, activating a form, and Maria's like, that's a 4th ranking spell. Maria's shocked the girl learned something so epic. With her club, the girl leaps at the mutant. It tries to smack her with tentacles, but they get roasted by her powers. Seol's ready to finish the monster, but Maria's like, not yet, her powers last 30 more seconds. Still, Seol's eager to help, and Maria's like, then stay and guard me. He's confused, thinking if he guards her, who's helping Chohong? Maria whips out a ritual table, telling Seol to zip it and cover her. Seol follows orders, shielding her from incoming monsters. Meanwhile, Chohong's smashing tentacles with her club like a pro. She hits the monster's body and it starts pounding the ground with tentacles. Seeing her coming, the mutant spews poison again, but Chohong's unfazed, landing a hit so hard the monster groans. Seol thinks one more hit will do it. As her power fades, Chohong starts to fall, and the monster smacks her away. Seol's worried, seeing her struggle to stand. A tentacle's heading her way, but Seol cuts it just in time. Seol, fired up, declares it's his turn to attack. He struggles to fend off the monster's attacks. He doubts he can land the final blow. Chohong can't believe it. Maria's finished the ritual and has a giant magic hammer. She smashes the mutant, shaking everything, and Seol wonders if it's finally over. Chohong yells it's Seol's time to strike. A tentacle speeds at Maria, and she's ready to accept her fate. But Seol swoops in, saving her from the attack. A wave of attacks kicked off, and when they blinked open, Maria and Seol saw Chohong right there, skewered by the tentacles. Turning to them, the girl asks why he didn't go for the final hit like she said. But then she's all, sparing the monster to save someone. Classic him. Seeing that, the boy can only whisper her name. Maria's like, what about the nest that's still kicking? The mutant's tentacles stretch out, snagging Gyershal, who tried to bail. He's yelling for help, but then, chomp, monster snack time, and all you hear is crunching. Then, the monster spits out the dude's gear. Maria's jaw drops, wondering if the monster just had a traitor buffet. The girl's thinking she should have ditched Mihail and his crew. In front of Chohong's body, Seol's staring at the ground, totally lost. Maria hugs him, saying he should have let her go so he could bounce with the girl. Startled by Seol's racing heartbeat, Maria's like, why's it going nuts? She calls for Seol, but he's in his own world. His spooky future-seeing power kicks in, eyes going black and red. Maria's thinking, whoa, that's some serious murder vibes. A tentacle zooms at him, and the girl tries to warn him, but he just snags it like it's nothing. The mutant tries to poison him, but he's unfazed, standing tall after the dust settles. Seol rips the tentacle in half, monster goo flying everywhere. His face is all rage, veins popping. Another tentacle sneaks up, and Maria tries to warn him, but Seol gets smacked and goes flying. Rolling back, he's up again. Spotting his spear, he grabs it, eyes blazing red, and it's wrapped in purple flames. Maria's shocked, saying only top-tier warriors can do that. The boy's using the secret move, Highlander, a level 7 skill. With his spear, he slices the air, hitting a tentacle, making the monster howl. Seol's giving off this crazy killer vibe, marching towards the monster, which spins its tentacles like a merry-go-round. With quick moves, he spins his spear, making a shield. He busts through the mutant's tentacle barrier. It whips up a windstorm, and Maria's struggling to stay upright. Seol breaks through and shreds the monster. Maria's wondering if it's finally over, but the boy, in berserker mode, keeps attacking the dead monster. Maria's watching, totally freaked out. Eventually, the rage fades, and Seol snaps back to reality. calling for Maria. He's like, what just happened? The girl's like, are you kidding? With his hand on his face, Seol says after seeing Chohong die, it's all a blur. Maria's like, what kind of main character manhwa story is this? He's like, no clue. Even though he's not sure, he thinks if he'd used it faster, Chohong might have lived. Hearing this, the girl's like, why decide who lives or dies? She starts using her mega healing spell on Chohong. The ground shakes from the magic. Meanwhile, Seol's like, maybe she can still be saved. He lies down, gazing at the night sky, and Maria teases him, asking if he'll cry like manhwa characters to get up. Seol's like, nah, no tears left. She's not the female MC Maria, fists clenched and exhausted, jokes she might have to smack him more to vent. She collapses onto Seol's lap and he cracks a small smile. Then, he hears footsteps coming his way. It's none other than the village mayor. The guy strolls past Seol, saying he knew this day would come. Our hero's like, spill the tea, while noticing the guy's still colorless. The village chief's like, it's gonna be a long night, asking if they should head back to the village since everyone's beat. Seol's down with that, saying it's better to head back first. Back in the village, the mayor's wondering where to kick off the story. Seol's all, hey, maybe start by telling us who you are, and the old dude's suddenly tongue-tied. Then the young guy's like, oh, and maybe drop the average level of all the subjugation teams too. Seol's thinking it's super weird how the mutants just poofed after biting the dust. Plus, it was no accident that the mutants leveled up every time they showed up. To Seol, this guy was always one step ahead. Cause let's be real, it's not easy for a non-earthling to figure out a team's vibe just by its level. The old dude nailed it 20 times. Closing his eyes, the man spills that he used to be a big-shot sorcerer in Delphiron, a place known for its magical tech. Seol's about to ask about the mutant nest, but the old dude's already confessing he made it. The guy explains it was a secret weapon against the parasites. Thought he was close to the end game, but nope, epic fail. Hearing this, our hero's like, why'd you drag earthlings into this and mess with the villagers? Hinting at something, the man asks Seol who he thinks is backing a washed-up sorcerer like him. Realizing it, the boy's like, wait, are the villagers your partners in crime? The old dude warns Seol to watch his words. The guy's like, if earthlings use paradise for fun, why can't we do something to survive? These words hit the young guy hard, making him all jittery. He asks what the chief meant by that. He explains that with no security, the village was in danger, and rumors about mutants kept parasites away. Seol finally gets that he wrecked their only defense for the village. Chill as ever, the man says he knew this was coming. Opening a chest, he pulls out a stone, showing it to the boy, saying it's an alchemical stone called radio, a material to control the nest, but over time, its power was fading. And when the man was in the dungeon with the group, he was actually telling the nest to scram. But the day the nest went rogue came sooner than expected. After hearing the man's side, Seol's like, got it. The old dude's like, I've got nowhere to go, saying even if he got axed, no regrets. Seeing the man was in the same boat, Seol feels bad for him, and reaching out, he says the old man just needs to hand over his reward, leaving the old dude puzzled. In a carriage, Chohong, who's chilling on Seol's lap, wakes up all freaked out. Looking around, she sees she's in a carriage with Seol and Maria. The panicked girl asks what happened to the cave and the nest. With a straight face, Seol's like, were you drunk? Better shake off that hangover before we hit ramen. Confused but calmer, the girl's like, wait, are we still heading to ramen? And Seol nods, saying they haven't hit the city yet. Sweating bullets, the girl wonders if she time-traveled or had a freaky dream. In a panic, Chohong's like, we gotta go back, or we're toast, looking dead serious. Seol's like, what are you on about? We're almost there, no turning back now. Like a kid throwing a fit, the girl cries and begs the young guy to listen. Then, the panic stops. She notices her hair's gone gray, just like in the nightmare. Seeing the girl figured it out, Seol covers his mouth, grinning. After socking him so hard the carriage almost flips, she asks if the mayor was really behind it all. With a bruised face, Seol fibs, saying the old dude had nothing to do with it, and that he was just a clueless mayor who loved his village a bit too much. When they hit the village, our hero's like, let's party and then bounce. But Veronica's like, nah, I'm beat. Shaking the young guy's hand, Mihail's like, this was a trip worth taking. Seol's like, sorry about what went down with Gear Shial. And Mihail's like, nah, it was a good chance to ditch him. Watching them leave, Seol's like, guess it's just us partying. Maria's like, what party? I'm out, need some Z's. In the end, it's just Seol and Chohong left. Looking at the girl, he asks if she's down to grab a bite. Questioning why the dude was chatting about food when it wasn't even chow time, she says she's gonna hit up the temple first. Seol's all, you leveling up? And the girl, super proud, goes, yep, I'm about to be a big deal. The boy's mind is blown, thinking since she was a cathedral knight, she's now a Templar. Chohong bounces out, all smiles, saying Hugo's gonna be green with envy when he hears she ranked up first. With everyone gone, he figures he should catch some Z's too. At the Temple of Lust, hanging with Maria, the girl's wiped out, then suddenly hears a stampede of footsteps. 2 patients are rushed in, looking rough, and she's like, wait a sec. Turns out the patients are Agnes and Ian, and they're in bad shape. Scene switch to the Temple of Gluttony, where Seol's chilling. He's bummed, saying he still can't hit level 3. The goddess pops in saying it's cause he hasn't unlocked all his level 2 skills yet. Still, she's like, you did awesome. Never thought you'd pull off that light switch and fate tie move. Even with a bumpy road ahead, she's grateful she can rock a shoe thanks to him. Leaving, Seol's deep in thought, saying the goddess always talks in riddles. His tummy's growling, so he's like, guess I gotta grab a bite before heading home. Maria's checking out 2 bodies, wondering what went down. It's Ian and Agnes, and they're pretty banged up. Back home, Seol's like, Cho-hong's taking forever. He wonders if she's out partying or just wandering the city. He thinks about looking for her, but then remembers no one's brave enough to mess with her, so he just crashes. Next day, at the Temple of Lust, Seol spots Maria by a door and asks what's up. A guard stops him, saying the area's off limits, telling him to find another route. He's about to ask what's going on, but spots a familiar face among the guards. It's Riorda, who's like, long time no see since the neutral zone, and congratulates him on his feats. Seol's all bashful, saying he's not sure they're really feats. Switching gears, he asks what's happening and why Maria's there. Maria sighs, saying it's gonna be a headache again. As she walks, she's like, adults gotta handle adult stuff. Seol hears a noise from the door. Smelling blood, he checks it out. A soldier tries to stop him, but Riorda gives a nod to let him through. Door opens, and Cho-hong inside is curious who's there. Seeing Seol, she's like, how'd you find out? Cinzia jokes that the baby lion's looking for its mama. Seeing Agnes bandaged up, Seol freaks and tries to wake her. He spots Mr. Ian, who, with a soldier's help, says he heard Seol cracked the mystery. Seol asks what's going on. Cinzia, head down, says everything he saw is top secret. In a meeting with Cinzia, Ian, Dylan, Teresa, and a mystery guest. Teresa's saying the parasites took down the Taigal fortress. The red-haired armored woman says it was the Federation's only strategic spot. Dylan mentions the fortress got beefed up with help from cave fairies. Teresa says the guards are barely holding off the enemy, but then ogres showed up. Dylan's puzzled, asking if that race wasn't extinct. Old Ian explains the parasites made these ogres, but the queen's real goal is mass-producing orcs. The red-haired knight asks why, since ogres are way stronger. Ian says orcs are cheaper, so they can be mass-produced. Dylan wonders if this means the parasites can create new species. The dude's explaining it was kinda like that, but they use hostages as hosts, not nests or medusas. They were running a lab with hostages who could be, impregnated. The woman's all, what do you mean by hostages who can be impregnated? Cinzia, super chill as always, says the guy's obviously talking about women. The girl's totally grossed out, and Dylan's like, why bother if they've got the fortress? Why not just keep attacking? Then Cinzia drops the bomb that they found something unexpected thanks to Carpe Diem's super rookie. Dylan's all, you mean Seol? And she spills that not only did they fail to wreck the fortress, but they also lost their 2 medusas, all cause they underestimated them. So now, they're planning to send mutant orcs their way while their main forces hit the Federation. Dylan's like, guess the attack on human turf just got real. Teresa's like, duh, the 7 nations already decided each would wreck a part of enemy land. Cinzia, telling the story, says they botched the mission, and only 2 made it back alive. Freaked out, the young dude asks about Teresa, Hugo, and Dylan. The general's like, they're probably alive since the enemies need them. Seol's, all determined, then we gotta rescue them now. The room goes dead silent until Ian breaks it, asking how they'd pull that off. The young dude's stunned, speechless. The old guy's like, even with Hallmark's best team, they failed, and now the enemies are on high alert. But if they really go for it, the place becomes a full-on battlefield. He'd love to help cause of the captured folks, but they're not the only ones there. Can't let civilians get caught up in their mess. Seol, quiet till now, asks if they're just gonna sit and watch. Super mad, he's like, is it normal for Earthlings to ditch allies when things get tough? Or is it just business for Ian? Then, bam, Cho-hong slaps him. She leans on him, venting that she'd risk her life to save them, no matter how many times. Seol, poker-faced, says those are just excuses and bails. Cho-hong tries to follow, but Cinzia stops her, saying the dude needs time, calling him an idiot. Outside, Seol's wondering why he can't save anyone. Realizing he said never, he wonders if it happened before. Inside, Cinzia says they should give all the data to the Federation since who knows what'll happen. She asks old Ian to draw a map. Ian's like, sure, and says rumors about the Delphinian Duchy aren't exaggerated. Seol, eavesdropping by the door, remembers hearing that name before. The mayor of Raman's writing in a book when there's a knock. He's like, who's visiting at this hour? Opens the door, sees Seol, looking wiped out. After chatting, the man admits he worked in the lab. He says thinking Delphinion would have a tiny lab because it's a principality is silly. Seol asks if there's any weakness even after beefed up security. With a serious face, he asks about a secret passage in the factory, surprising the man. The mayor's like, "Why do you think that?" And Seol says the old man couldn't have left with the nest through the front door. Smiling, the man's like, "I dig smart young folks like you." He opens a small chest, shows the same stone from before, saying it was boulder-sized when he took it. Our hero asks how he did it, and the old man says, just as the young dude guessed, there's a secret passage. But he's like, "You're not seriously thinking it connects there, right?" Making Seol nervous. Back at Carpe Diem HQ, Chohong's on the couch, still shook from everything. Then Seol walks in, and she's like, "Where have you been?" When asked if she stayed up all night, the girl gets all fiery and asks how he thought she wouldn't freak out after what he said. Tearing up, Chohong says she was super close to them too, and yet he judged her like that. Hugging her, Seol says he's really sorry. Breaking free from his arms, Chohong starts playfully punching him, saying she hated him. Holding her shoulder, our hero says he's sorry, but he's got the solution, which gets her hyped. He says they should bounce, and she asks where to. Holding a scroll, he says they're off to save everyone. Handing the scroll to Ian, the dude checks it out, making everyone anxious. With a doubtful look, Ian says it's doable, but it's too soon to party, as the odds are slim. Cinzia says even if that's true, the boy pulled off another win, and Seol says he just didn't want to be late to the party. The general says they're not toast yet, as there's no sign they've returned to Earth. These words leave the boy puzzled, who asks what she means. She explains if someone bites it in paradise, they pop back to Earth, and Ian adds they lose their memories as a penalty. Seol asks if that's all, and Cinzia says if someone can't handle the memory gap, they might go bonkers, or worse. Hearing this, the boy says he's got no time to chill there. The woman then tells him to chill, as the plan's rolling. In the Arden Valley, two people are strolling in the rain. As they near a house, one asks if this is the spot. Already at HQ using the boy's intel, the rescue plan kicks off. The rescue squad's packed with people close to the hostages. Miraculously, Chohong and Ian are back in action. Even Seol, who's just level 2, is in on the plan. At the Temple of Lust, Agnes says it's too late to stop them, even if she tried, but she warns the boy about snipers, which piques his curiosity. She says all she heard was a shot before seeing a hole in her chest. Seeing she can't do much, she asks Seol to promise to show off his monospear skills. Our hero agrees to this. On his way out, Seol bumps into Maria, waiting outside. Seeing him, she runs and hugs him, begging him not to go, as he might really die this time. The boy says he's done running, so he's gotta save them. Before he finishes, she pricks his finger and presses it on a paper. Taking the paper from Maria, he sees it says, if he dies, all his stuff goes to her. Snatching the document back, Maria says if he doesn't like it, he just shouldn't die. Looking at the sky, he thinks he's got one more reason to come back alive. And finally, the night of the plan kicks off. In the camp, a man walks up to Seol. He introduces himself as Ayase Katsuki and says they should at least try the plan, even if it's just a glimmer of hope. Our hero says they're in this together and asks if he mentioned she was his younger sister and says he's got one too. The man says whether the plan works or not, he'll pay the debt, so it's better for the boy to survive. Our hero thinks the man seems kinda cold, but he's a good dude. At that moment, the call goes out for the rescue squad to gather. Ian asks if everyone's ready, as now's the time to speak up if they want. Chohong tells the man to quit jinxing things, which gets a genuine laugh from the old man. With everyone in the magic circle, Ian fires up the magic, teleporting them to the spot. He reminds them the circle lasts 30 minutes and recharges in 72 hours, so if things go south, he'll bounce solo without a second thought. Entering through the secret passage, the man tells them to stay sharp. As they move through a corridor and into a room, they're shocked by the place's size, worrying about the time they'll spend there. Seol says for now, they need to focus on the spots with the lowest odds. Remembering they've got a map of the area. Seeing everyone was in the building, Katsuki's all right, let's roll with the plan. He puts his ear to a room, and boom, realizes there's a whole squad of enemies. With Seol holding the radio stone, we rewind a bit to the mayor of Ramen explaining how all the parasites' minds are like totally linked up, so they could be one big brain and still do their own thing at the same time. Seol's all, what if I mess with the commands from the big boss parasites to the little ones? Using the radio stone, Seol eavesdrops on the parasites who are beefing with each other. Katsuki gives the signal, listens again, and is like, whoa, everyone's just chilling in their spots. He opens the door and is like, let's bounce in. Seeing all those orcs frozen, they're shook that a simple stone could control them all. When asked if the orcs might just start moving, our hero's like, just don't poke the mutants. After passing the orcs, the priestess is like, took you long enough to get here. At the corridor's end, Katsuki's all, let's split up. Me, Chohong, and Rhine left, Seol and Yasi right. He says, "Find the hostages or not. Be back in 5. While searching the prison, Yassi's like, "Why is it so empty?" Our hero explains the parasites wouldn't leave them alone. Plus, hostages were for making orcs. Grossed out, the dude starts to figure something out, but chickens out. Near the corridor's end, Yassi's like, "Nothing here, let's bounce." Seal's like, "Hold up," wondering what the orcs were eyeballing. Looking up, he spots Hugo hanging from a hook. Inside a container, an orc's like, "Did I just sense something?" A hostage is begging him to just end it already. With his hand on the princess's head, he says the queen's nice, but he's not. Leaving the room, he tells her to wait for later, calling her the pink princess. Seeing Hugo's still breathing, Yasa's like, "How's he still kicking?" Seal, using the radio stone's power, orders the orcs to lower Hugo safely. Turning a crank, the orcs free Hugo. Hugo wakes up, gasping for air. Holding him, Seal's like, "I'm here to save you." The priestess uses mega healing magic on him. Seeing Hugo hung on a hook, Katsuki's like, "Maybe to weaken him." Our hero's like, "What does that mean?" The dude asks if Seal knew how the queen used parasitic hosts in the first invasion. They controlled corpses, but for mass production, they didn't usually kill hostages. Our hero's like, "So that's why they keep them easy to infect?" And Katsuki's like, "Seems so." When asked why the girls were freaked out, the dude says they saw something nasty. He explains Ian's theory about hostages being food was spot on. Hearing this, Seal's worried about Dylan and the princess. Katsuki tells Chohang to take Hugo back, asking if she knows how crucial the first return is. The dude explains she should protect Ian, set up communication, and prep traps for their return. Nodding, she gets it and heads back with Hugo. Seal tells her to stay safe, and she says, "You too." Following the map, they hit a room full of orcs and not so nice stuff. Checking the room, Katsuki's like, "Nothing's moving." Yasser thinks he spots his brother and bolts, ignoring the leader's warnings. Turns out, Yasser's brother's half replaced with animal parts. In tears, Yasser's like, "After all we've been through, it's starting again." Meanwhile, the group's almost puking from the stench. Looking around, Seal's in shock at the sight. Running, he can't believe what's in front of him. Pushing an orc aside, the young dude's in denial, seeing Dylan's body. He thinks about saving his friend, but Katsuki stops him, saying it's too late. The priestess warns not to touch the body, saying it could cause problems, and Seal asks if she just wanted to leave him there. Right then, the priestess kicks off a ritual. Seeing this, Seal tries to point out that Dylan's missing arms, but she keeps going anyway. Our hero yells for her to wait, but Katsuki stops him, saying there's no saving the dude now. However, they could at least wake him up, hoping he knows where the other 3 are. Dylan opens his eyes and asks if he's dreaming. Seeing his buddy awake, Seal moves closer. Dylan asks about Hugo, and Seal says they saved him, which makes Dylan super relieved. Noticing Priestess Rhine in the group, Dylan comments that the squad seems to be made up of people connected to the hostages. Getting the sitch, he admits he doesn't know where the others are, but they should be nearby, and the cleric thanks him. Katsuki approaches Dylan, saying it's been a while since they last met. Seeing Katsuki as the leader, Dylan feels relieved, thinking they won't have trouble getting back. Katsuki says Dylan's giving him too much credit, and Dylan, grinning, tells him to hurry and find his sister. The leader thanks him for understanding, pulling out his dagger. Confused, Seal asks what he's doing. At that moment, he's held by his 2 other teammates. Katsuki tells Seal he knows they need to let Dylan rest forever. Seal denies knowing. Holding his dagger, Katsuki says they should let the man rest while they can. Seal tries to argue back, but is cut off by Yasser, who says he gets how Seal feels, but they need to save the others. Dylan calls Seal, saying he's super happy now and never lost hope he'd come to save him. Even though his wish came true, Seal apologizes for being late. Dylan says, on the contrary, he's grateful Seal came at all, asking him to say goodbye to the others. Katsuki thanks Dylan for what happened 3 years ago, and Dylan says that settles his debt. Meanwhile, Seal struggles, begging him not to do it. With a blank look, Dylan mentions he's never heard of Seal's method. In his final moments, he remembers asking Seal to teach him his coffee-making method when he got back from the expedition. With his friend's head gone, Seal breaks down in tears. Katsuki tries to calm him, explaining the man wasn't really alive. The priestess says all that's left is to let him rest. On the ground, Seal thinks if he'd been faster, this wouldn't have happened. They call Seal, saying they're running out of time. Our hero stands up and says he's going. Fueled by rage, he insists they need to save everyone. Apologizing, Yasser says he's heading back, feeling unsure. Looking at the priestess, Katsuki asks her plan. She says, although she doesn't want to, she has to go, as they need to save 3 people. At least 3 need to go. Katsuki says even if they see worse, they should stay focused. Seal and Rhino nod in agreement. Heading down the stairs, Seal thinks that since they couldn't save Dylan, at least they let him rest. Reaching a camp-like area, our hero wonders what's going on there. Walking through the camp, Katsuki jokes it's probably where the magic happens. They say it's the size of a village. Rhino asks what to do, and the man says they've probably separated the Earth folks. Seal thinks it's too dark for his 9 eyes to help. Spotting a different place, the group decides to check it out and then head to the experiment hall. Entering the room, Seal's spear activates mind-cleansing magic. He wonders if it's the aroma. The priestess asks if Katsuki thinks what she's thinking, and he agrees, saying it's an aphrodisiac. Seeing bodies around, he comments those people were likely drugged, unable to resist without the aphrodisiac. When asked what to do, the man says it's too late, as everyone there is already infected, and their only fate is eternal rest. Katsuki wonders why all this, and Seal questions if he thinks Earth folks are partly to blame. For real? They just ignored reality and kept on with their epic adventures. The dude's all sure he could think that way, but it was really about dragging people into war. Seal's like, Paradise gave him new hopes and goals, so he feels he owes that world big time. The guy's like, not many folks had the luxury of thinking that way, since most people had pretty rough lives on Earth. Our hero's like, even among those folks, some volunteered for risky missions, like the boy's sister. Katsuki's like, his sis just wanted to boost her fame points, even though he told her not to. He's like, in this case, his sis was paying the price for being so stubborn. They walk into a room and bam, there are cauldrons everywhere. He whips out his dagger, touches the liquid in one, and realizes it's more aphrodisiac. Seal's like, why's there a rope here? He lifts the rope with a lever and boom, pulls a woman from the liquid. Rhino's like, oh snap, it's Lawrence. Seal rushes to the girl, but Katsuki's like, hold up, stay back. He cuts the rope, frees the girl, and she wakes up, writhing in pain. The cleric uses magic to heal her massive wounds, stopping her pain. Our hero's like, if even Lawrence, a level 6 Imperial Knight, was in that state, he better watch out. Katsuki's like, the girl wasn't infected, so he tells the cleric to take her back. As they leave, the dude tells Seal they don't have time to check the whole room. Seal's like, you want to bail on this place? The dude's like, nah. He throws some powder saying from here on, they gotta take risks. The boy's like, what do you mean by risks? The young man's like, someone got dragged here, but there were only traces of one person. He's like, could it be his sis or the princess? They gotta leave it to luck. Seal's like, no matter what, if the dude's sure he won't regret it, they should go for it. Following the traces, our hero's like, what's your sis like? Katsuki's like, she's got black hair, a mark under her left eye, and she's pretty small. Seal looks over, sees some hostages who are already gone, thinking Agnes would have been toast if she hadn't escaped, and maybe the princess too. He wonders if humans are just incubators for parasites. Then, Katsuki finds his sis and bolts towards her. He gets to the room where she is, starts to say something but can't finish. He opens the cell, and we see the state she's in. Seal arrives and thinks, no way. Katsuki's like, to the parasites, Earthlings are no different from Paradise folks. Seeing his sis is infected, he apologizes and draws his dagger. Seal's like, would you really do that to your sis? The young man's like, it's too late. He asks if the boy would stop him, reminding him there's less time to find the princess. Realizing he's helpless, Seal just turns away. After it's done, Katsuki tells his sis he'll see her again on Earth. He jumps up, saying they gotta find the princess. Our hero's like, how's this guy keeping it together in such a crazy situation? Now Seal gets why Dylan respects him so much. He's like, gotta focus on finding the princess now. They reach a barn with some orc babies. Seal spots a silhouette with pink hair, runs over thinking it's Teresa, but it's a native. Seal's like, phew, if it was the princess, he'd be lost. Katsuki hands him a stone, saying even if signals are mixed, they can still chat if they're close. Seal's like, is it time to split up? The dude's like, yep, time for the final gamble. Our hero's like, how much time we got? The young man's like, with withdrawal, 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Using the communicator, he's like, I'll definitely find her. Through the lab rooms, Seal's wondering where the princess is hiding. He's convinced that even if she's from Paradise, being a princess gives her some extra value, so there's still a tiny chance she's alive. With his 9 eyes activated, he spots a container glowing red, like it's got a neon sign saying, look here. Seal's confused about why he needs to keep his distance, so he uses the radio stone to tell the orcs to open the door quietly, like ninjas. After the orc does his thing, Seal tells him to nod if there's a human inside, and guess what? The orc nods. Seeing a woman there, Seal asks if anyone else is around, and the orc just stands there, basically saying, nope, just her. As he walks towards the container, he's wondering why everything's got this red vibe, like a weird horror movie set. Inside, he finds Teresa, all beat up with her wrists and feet tied, looking like she's had a rough day. When Seal touches her face, she wakes up, thinking it's the orc guard, and asks to be left to rest forever, like she's in a bad drama. Using his communicator stone, Seal tells Katsuki he's found the princess, like he's just completed a side quest. Hearing this, the princess, with eyes that have lost, Their sparkle gets all confused, and Seol tells her they're heading back. Tears streaming, Teresa asks if it's a dream, and Seol's like, nah, it's real. I'm here to save you. And she's like, can I cry even more? Just then, footsteps echo, and it's the smart orc asking what all the noise is about, like a grumpy neighbor. Seeing a lower orc tagging along, he's like, who sent you here? Like he's the boss of the orc squad. Seol, hiding, uses the stone again, telling the orc to go back outside and shut the door, like he's ordering takeout. Realizing the orc broke free from mind control, Seol wonders if he's leveled up or something. The mutant, sensing something's off, accuses Teresa of tricking the other orc to escape, like she's some mastermind. Teresa's like, no way, dude, you know that's impossible. But the orc grabs her neck, not buying it. Seol's ready to jump in and save her if things get messy, like a hero in a movie. Fuming, the orc tells her not to lie and orders her to swear by her royal vow, saying it's the only way to prove her worth to the queen. Even though she's shaking, she asks for time to think, and the orc punches her in the stomach, like a total jerk. Seeing this, Seol wants to step in, but Teresa signals him to hold back, like she's got a plan. The guard accuses her of stalling, like she's done before, and warns her not to push it. She's like, since you're a lower being, I need more time to think, throwing some shade. The orc's like, fine, you've got 10 minutes, or else we'll have some fun, like he's giving her a deadline. Once the mutant leaves, Seol sneaks out from under the table and frees Teresa from her chains, like a stealthy ninja. Wrapping her in his cloak, he asks her to take care of his spear, like it's a precious treasure. He carries her, which confuses her, but she rolls with it, calling him her prince, like it's a fairy tale. Noticing she's free, the guard freaks out and orders a search for the prisoner, like a game of hide and seek. As they dash through the lab corridors, Seol bumps into some guards, like a surprise party he didn't want. Seeing him worried, Teresa asks what's up, and Seol explains the orcs broke free from his mind control, like a plot twist. With orcs closing in, the princess grabs Seol's spear, telling him to run, like she's in charge now. Activating his Festina earrings, Seol sprints down the corridor while Teresa, in his arms, knocks orcs down, like a boss. Seol spots a closed door ahead, and the princess tells him to keep running, like it's no big deal. Using her magic, she makes the door vanish, like a magician at a show. Exhausted, they finally reach the bridge from the start, like they've come full circle. On the other side, Katsuki warns Seol to be careful and not to run, like a concerned parent. Shooting arrows, Katsuki takes down some ceiling bugs, impressing Seol, who didn't even know they were there. Looking back, Seol sees the orcs chasing them, like a scene from a zombie movie. Seol announces he's gonna run, and Teresa's like, nah, jump instead, like it's an action movie. Following her lead, he leaps, and the bridge collapses, sending orcs into the abyss like a dramatic finale. Teresa and Seol make it across, and Katsuki, racing against time, urges them to hurry, with only 11 seconds left. With the clock ticking, Seol activates his Festina earrings and heads for the teleport, like he's in a race against time. When they finally roll up, only 5 seconds are left on the clock. Right then, as they dash for the teleport, the boy gets hit by a shot. He suddenly remembers Agnes's warning about those sneaky parasite shooters. As he drops, Seol can only watch his squad getting zapped back. At the camp, Chahong's yelling, feeling totally helpless watching it all go down. Just then, Kinzia strolls into the cabin, sees Chahong freaking out, and asks Ian to fire up the portal again. When the commander quizzes Katsuki on the chaos, the rattled dude just looks away. Seeing even the group's ice-cold member shaking, the woman wonders what went down. After catching his breath, the guy spills that thanks to our hero, they nailed the mission. And, thanks to the young dude, almost all the hostages got out safe. Cinzia then asks about the princess. Noticing Katsuki's bummed out by the question, she asks if they couldn't save her, even if it meant getting stuck. Katsuki explains Teresa got nabbed by a top-tier slave, but she managed to escape. Cinzia figures the girl got caught again and he made it out, so she asks why the other two aren't with them. The young guy explains all he saw was Seal, carrying the princess, suddenly dropping. Agnes asks if the boy tripped. The guy's sure he didn't, thinking if he had, the boy would have made it in time. He then recalls hearing a shot just before they teleported. Hearing this, Agnes gets worried, wondering if it's what she thinks. In the underground city, parasites scatter with a scream. The orc guarding the princess, full of rage, vows to end them once he catches her. Spotting a blood trail, he's sure the shot hit. He orders the orcs to find the princess and bring her to him. The mutant clenches his fist until tiny stones fall, leaving him puzzled. Then, behind the orc, a small breach lets air in. Teresa says even if they failed to escape, Seol should recover for her. Waking up, our hero opens his eyes and finds himself in the princess's arms. A bit flustered, he tries to wake her up. When she wakes, she asks if he's finally up. Seol notes his wound isn't as bad as he thought. The girl shows him the hole in his shirt, asking what he's talking about. Teresa says luckily there were 2 potion vials, and thanks to him, she had to split them. Jumping up, the young guy asks why it was thanks to him if he was out cold. Touching her lips, the princess says she gave it to him with a kiss, asking if it was his first. Ciel says she's got guts cracking jokes now. She says she found the blank map in his pocket, or they'd be toast. Looking around, she asks where they are. Trying to name the place, Ciel recalls what the old man told him in ramen. The old man talked about a camouflaged shelter, sparking the young guy's curiosity. With a confident grin, the mayor says as a careful guy, he'd share just in case. He explains the real hideouts behind a bookshelf in his old room, but there's another way. Arms crossed, the old man says if he looks back, he'll see a gate with 3 floors, the risky route. Seeing the well-prepped room, Ciel wonders why he went all out on a simple shelter. The man explains as a mage. It'd be a shame, and the hideout's a trick to fool others. Excited, the boy asks if the hideout's invisible. The mayor says pretty much, as no one would think a wizard would hide behind a bookshelf. Plus, he mentions a magical teleportation circle inside, hyping the young guy. But the old man warns against using it, explaining it leads to the Empire's heart, so it's only for meeting the parasite queen. Upon hearing this, Teresa jokes it's a good thing the circle didn't go all kaboom. With his 9 eyes, the boy spots the circle glowing orange which screams, danger zone. But hey, the hideout's all green so it's chill and safe. The princess cracks a joke about heading back out and becoming Monster Chow. But plot twist, our hero suggests they should actually step outside. Teresa's like, wait, what? And says he better make a plan before they bounce. She teases about sending him to Dreamland forever before he gets caught. With a spear at his neck, the boy's like, nah, I'm good. She asks if he knows what happens to prisoners there, and Ciel's all about believing in that light at the tunnel's end. The girl's surprised, asking if he's really from Earth. He just stays quiet, thinking he's not ready to throw in the towel. Climbing the stairs, Ciel flips on the 9 eyes and sees the entrance is green. He wonders if the monsters gave up, like NPCs in Roblox when you hide too well. The door's stuck, so the princess suggests they give it a team push. Boom. The door opens, and they see the place is totally wrecked. Ciel's like, was this an earthquake's doing? Teresa picks up a rock, saying it was a thunderbolt, not an earthquake. This makes the boy curious about who's got that kind of power. When asked how she knows, Teresa explains the stone's called Thunder for its sound and explosive power. It's a secret weapon, and she's shocked they used it. After leaving, Ciel apologizes to Teresa, and she's like, why? He says it's all his fault things ended up this way. The girl insists she should be thanking him for saving her life, asking if he really means it. The boy, looking bummed, says he's serious, leaving Teresa puzzled. He explains he was warned about shooters but didn't listen, which is why they're in this mess. Teresa asks why he thinks that, wondering if he regrets their situation. He says it's not her fault, and the place was doomed anyway. Standing up, she says it doesn't matter now, calling him her prince, and says they need to survive. A day after escaping, they're trekking through a black sand desert. Seeing no life, Ciel wonders what it's like where the parasite queen hangs out. Spotting something, Teresa brags about her sense of direction. She asks if he sees the mountains to the north, saying they'll cross the canyon in 5 or 6 days. On day 2, Ciel's shivering from the cold while trying to sleep. Seeing this, Teresa hugs him, sharing her warmth. On day 3, while walking in the desert, they run into some bugs. Ciel quickly pulls her to hide. Activating the 9 eyes, he separates from her, dodging the bugs. On day 4, the boy realizes they're out of water. Reaching the canyons on day 5, they rest until a cockroach shows up. Using the last radio stone, Ciel controls the bug, sending it away. On day 7, they're both wiped out, and the boy, hallucinating, almost drinks his spear, but the princess stops him just in time. Dehydrated, he faints and wakes up alone on day 8 near a forest, wondering if he's been ditched. But he trusts the princess wouldn't do that. He decides to get it together, hearing noises, wondering if it's Teresa. Stopping to listen, he realizes it's wolves. When Ciel snaps back, he's surrounded by hungry beasts. Realizing his situation, he wonders if he should just give up. But remembering the princess's words, he decides to hang in there. Alright, so check this out. Our hero's got a wolf charging at him, and he's all like, nope, not today. He grabs his spear, thinking, I gotta make it out of this no matter what. He manages to jab the wolf, but it's more of a scratch than a stab. The wolf's all squirmy, shakes off the spear, and our guy's thinking, well, that was a hot mess. Then bam! A bullet takes out the wolf heading for Ciel, and suddenly wolves are dropping like flies. Ciel's brain's like, what just happened? And he just passes out. Someone catches him saying, this kid's got some serious guts. This mysterious dude tells his crew to clean up the mess. In a cave, someone notices the kid's waking up and hands him a fruit. Ciel wakes up, chomps down on the fruit like it's no big deal. The same guy's like, wow, didn't think he'd just bite it, brave kid. Teresa pops in, asking if the kid's awake, and Seal sees the guy's wings, asking if he's an angel. The guy's like, haven't heard that in a while. We're just invaders in paradise now. Seal's giving him the side eye, thinking, so, fallen angels, huh? The princess tells him to chill with the suspicious looks. Even if they're fallen invaders, they're part of the Federation. And she reminds him they saved his butt, so Seal's like, thanks, I guess. The invader leader's like, no need to thank us, we were just on patrol. Teresa asks if they blew up the lab. He says stopping mutant production was key, but not top priority. They needed thunder for Tygal Fortress. The princess is like, so you chose humanity over the fortress? And he's like, not exactly. The Beastmen Alliance was against it, but humans reached out, so they went with it. They almost bailed because security was tight. Holding a crystal, he says guards just vanished underground. Teresa and Seal are like, if true, it's the first human Federation team up. The guy's like, yeah, but the lab's toast and enemies are on high alert. They're patrolling more, and snipers are everywhere, over 100 now. At this rate, they'd be toast before leaving the Forest of Denial. Seal asks Teresa if they're near the Forest of Denial. She says yeah, and if they cross it, they can dodge the parasites. Seal's like, I've got a plan. The leader asks if it's for everyone, and Seal's like, yep. The leader nods to a teammate with a lie detector skill. She says the kid's telling the truth. The leader's like, all right, spill the plan. In a canyon, the leader says the plan's a big gamble, asking if Seal's sure about that person. Seal's like, I trust them, and the leader's like, let's start the spirit summoning. Everyone spreads their wings, and turns out they've got butterfly wings. Our hero's thinking, is all this to protect the person next to me? With the summoning starting, everyone takes flight, and Seal's lifted by the woman next to him. Seal's freaking out, and she tells him to chill with the grip, so he apologizes. After flying a bit, the leader says they're far enough. They start climbing higher, and once they're up there, the leader gives the go-ahead. Everyone activates wind magic, and Seal's like, whoa, this is fast. He's thinking they might just pull this off. Flying over the forest, they spot a swarm of parasitic mutants. The mutants see them and start chasing. The leader starts chanting a spell, creating a shield around them. They hit the gas with the acceleration spell, crash into the parasites, and vanish into the bug-induced darkness. In the next moment, a light pops up among the mutants. It's the squad, who, after dodging the monsters, head down to the forest. While heading down, Seal's thinking his plan's almost done. Suddenly, snipers pop up in the air, which freaks the boy out. In the next moment, some of the fallen invaders get taken down by the snipers. With a mutant horde coming their way, the ground invaders activate an explosive stone. Seal, watching from above, feels bad about sacrificing those people. Our hero then spots a sniper lurking, but before he can act, the person holding him gets one of their wings blown up by a parasite. With that, the boy starts free-falling. Seeing this, the princess screams for him, unable to do anything. Even with a busted wing, the woman tries to save him, asking him to grab her hand. The boy manages to, and then she switches spots with him, using her body to cushion the fall. They crash into a tree, and thanks to that, much of the impact is reduced. Getting up, Seal starts coughing blood. Our hero thinks he should bail ASAP, carrying the woman on his shoulder. Ironically, a bullet hits him just as he starts to move. Surrounded by parasites, Seal wonders if this is the end. Crawling with tears streaming down, the boy refuses to go out like this. In the forest, the boy starts yelling for help. At that moment, a tomb opens. And just as the parasites are about to pounce on Seal, a dark aura spreads through the area. This aura gently grabs a parasite by the head, doing an X-ray of the spine without machines. The remaining parasites get sliced into pieces. With Teresa, we see her sprinting through the forest looking for the boy. She finds some parts of the dead parasites, wondering what on earth is going on. Finding Seal unconscious, the princess tries to approach, but the dark aura stops her. Hands up, looking like she's getting busted by the cops, she promises to stay put. At that moment, above the boy, a portal opens among the shadows. From this portal, a graceful woman emerges, placing the boy's head on her lap. Then we find out it's the saint, who says it seems the boy's been through a lot, and she tells him not to worry after all. She's already taken down everyone trying to hurt him. While crying, Seal remembers everything he's been through. The boy thanks her for what she's done, and trying to cheer him up, she gives him a bracelet, as he seemed weak to her. Meeting Seol, Teresa asks what the saint told him, and he says she asked him to visit her again. Seeing the invaders' leader, the boy apologizes, as people from the man's group died because of him. The man tells Seal not to think that way. After all, there are still 4 of them left. Our hero then thanks him for the words, introducing himself as Seal. While scratching his cheek, he asks if he could know the man's name. Opening his wings and showing a handsome face, the man introduces himself as Mikkel. Bidding farewell to the man, he says he'll remember that. At the Temple of Lust, a receptionist watches Seal arrive using his spear as a cane. Reaching the reception, the boy collapses while asking for help. Opening his eyes, the boy realizes he's getting medical treatment. In his thoughts, he admits he missed that feeling. A few hours after the incident, a man asks for the help of the woman who healed Seol, as without her, the church's hierarchy is in chaos. The woman says she refuses to go back to the church. In that case, the man reminds her she promised to return if they save the boy. Plus, she's not someone who breaks promises. She says she remembers her promise to return if the church helped save the boy. But the boy came back on his own. The old man gets mad at first, but realizing what she means, he starts sweating bullets. At that moment, the woman turns around, and staring at the stone on the man's hat, she asks if it's time for Seohee to stop bugging him. The stone then shatters, making all the red glow disappear. After that, the woman starts glaring at the man with anger. The door suddenly swings open. It's Seol, who, looking like a sleepwalker, is searching for someone, catching the priest's attention. Passing by the dude, he wraps his arm around the lady's waist, and she's all, "Didn't I tell you to hit the hay already?" The priest, catching this scene, is like, "Whoa, major blasphemy alert." With the kid perched on her lap, the lady's like, "Oops, my bad. Let this slide too many times." She's all, "Sorry, dude," and drags the kid back to his room. Meanwhile, Katsuki's squad is on a mission, heading back to the lab to save Seol and Teresa. In her head, Chohong's like, "Hang tight, kiddo, rescue squad's on the way." Suddenly, the magic orb starts buzzing like a phone on vibrate. Ian picks up, sounding super ticked, and says the kid's back. In the Temple of Lust, Seol wakes up feeling something familiar, like deja vu. Then, bam, Chohong kicks the door open, yelling for the kid. He's all, "What the heck is happening?" Chohong, a bit red-faced, is like, "Why you staring? Forget my face or something?" The kid surprises her, asking, who are you again?" She's like, "Did you bonk your head or something?" And he's like, "Yep, memory's gone." This leaves her totally shook. She's all, "Seriously, nothing." And he's like, "Sorry, brain's a mess." With a blank stare, she's like, "I'm the dummy here, sorry." Then Seol's like, "Just kidding." She's fuming, punches the wall, and it crumbles. The kid's scared stiff, and she's like, "How dare you prank me?" Seol hugs her, saying, "Sorry, took it too far." She's like, "You don't get how I felt, and you joke about it?" Seol's all, "Forgive me?" And as she tears up, someone comments on the ruckus. It's Agnes, with Maria, who's like, "Why the hug fest?" Seol's surprised they showed up. Chohong's like, "What's your deal here?" Maria, mixing up thoughts and words, says, "Seol loves to open his wallet." Chohong breaks the fourth wall. "Girl, your speech bubbles are all mixed up." Agnes rolls her eyes, saying she's here for her disciple, offering fruits. Maria remembers her stash, calls Seol over, and reveals a basket of beers. Chohong's like, "Are you nuts? He can't drink now." Maria's like, "True, but hands off. These aren't for you." A beer brawl breaks out. Then Hugo shows up, bear-hugging Seol, breathless, amazed he escaped. Someone's like, "Guess the kid's alive after all." It's Ian, with the princess and Katsuki. Seol's all, "Wow, thanks for visiting, guys." Laughing like a goof, Chohong's like, "Sure you're okay up there?" Making him chuckle. Yuhui, strolling through the temple, spots the priest still hanging around. She's like, "Still here? Anything else to chat about?" The priest's curious, asking about the stone discovery. She's like, "You dig old stuff, but your jewel's new." The priest's surprised it's just that. Yuhui's serious, apologizing for smashing the jewel. He's like, "Shin Young will just give me another spy gem." She's silent, knowing what he means. As he leaves, he mentions perks of joining Shin Young. Turning away, Yuhui's like, "Whatever, but hands off Seol." In Seoul, at Shin Young's HQ, Hannah, after hanging up, was like, "There's only one reason that creep would call." She figured it was cool the dude made it back alive, but he stirred up a whole lot of drama. Not only was he catching the eye of the daughter of lust, but now even Shin Young was all jittery. So Hannah's like, "Guess I gotta stick to my plan." In some office, a woman was smashing an orb. Turns out, it was the same lady who'd been spying on Yuhui. She remembered when the girl told her to quit bugging her. Smashing the orb, she cut her hand, saying things were about to get spicy. Back with Seol, he's staring down a portal. Looking back, he's like, "Do I really gotta go back?" Flashback to the hospital. Chohong's asking why he looked so bummed. She said he should be stoked, cause he nailed his mission and saved 3 people. With a sad face, he wonders if Dylan's gonna be okay. Hugo's like, "It won't be easy, but Dylan's a tough cookie." Seol nods, agreeing with Hugo. Trying to cheer him up, Chohong asks what he's gonna do, saying she and Hugo are heading back to Earth. Seol asks if Carpe Diem's breaking up for good, and she's like, "Nah, just a vacay." Hugo says Miss Foxy wanted Seol to head back to Earth ASAP. Seol's like, "You mean Hannah?" And Hugo's surprised he had a deal with her. Our hero spills that he turned down the contract, saying it was more of a personal deal. This shocks them, and Hugo's like, no way you turned down Young. But he says it shows how epic Seol is, getting mixed up with 4 of the 6 paradise crazies. Seol's like, wait, what are the 6 crazies of paradise? Hugo explains there's 6 wild ones in paradise, including Hannah, Maria, and Agnes. Chohong adds that the 4th crazy is Miss Cinzia. Laughing, she says he's surrounded by crazies. Hugo warns about people who talk about themselves. Chohong asks if Seol's going back to Earth. This makes him think, and he says the princess might invite him to the kingdom soon. She says he could just go and come back. Realizing he's making excuses, she asks if he doesn't want to go back. Busted, Seol admits he really doesn't want to return to Earth. Back to Seol facing the portal, he looks back. Taking a step forward, he thinks he needs to handle some stuff to keep living in paradise. In his room, he wonders how much time's passed in paradise. Grabbing his phone, he sees a bunch of missed calls. Then, his phone rings, and it's Kim Hana. He's like, how'd she know I'm back on Earth? Answering, Hannah's yelling, calling him a son of a gun. Later, at the cafe, he's facing her. She says she's been thinking, and maybe it seems like she's making him follow her path. So, she suggests ending the contract. Seol cuts in, saying he never thought that about her. She asks why he acted that way, and he starts mumbling. Hannah says he doesn't seem obsessed with money or honor, so why risk his life? He says he did what had to be done, and he'd do it again if she needed saving. She says he doesn't get it, and asks what good saving her would do. He talks about the golden rule. Hannah's confused, saying she doesn't get it. Our hero asks if she remembers when they met, and she told him to share his secret for the invite. Hannah's about to spill some tea, but Seol jumps in, saying it's all part of the secret plan. She's not totally buying it, but she's cool with it for now. Hannah's got something important to share. Since they're linked by the contract, his actions, good or bad, affect her too, and she's not down for drama she can't control. Seol promises he won't pull that stunt again. She's like, dude, you've already broken your promise twice, and she's not a fan of gamblers. So she's like, don't let her down again. Because just like he thinks she's special, Hannah doesn't want to be a sly fox to him. Treat people like gold, and you get gold back. But treat them like trash, and, well, you get the idea. The golden rule's a double-edged sword. Seol's all ears, promising to remember her words, then asks what's up with Hannah. She's like, what do you mean? He's like, you mentioned something before, and wonders if he knows what she's been through. She's like, had to meet the first lady. Seol's clueless, so Hannah explains it's Yoon Seora's sis. She's mad, wondering why the lady's meddling with her contract, calling her a total witch. People are staring in the cafe, so Seol's like, chill out. She cools down and asks if today's the day, leaving Seol puzzled because he's got no clue. Later, Seol's outside his fam's house, taking a deep breath, remembering her words. Someone called him an ungrateful jerk for forgetting his parents' anniversary. His fam's strolling through the hood. His mom's bummed the girl couldn't make it. The girl's like, sorry, something came up, but it's all good now. At home, his mom's surprised to see Seol waiting outside. She's like, why didn't you call? Busy much? He's like, yeah. And she's like, should have called to eat with them. His dad just walks by. Seol calls out, but his dad's like, I don't have a son like you. His mom's like, what's your deal? You're hurting him. Dad's like, you're the problem. How many times has he tricked us? It's obvious why he's here. Mom's trying to calm him, saying Seol's paid his dues. Dad's like, a gift doesn't make you my son again. Seol tries to apologize, but Dad's like, zip it. Told you not to come back. Even with Mom asking him to stop, Dad keeps going, while Seol just listens. Dad grabs the basket from Mom and tosses it, telling Seol to scram. Dad storms inside, Mom following, trying to chill him out. Seol's bummed, thinking he shouldn't have come. His bro, who saw it all, comes over, asking if he came straight from work. Seol nods. Bro's like, should have come earlier. They went to a place he loves. Seol's like, Naengmyeon? Bro's like, yep. Seol's like, if I'd come, no one would have eaten right. Bro agrees. Bro's like, busy today? Let's grab some ice cream. Seol's a bit shy, asking if he's sure. His sis interrupts, not happy Seol's invited, asking where he thinks he's going. Bro holds her back. She's like, is Seol an idiot? Tells him to vanish if he's part of her fam. Looks at her other sis, says they should head inside, crushing a flower. As she heads up, she calls for Jinhee, who follows without a glance. Seol's left alone, picking up the crushed flowers. Then he spots Sunhwa beside him and stands up. He tells her to head inside, just like everyone else. The girl really doesn't want to, but the boy insists she leave him alone. With a heavy heart, she goes in, leaving Seol by himself. As he picks up the flowers, the boy starts crying. He stumbles away, basket in hand, heading home. A familiar voice teases him about walking while staring at the ground. It's Hannah, arms crossed, waiting for him. She says she hung around in case he showed up and asks how it went. Seol wonders if she can't already tell, and she asks if he regrets going. With a sigh, he admits he lived. Like a total mess, and Hannah says that's old news. Almost in tears, Seal says he's messed up so much, a couple of sorries won't cut it. He knows that, but before he can say more, Hannah hugs him tight. She tells him he did great, grateful for a shoulder to cry on. The boy lets the tears flow. A car pulls up, and a guy hops out, asking if he interrupted something. Hannah says nope, perfect timing, and Seal asks who he is. The guy admits it's late and kinda rude, but he's here to escort the boy politely. Hannah pats his shoulder, saying a lot happened while he was gone. With a smile, she wishes him a good trip. In the car, the guy mentions hearing about Seol's family drama. He says they plan to pitch an idea once things settled, but Yoon Seo-hee was losing sleep over him, so he came to fetch him without warning. Seol wonders what she wants. It's not like she's crushing on him. When they arrive, it's announced the boy's here, and when the door opens, he's shocked by Seora's new look, who says she's been wanting to meet him. Remembering her from the tests, he's confused if this is the same Seora. While the chefs whip up some food, she hopes he's not upset about the sudden invite. He denies it, saying he didn't expect her to be the one calling. In his head, he's wondering why she's sitting so close. While munching, he mentions he thought it'd be someone else. She guesses he means Yoon Seo-hwee, and Seol finds it odd she talks about her sister like a stranger. Cutting to the chase, Seora asks him to join her agency. She spills that she heard he'd be undercover for Sin Young, so he'd still be part of the pharma company. Joining means he'd be in a division, likely the director's. He asks if that's bad, and Seora says the director would probably bug him a lot. So, Seol asks about her, and she confidently says that won't happen in her division. Seora thinks she can finally be helpful to him. In a yellow convertible, he's heading home with Hannah. Saying it was refreshing, she praises Seora. And Seol, sitting beside her, asks her to slow down. She says if he gets a fake gig at Sin Young, Seora's department is the way to go. But she wonders how Seora dared to eye what's hers, and speeds up, suggesting a shopping spree. Freaked out, he yells for her to slow down, and she promises to buy everything today. Later, Seol's at the gym, lifting weights. Some women are totally checking out his muscles. Then, he gets a text on his phone. It's Seora asking what he's up to, and he's puzzled why she's asking. He tells her he's training, can't slack off just cause he's on Earth. It's cool having a friend from paradise. While our main dude's chilling in the library, he gets hit up by Seora, who calls him her magical lancer. She's all about how his name sounds epic, and he's like, for real? What's your title then? She drops that she's called Berserk, and he's like, oh, a warrior of light? But she's totally not about that life. Our guy's deep into books on medicine, spear throwing, and cultivation, just vibing. Next to him, there's a girl blushing hard, totally checking him out while he reads. Seora pings him again, asking if he found the book he needed. He's like, it was tough but I got it. Closing a book, he's all, weird that Earth even has IQ as a thing. He mentions he's heading back, and Hannah's like, you mean going in? She jokes he's been on Earth longer than she thought, and after hanging up, she tells him to have a blast before bouncing back. After the call, the girl's like, wait, he's been here for 10 days? Our dude, Seol, thinks about how since visiting his mom, his fam's been radio silent. He rips up an invite, deciding from now on, it's all about training in paradise. In Hallmark, Seol's grinding hard, leveling up his QE skills with mana. He figures she probably needs magic training too, so he tests out the book's circulation arts. He sends mana from the upper dantian to the middle, then to the lower, and realizes his meridians are clear, unlike the book said. He remembers Agnes told him to snag Psycho Tears with a coupon she gave him. It's this ancient remedy that heals him up and boosts his mana flow. Grinning, he's all, thanks Agnes. Seol notices his skills, and mana are leveling up. Walking with Agnes, he asks about it, and she's like, Chi arts don't do that. She wonders if his magic spiked during the arts. He's like, it built up for days, then poof, gone. She figures it's the remedy, saying key arts probably clear out the leftovers. He's like, I didn't take any remedy. Then, remembers he ate something called dulce while being chased. Agnes explains dulce is a miracle fruit, but tastes like a nightmare, only eaten when you're about to kick the bucket. Anyway, she says Seol can level up the circulation art at level 4. It's like when magic leveled up to key arts. She says key arts can lead to divine arts with cultivation. She mentions learning solo is best, but he'll need contribution points to advance soon. Seol's like, didn't you say not to use them? She explains cultivation doubles the challenge. Since the system's meant to be blessed, knowing how to use it is a skill, and he asks if he should master the basics. Happy he gets it, she nods with a smile. Back home, they spot a letter and wonder what's up. In Hallmark Palace, our guy's in front of the throne. He's thinking, is that dude the king, Prehi Hussy? The king asks if he's the earthling named Seol. Kneeling, Seol greets him, but the king's like, no need for that. The king mentions he heard Earth's kings serve as the heavens. Standing, Seol says it's an honor to be there, and the king's glad he gets it. He tells Seol to treat him like the village chief, even if it's awkward. Prehi thanks him for his efforts, saying he heard Seal's been a big help to their world. Our guy's like, nah, you're giving me too much credit. Standing up, the king's all right, let's hustle. Holding the princess's hand, he jokes about not letting the guests starve, while Teresa giggles at the nervous dude. At this epic feast with food that could make anyone drool, they chow down in peace. Teresa, after wiping her mouth, gives the maid the signal for dessert time. Seeing the boy hesitate, the king's like, not a fan of the grub? Seal's all, nah, it's awesome. Prehi's like, well, let's chill the vibe with a story Earthlings dig. He asks if Seal knows about the royal family versus Earthlings beef, and Seal's like, yeah, heard about it. Skipping the drama, the king says, Sin Young helped kickstart peace talks. The king's like, instead of the rebel leader, some randos showed up. Still, the guy's all, I'm the king of Hallmark, who are you? But the dudes start roasting him and his daughter, calling them the pot-bellied king and piggy princess. The young man's shocked. Wait, for real? Teresa's like, yup, still fresh in my mind. She says the guys kept asking if they were trolling their names. The king's like, to Earthlings, this world was just a game. Calling them crazy, Seal asks if the king did anything. Prehi's like, even annoyed, I laughed it off, and we found a traitor. Our hero's curious how he figured that out. The princess explains they knew private religion stuff, so the traitor was close. Seal's puzzled about the private religion bit. The king thought the boy would laugh like other Earthlings, but Seal's like, nope, not funny. Prehi's like, just trying to lighten things up. But hey, here's your reward. He orders the maid to bring the prize, and she brings a cloth-covered thing. The king's like, we're fair with punishments and rewards. Hoping the young man digs it, the cloth's pulled off, revealing gold bars. Our hero's like, is this what I think it is? The king's like, yep, easy earth cash. The king asks if he likes it, and the young man's torn on what to say. Remembering the saint in chief, the boy's like, got something to tell you. The king's like, spill it. And Seal says the kingdom's fair with rewards. He spills the mission tea and the king listens. The young man's like, couldn't have done it solo. With a chin stroke, the king's like, got it? Asking to use the reward for the villagers? Our hero's like, heard there's limited space, but still asking. The king's like, if that's it, I can try, but don't get it twisted. The king asks if he needed to go that far, leaving the young man deep in thought. Prehi's like, even if you kept the gold, no one's judging, but what's your deal? Seal's like, just following orders, leaving the king puzzled. The young man explains it's a golden command, about giving back to those who helped him. Otherwise, he fears losing that care, and he's scared of that. Hearing this, the king's like, humans really have their limits. These words hit the young man, making him reflect. The king's all, yo, Seal, you sure you're not going to change your mind? Seal's like, nah, I'm good, with total confidence. The princess is beaming, her eyes sparkling like she's just won the lottery. So the king's like, alrighty then, villagers can move into the city, and I'll help them out, body and soul, and they're gonna help out with the whole tomb situation too. The king's like, we reward folks here, so pick a weapon from our stash. He gets up from the table, saying Seal can take all the time he needs. As the king's leaving, Teresa's like, hey, stick around a bit, and the king's like, smart cookie, my daughter. He lets them into the warehouse, but no touching, cause thinking about his daughter's wedding gives him a headache. The king pats Seal on the shoulder, and he's like, meeting you was a blast, time well spent. Before he bounces, he thanks Seal again for saving his daughter. Seal's about to say thanks, but the king's like, remember what I said in the throne room? And then the king's out of there. With her dad gone, Teresa's all smiles, asking if they can chat about the reward now. Seal's eyes light up, wondering if they're heading straight to the warehouse. The princess is like, chill, let's enjoy dessert first. We've got time. Seal's tummy growls and he's like, yeah, cake sounds awesome. Teresa's grinning, saying it's a special dessert made by her and her folks. Seal's surprised and she's like, get ready for some epic food. Next day at home, Seal's licking his lips, thinking that dessert was fire. He remembers seeing it and the girl asking if he expected something else. Checking out his reward stash, Seal's stoked he ended up there. Thinking about a club, he figures the weapon would be a cool gift for Chahong, and the crucifix, he thinks, might come in handy if he needs Maria's help. The last item, the princess told him to keep it on the down low when leaving. It's a magic pouch, and Seal remembers the bracelet he got from the saint. Pulling the necklace from the pouch, he's ready to test it out. Using the bracelet, he sees it has 3 commands, one for a shield. With his spear, Seal's like, now I can pop a shield whenever. He swings his spear around, suddenly sensing something's up. Activating the shield, he defends himself, thinking it's big enough to cover him. Taking a deep breath, he's like, these gifts are epic, and he knows he needs to get stronger to pay it back. Like Prehi said, Hallmark's kingdom doesn't mess around. Seal gets word from a messenger that the king hit up the village chief. For the tomb, the princess got a top priest to start building a temple, While practicing spear throws, Seal feels a weight lifted, but he's got other worries. Worn out, Seal's like, "What's my deal? Even after days, I'm not getting it." Flopping on the ground, he's like, "I'm out of ideas." He wonders if he should meet her, but he thinks he can't always rely on her. In the city, it's chaos, people yelling about an assassin. Meanwhile, Agnes is just chilling. Turns out, Agnes's name freaks people out in Hallmark, making it the crime city. 'Cause her actions are wild. We see Agnes, in a bloody scene, gifting a tree. No shocker they fear a woman whose motto is, "Allied blood gets washed with enemy blood." The woman strolled through the city, all chill, until she bumped into a dude and her eyes went wide like, whoa. Seeing Agnes's surprise, the guy was all, "Hey, who are you?" She was like, "Oops, sorry for the jump scare." And after explaining, he was like, "Wow, it's been ages since I last saw you." The woman was like, "You seem kinda awkward talking to me." And the guy laughed, saying she said the same thing last time. Agnes was like, "This is both a bummer and a throwback," and mentioned it felt like yesterday when she was crying in his classes. The guy was like, "I don't remember you crying. The Agnes I knew was a boss even without help." After a pause, Agnes was like, "Sorry for being nosy, but were you by any chance?" Then, the guy cut her off, saying no, and mentioned he was there to see Dylan, who made him promise to pop by sometimes. With a sad face, the woman was like, "Got it." So, the guy asked what she was doing there, and she said she was meeting someone. He was like, "Can't think of anyone but Chahong, Hugo, and Dylan." And she was like, "Nope, it's someone else." Scene switched to Seol, still practicing his spear throws. Even tired, he hadn't hit the target once. Then someone showed up, leaning on a cane. It was the same guy, who took off his hat, looking at the house all nostalgic. Seeing the boy, he wondered if that was the newbie and if he was just messing around. The guy bumped into something, and saw it was a notebook. Checking it out, he was like, "This kid's a goof for doing that." He called out to the boy, who stopped his training right away. Waving his cane, the old guy was like, "Seal, lift your right arm more." When the boy was about to ask who he was, the guy cut him off, telling him to use his elbow as a base and turn his hand. Giving up on asking who the old dude was, the boy just did what he was told and asked if he was doing it right. Closing the notebook, the guy just told him to keep at it, heading towards the house. Seal was like, "Who even is this dude?" After a bit, the old guy came back with a hammer, running towards the boy. The boy was kinda freaked out, not sure what was happening. Handing the hammer to the boy, the guy was like, "Seal, you're not using your strength right." Fixing the newbie's stance, he said Seal should put power in his right foot, from toes to opposite arm. And then, rotate his hip so the move transfers to his right arm, which the boy got. Then, the guy was like, "Throw the hammer." He did as the old guy taught, and when the guy let go of his wrist, the hammer smashed into the wall hard. The guy was like, "Why are you learning long throws if your target's so close?" Seal, on the other hand, was like, "How does he make it look so easy?" Activating the 9 eyes, the boy wondered if this was destiny. Looking at the guy, he noticed he was glowing yellow. Scene switched to Chahong, who was in a temple. The saint there called her a level 5 Templar. He was like, "I expect high-tier stuff from you," and the hyped girl was all for it. Getting home, she kicked the door open. Calling for Seal, she was like, "Got a gift for you?" Then she heard a loud noise from outside. The boy, still training with the old guy, asked if everything was cool, and the guy was like, "Yeah, keep throwing," just as Chahong showed up. She arrived just in time for Seal to hit the shield the guy was holding. The girl was like, "Is that dude an enemy?" Lowering the shield, the guy was like, "Is that Chahong?" Realizing who it was, she screamed in surprise. Inside, the young man asked if the guy wanted some tea and he was like, "Nah." So he offered a cold drink, which the old guy accepted. Chahong, thinking to herself, was like, "Seol's already this guy's little puppy in no time." Grabbing a drink, the dude says he'll be back in a jiffy. Rubbing his shoulders, he groans about the pain and the lady's all, "You told the kid to keep chucking." He's like, "Didn't think a level 2 would pack such a punch." And Chahong's like, "Dude, speak up when you're beat or you'll be 6 feet under." Calling her out, he's like, "What's with the sass?" And Chahong's like, "Just worried, okay? Chill." He's like, "That's not how you show concern. Sounds like you're wishing me dead." The girl's all pouty, saying, "Well, that didn't work. Just wasted my cash." Hearing this, the old dude pauses, recalling times when Potts bonked his head and he tripped for no reason. Whacking her with his cane, he's like, "So, this was all you're doing?" Chahong's like, "We had reasons, you were a jerk." And the old man's like, "Only 'cause you guys were slackers." He's like, "Unlike Dylan, you need 100 explanations to get it." Hearing Dylan's name, Chahong's face dims, and she looks away. Noticing, he's like, "Heard what went down? You guys rocked it." Chahong's like, "Should've come back sooner. Dylan missed you." He chuckles, recalling the kid, saying they nailed it against the parasites and saved Dylan. The girl's like, "Actually, the mastermind was that dude," leaving the old man puzzled. She explains it was the kid he was just training, asking why he changed his mind after retiring. He's like, the kid begged me to train him, so I thought, why not? Switching topics, he's like, problem is, Dylan's gone, and Carpe Diem's on the brink. The girl's like, for real? I'm high tier now. And the old man jokes, world's ending, huh? After thinking, he's like, no choice. You should lead. Better you than Hugo. Chahong gets it, but feels annoyed for some reason. She's like, you're retired. Don't sweat it. We got this. He's surprised, saying she's finally acting like a veteran. Repeating her words, she's like, just meet your peeps and bounce. He's like, all right, when's Hugo showing up? And she's like, handle things right, okay? Asking if he knew how much folks asked if he'd really retired. Grinning, he's like, yep, I did. 5 days later, Hugo's back from Earth. In those days, their office saw more visitors than ever. People like Ian, Katsuki, Shinzia, and even the king came to see the man. During that time, they learned loads about Jiang Maldong. Turns out, he's from Area 1 and started Carpe Diem. Hugo's all hyped, saying his worries are gone. Seeing this, Seol's like, is he really that big a deal? And Hugo's like, totally. The kid's like, so, is he high tier? And his buddy's like, his worth's beyond Paradise's standards. Seol's like, what's that mean? Leaving Hugo baffled. Thinking he's like, there were 4 classes, but not all for combat. Seol's like, heard some folks are producers. And the man's like, exactly, everyone's got skills, but not all fit for battle. Thinking of an example, he mentions Miss Foxy, and Seol's like, you mean Hannah? And he's like, yep. He explains she started as an archer but hit high tier another way. Seol's like, she was an archer? And Hugo's like, hard to picture, right? In this case, the methods were contracts and Hugo's like, anyway, she's a top negotiator. All right, buckle up, cause this story's about to get a glow up. Here we go. So, this old dude, total legend trainer status. Hugo's all, even Lust's daughter was famous, but she couldn't touch this guy. Seol, after just a few days of training, levels up his skills like a pro and even gets a class skill. He's feeling all epic, and his buddy's like, dude, should have asked Jiang to train you. Reminiscing about training, he jokes there were days he wished he was toast, but if he toughed it out, he pauses, leaving Seol hanging, who's like, what happens next? Then boom, Chohong yells, no way. She's all, the guy just got back to Earth and you want to keep him here for your own stuff? Hugo's like, yeah, that sounds kinda bad. And she's like, let him go, he gets caught up in stuff too easy. Then, the guy's like, our squad's in a pickle. And she's like, stick to your promise. They exchange some serious stink eye. Hugo storms off, all huffy. Chohong takes a deep breath and dives back into training. Seol's like, why can't the old dude stay? With a serious face, she stops and says, he's been here forever, almost since day 1. She explains staying in Paradise for over 10 years ain't a walk in the park, you gotta love this place. She's like, being a trainer at his age, helping peeps in Paradise deserves a standing ovation. But not everyone's as cool as old Maldong, and most of his students ended up beefing. This beef led to a lot of folks biting the dust in Paradise. After a pause, she tells Seol to imagine being in the old guy's shoes. Using the aura move the old man taught him. Seol thinks it's a bummer, but that's how it goes. In the temple, the goddess gives Seol props for wrecking the parasites' plans and causing them major headaches. She's like, you bought us loads of time. Then she drops a bomb about a big event coming up. Seol, trying not to be rude, asks if she could be a bit clearer, cause she's talking in riddles. The goddess is like, didn't I already spill the tea? And says revealing too much would mess with the universe's rules. Seol's like, so, if you help one side, the other gets a boost too? She nods. She says there are paths ahead and he should chill and focus on leveling up. Seol's like, got it. And in the name of gluttony, she dubs him level 3 Mana Lancer. Seol's jaw drops and the goddess is like, what's the deal? He's like, Mana Lancer? Really? He's thinking, what's up with her naming skills? The goddess, not amused, calls him a cheeky brat and zaps him with lightning. Old Maldong, living in the moment, says everyone he met was buzzing about the young dude. He realizes he never got his name but figures he should head back to Earth soon. Then, there's a knock. Maldong's like, door's open, come on in. It's the village chief asking if Seol's around. Hearing the name, Maldong's like, oh, that's the kid's name. He says Seol bounced a while ago, but the chief can chill. Maldong pours him some tea. The chief's like, this tea's fire, and Maldong's like, brought it from Earth, it's molasses tea, want some? He's like, you called the kid by name, so you're from Paradise, right? Why you looking for him? The chief's like, yeah, it's weird for a Paradise dude to hunt down an Earthling. Just as he's about to spill the beans, Maldong's like, doesn't matter where you're from, leaving the chief shook. Maldong's all, yo, you here for the kid or what? And says it's totally normal. The dude's like, you got it, man. Turns out he's a buddy of Seol's, and he's like, I'm the big cheese of this tiny village, Raman. Right then, Seol rolls up and is like, "What's this dude doing here?" The guy's like, "Just here to say thanks from my village," and mentions it's been ages since he saw Seol. Grabbing Seol's hand, he jokes, "You didn't turn into a total goofball, did ya?" Leaving Seol all puzzled. The dude's like, "Heard you blew all your reward gold on the village? You know how worried I was?" Maldong's eavesdropping and gets curious, while Seol's like, "Even the king was all flustered, so he had to admit the guy's help was clutch, cause he ain't the type to owe anyone." The guy's grinning, "You really know how to pay back in style, kid." Remembering Maldong's there, Seol's like, "Oh, meet my buddy." The old dude's like, "I'm Jang Maldong, just a chill dude from the sticks." The village chief's like, "Wait, are you the martial master of Hallmark?" Shaking hands, he's like, "I'm Arbor Muto, heard all about your paradise adventures." The mayor's like, "Thought Seol was different, but thanks to him, he saved tons of villagers." He's all, kinda jealous of a student like that, shocking the dude, cause Seol ain't his student. Muto's like, "Oh, almost forgot," and whips out a paper. When asked, he's like, "It's a map to my secret spot on Boulder Mountain." Maldong's thinking, "Why Boulder Mountain though?" The dude's like, "It's no biggie, just some old gear and books, keep the stuff and potions. But if Seol's not into it, he can pay." But Seol's like, "Nah, the stuff's cool." Seol's thinking, "This guy's a famous mage, the stuff's gotta be good." As he's leaving, the dude's like, "No rush, take your time, kid." Once he's gone, Maldong's like, "Who was that?" And Seol's like, "A big shot sorcerer from Delphinion." Realizing he's an imperial mage, Maldong's like, "Muto's even more epic than I thought." Laughing, he's like, "Dude loves making things complicated, could've just asked." Patting Seol's shoulder, he thanks him. Everything's chill until the door swings open and Ian's like, "Hey Maldong, you horse's butt, let's grab a drink." Maldong's mood drops like a rock. By night, they're chilling at a bar. Ian's like, "Maldong, rethink going back to Earth, Hallmark needs you." The dude's like, "You're relentless, aren't you tired yet?" Ian's like, "You know why I'm on your case?" And Maldong's like, "No clue." Ian's like, "There's hope cause the Maldong I know is all about connections. But since he keeps visiting, it means he cares. And he's not to blame for Paradise's mess." Maldong's like, "True, but I feel guilty cause I gave power without thinking." After seeing how power changes people, he started regretting his job big time. Plus, he's like, "No reason to stay in Paradise." Ian's like, "What about Seol?" He believes change is happening cause Seol makes the impossible possible. Maldong's like, "The kid's special, but humans are unpredictable." Sipping his beer, he's like, "Who knows how much the kid'll change?" Ian's like, "That's why we need you," catching Maldong off guard. When it's time to head home, Ian's wasted, being dragged by a dude, and Maldong's like, "Just dump him on the street somewhere." As he bounced out, he remembered the dude's words. He mentioned they'd already flopped before, and now they were ancient. He wasn't asking Maldong to be the boss, just giving him a nudge in case their dream was still kicking. While strolling back, Maldong muttered it was easy for him to say that. At the Carpe Diem HQ, Seol was deep in thought, staring at the system screen. He was curious about those shadow arrows, recalling seeing something similar in Wuxia stories. Not wanting to waste time overthinking, he just dove back into training. Right then, Jang popped in, wanting to ask the kid something, catching him off guard. Jang asked why the young dude came to Paradise. Thinking for a sec, the kid said it was because he vibed with it there. The elder said something so vague wouldn't cut it, asking for specifics like fame, cash, and perks. So the kid said it was because he felt he belonged there, like he could start fresh. This got the old man curious, asking if he'd be bummed if Paradise vanished. With a serious look, the kid said, "Duh. Obviously." Leaving the spot, the elder swung his cane and cursed Ian. Clueless about the situation, the kid wondered if he messed up. While heading down some stairs, the man remembered Muto's words saying Seol was a solid student, and Ian saying there was still hope. Slipping into his training gear, the man noted that hope wasn't just there, it was boosted. The next day, Chohong was yelling at the man asking if he was really staying. Scratching his ear, he told her to chill. Again, she asked if it was for real, and Hugo, hearing the news, was hyped. The man explained he wasn't coming out of retirement, but like it or not, without him, Carpe Diem would vanish and he couldn't let that slide. Plopping down on the couch, she said they wouldn't split that easily, and he'd probably regret it. Jang said since he mentioned it, he wanted to add something, asking what was the point of leveling up without reading emotions. Cho Hong then felt bummed, as she was planning to surprise the squad, but it still worked with the crew asking if it was true. While Hugo whined about losing, the girl reminded him she said she'd beat him to it. So, Seol asked what rank she leveled up to, and she revealed she hit the Templar rank, and Seol, hearing this, groaned about having the lamest name. Remembering something, Seol dashed off, asking the girl to hang on a sec. Surprising the girl, he handed her the club he got as a prize. He said the weapon was called Iron Thorns, made from meteorite, and reinforced twice. doubling its power. Holding the weapon, the girl said she felt sparks all over her body. The girl said she had something for Seol too. They were sand weights. The boy thanked her, while Hugo felt left out. The news of the Kingmaker's comeback spread through the city, and groups who heard the news quickly reached out. In front of Jiang, Katsuki said this was his master's wish. The man noted knowing Kyongdan Ryan would be the first to reach out when they heard the news. Kyongdan Ryan, a huge Japanese business group led by Master Ryan Tsuzi Yuki. Like the Triad, they had major sway in Paradise. Plus, they were a group where Umi Tsubami, one of Hallmark's top teams, was part of. Katsuki said his leader congratulated the elder on his return and wanted to help Carpe Diem by sending a skilled archer, and asked if just one person could have the honor of getting his acupuncture. Right away, the man refused. He said that, as the kid probably guessed, he didn't plan to do acupuncture ever again, and asked if that was all. Katsuki then said there were other offers if he turned down the first one and mentioned that, if allowed, the leader wanted to visit him. In that case, the elder told the young man to warn Suzy that if he mentioned acupuncture in his presence, he'd cut ties with him. Seol, watching the scene, wondered what kind of acupuncture would make his master act that way. Jiang said he didn't get what was happening, as the man knew his personality, and Katsuki revealed the leader did it on purpose. At that moment, thumping his chest, the boy revealed he became the leader of Umi Tsubame, a team-up in prep for the banquet. Hearing this, Chohong's all, "Is it party time yet?" Old Jiang's like, "Yeah, it's about that time, and things are still wild after the chaos." Katsuki's all, "You wouldn't believe it, the speedsters are already on the move." So the elder's like, "What about the royal family's ban after the mess?" And gets told it's lifted. Seol's wondering how many peeps he still doesn't know. Jiang's like, "Why's the young dude pushing for a team-up? Couldn't snag 2 invites?" The young dude's all, "Umi Tsubami's in bad shape and my master took half the squad to make a dream team for the party." Jiang's like, "Forming a dream team and leaving you out? Did you tick him off?" The boy's like, "Yeah, I was told not to join the rescue squad, but I had to save my sis, so I broke the rules." Old man's all, "Yuki's big on hierarchy, probably didn't dig that." So, he asks, "What's the plan?" And Katsuki's like, "Got a request from someone with an invite. This dude's an intermediate exec of the Triad, named Hao Win." Seol's feeling all uneasy hearing that name. The elder's like, "Heard the Triad lost to Sicily 'cause of drama." Katsuki's like, "Yep, so they're using Hao Win to rally the squad and bring back the glory days." Jiang's like, "Interesting, let me think it over." The boy's all, "I'm out." Hugo's like, "This chance pops up every 2 years, I'm so in." With a smirk, he's like, "Nah, we ain't going anywhere. We need a solid archer." While Hugo and Chohong are bickering, Jiang's like, "Seol, what's your take?" The boy's all, not really sure." Old man's like, "Just spill your thoughts." The boy's like, "Well, given the squad's sitch, we should go." When asked why, he's like, "Our squad's value tanked." Jiang's confused, so Seol's like, "We lost Dylan, our MVP." Old man's like, "Shouldn't we recruit newbies there?" But the boy's like, "Depends on the newbies. The issue's that Carpe Diem's not famous enough for a top-tier archer like Dylan." So the elder's like, "You saying Carpe Diem's not cool enough?" Seol's like, "Not exactly, but the banquet's a big deal. Perfect chance." Hearing this, Jiang's thinking, Dylan had a knack for spotting talent. He calls Chohong, who's wrestling Hugo, and tells her to check out Umi Tsubame. Leaning on Seol, he declares Carpe Diem's hitting the banquet. Even with 6 weeks to go, Zhang Maldong's already prepping. During prep, he's like, "Seol, think the banquet's a cakewalk?" He mentions even Dylan and Katsuki only went twice and didn't hit stage 3, and the only way to go is with an archer, plus the boy's gotta train his throwing. Then, the boy, who's been quiet, drops a bomb. Not doing that, shocking everyone. Seol's like, "Elder said to stay behind, chuck spears and bail if it gets hairy." Jiang's like, "What's wrong with that?" Remembering all the times he had to bolt, the boy's like, "Not training to run away." Old Jiang tries to scold him but can't, and Seol's like, "Consider making him a fighter." Calling the boy cocky, the man's like, "You don't even have the skills, yet you're greedy." Even hesitating, he's like, "If words don't work, feel it with your body." So he orders Hugo to pack, and the boy's like, "Why?" The man's like, "We're hitting the Great Mountain, pack up and move fast." Hearing this, Hugo and Chohong are shook, knowing what's coming. Jiang's like, "You wanted this, so no tears, or you're out." And even if the boy aced his training but didn't meet his standards, no banquet for him. Pointing his cane at the boy, he asks if he got the memo. Drawing air from the depths of his lungs, Seol loudly confirms he got it. In a carriage, Seol's chilling with his squad, heading to the epic mountain. Seol was grinning, and old Jiang was peeping this. Katsuki seemed chill, unlike Hugo, who was stressing with his hand on his head. They roll up to the spot, and as they hop off the carriage, Katsuki asks Seol why Agnes tagged along, and the boy spills that after the rescue plan flopped, she realized her skills needed work. The archer's curious about how she knew they were training, and Seol spills he told her, cause she helped him out. This gets Katsuki thinking, why train him if he's not even from Sicily? Our main dude explains she trained him in the neutral zone. Katsuki thought mixing with Sicily while in with the triads was sketchy. Looking back, old Jang asked why the squad was dragging. Hugo was bawling watching the cart roll away. After trekking forever, they finally hit a cave. Jang comments that Muto had epic hideouts. Right then, Katsuki spots something and tells them to hold up. Crouching, he says there were cave ettins nearby, and the elder asked how many there were. From the footprints, the young man says it was a squad of 8, but no movement vibes. Grabbing an arrow, he loads his bow, but Jang stops him, telling him to chill. Looking at Seol, the elder asks what the 4 elements of ki were, and calmly the boy responds, quantity, speed, and power of flow, control, and conceptual power. Picking up a rock, Jang chucks it into the cave. Seeing that, Katsuki asks what he was up to. Ignoring him, he grabs Seol's spear and says to get ready. Noises start echoing from the cave, and the elder says Seol should strike when the monsters show up. Doing as told, he focuses his mana, creating a spear. At that moment, the monster silhouettes start showing. Noticing this, Hugo warns they're coming. Just as Yang taught him, Seol hurls the mana spear. Agnes, watching, is shook by the boy's perfect form. One of the charging Etons gets skewered by the boy's spear. The monster's sudden fall leaves the others dazed. The next second, another gets hit by a mana spear. Everyone's shook by Seol's skills. The boy then nails 2 more monsters, taking them down fast. At this point, old Jang tells him to stop and says he should handle the rest solo, but no earrings. The elder hands the spear back, and Seol charges at the Etons. With circular moves, he pushes the monster squad back, holding one by the head. Watching, Jang asks what Katsuki thinks of the boy. The young man says Seol's good. His skills got mad penetration power, and with explosion damage, it's even better. Jang agrees, saying the boy's skill would slay at the banquet. Watching Seol fight, the old man asks what the young man thinks of the boy's hand-to-hand combat. Katsuki compares the boy's combat level with others, but Jang interrupts, saying to compare it with himself. The young man asks if he's sure. The elder confirms, saying the boy's probably amazing in his eyes. In that case, the archer says the boy's terrible as a warrior, but he can throw mana spears, and if the team backs him up, he'd do well till stage 2. At that moment, the elder reveals the boy said he didn't want that, leaving the young man puzzled. Yang then explains the boy wants to be a warrior, not just a spear thrower. The elder says that even though Seol's got good vision and thinks right, his stubbornness means there's something special about him. Charging at the Etons, the boy makes circular moves with his spear, taking down the monsters. Exhausted, Seol thinks his throws weren't bad, and his hand-to-hand combat was solid. Jang was all, guess the kid's gotta figure this out solo, huh? After they KO'd all the monsters, they hit up this cave. Inside, there was a room with a shelf packed with potions. Katsuki grabbed a red potion and was like, bet this one's a boom boom juice. And Hugo, holding a rose, joked, is this a love potion or what? Old Jang was like, hands off peeps, this stuff's Seol's, and Seol was cool with it. Then Seol got why the elder was all no touching. As the sun dipped, everyone was training, but Seol's noise was like a concert in their heads. Hugo just shook his head like, nope. Jang finally gave the green light for the kid to chill. Seol flopped on the ground, all wiped out, wondering if he passed the first test. He asked the elder if training was done. The old dude was like, what are you on about? Get up. After a bit, Jang was like, we're here. Pointing at a mountain, he said, up and down 50 times, you can ditch the weights and use mana. But, duh, no earrings. And the old guy was like, show me your stubbornness, kid. Then he was like, go. And Seol dashed for the mountain. While climbing, Seol was like, this ain't your average jog. Looking back, he was like, who knows what's lurking in those woods? So he cranked up his speed. Totally beat, he finally nailed his first climb. On round 2, Seol was soaked in sweat, and Jang was like, 45 more to go, 45 more to go, dude. He asked why Seol wasn't sprinting and said, at this pace, you'll be running till sunrise. Seol tried to argue, but Jang cut him off, saying, if you don't dig my style, bounce. Hearing that, Seol, already drained, started running again, and Jang just sighed. While scaling the mountain, Seol was all about proving himself. After finally finishing the laps, he face-planted from exhaustion at the cave's entrance. Next morning, he got a wake-up call with a splash of water to the face. Jang was like, thought you kicked the bucket? How long you gonna snooze? Sun's up. Our hero, all dazed, got up, still clueless. The elder handed him his spear and some weights, saying, do the 3 spear moves 10,000 times. And after that, run another 100 laps. Just hearing it made Seol want to hurl. On day 4, Seol was training in the rain. While he was going ham with the spear, Jang watched from the cave. Agnes rolled up, asking why Zhang was being so hardcore since he usually wasn't. The elder was like, "The kid's getting it. Everything's out of whack, body, mind, the whole shebang." Agnes asked if Seal's mind, soul, and body were all mixed up. Zhang was like, "Yep, all three are a mess, and even though he's got skills, his mind's scrambled. Even though his skills seemed top tier, he didn't know how to use them, same with his body. So, before fixing the mix-up, they had to sort out the three elements." Agnes just stayed quiet. By dawn on day 4, Seol was stumbling from exhaustion. And when he leaned on a rock, Zhang was like, "Keep running, no slacking." Totally spent, Seol did as he was told. On day 5, Seol was training with his spear until he started to puke. Katsuki watching was like, "Dude, don't overdo it." He said Seol was only level 3 and could train again at level 4. Plus, no one aced the banquet on the first go. And if it was all cause of old Maldong, he said the old man wanted Seol to figure it out himself. Seol shot Katsuki a glare, and Katsuki was like, "The old dude would just give you a hard time." Then Seol pointed his spear at Katsuki, who was like, "You wanna throw down or what?" Seol's all, "Yo, don't touch me, dude, even I don't know what I'm about to do." And Katsuki's like, "What's the big deal with a spearman chucking spears?" The boy just yeets one of his spears behind Seol. Seol's like, "Okay, but what if mana spears flop?" Katsuki's all, "That's why we roll in squads, bro." Our hero's like, "Remember who said there'd be surprises at the banquet?" And he's all, "Can you really back that up?" Katsuki's just standing there, speechless. Seol's like, "If you can't promise that, better prep for the worst." Then he just drops his spear and bounces. Right then, the elder rolls up, asking where the boy's at, and Katsuki's like, "He's off doing his running thing." As they stroll, the young dude's like, "Seol's emotions are wild, he might not make it through the day." But Zhang's like, "Not so sure about that." In his head, the old guy's thinking the boy might not last 2 days. Cut to Seol, running like a madman. The poor dude's got no clue how many laps he's done. His vision's going all dark and he's like, "Is this it for me?" If so, he's thinking he gave it his all. Just as he's seeing his life like a movie, he snaps back, thinking he can't go. Out like this. On his way back to the cave, the elder spots something. It's Seol, stumbling back, looking like a zombie. The man's like, "Whoa, that's some serious grit." Yelling at the boy, he's like, "You gonna quit after coming this far?" Seol face plants, totally wiped, and Zhang's like, "Never seen anyone as nuts as you." And he's all, "Is all this for the banquet?" Barely able to talk. Seol's like, "In the neutral zone, I wasn't ready for the skeletons. Almost got wrecked." Old Zhang's like, "Gotcha, kid's got heart." Handing him new weights, he's like, "These are skills, my dude." And he's all, "Chug some water before training. It'll crank up the intensity." Zhang's like, "Even if nothing's changed, you made it another day. But if you lag, I'm out." Then he heads back to the cave. Suddenly, system notifications pop up for Seol. They say he's got a courage upgrade. Patience turned into self-control, and his vitality's up. Fast forward a month, there's a carriage cruising by. Inside's Cho Hong, thinking she's stoked to skip training since she's the squad leader. Spotting Hugo on his daily stroll, she yells to get his attention. Hopping off the carriage, she's like, "Let's get hyped. Our Messiah's here to rescue us from this cursed place." Hugo's like, "You should have been here sooner." And she's all, "This place is danger central." Hugo's like, "So the savior's saving herself first?" And she's like, "Guess training wasn't so bad." On the way to the cave, Cho Hong's thinking the old man's up to his weird training again. Seeing her, Zhang's like, "You look good." And Cho Hong's like, "How can you say that without looking?" He's like, "I can hear your voice." She's like, "If you're thinking of training me, just stop." Before she can go on, he waves at something. It's Seol, going ham with his spear. She's like, "Whoa, he's at that level already?" With logs flying at him, the young dude's dodging them with his eyes shut. She's like, "How many times has he done that?" Zhang's like, "Over 100. Seol keeps dodging until one sneaks up from behind and bonks him. After he falls, old Zhang's like, "That's 312. Congrats on breaking 300. The boy's like, "Only did it 'cause of you, elder." Cho Hong's like, "That's insane for a first training." Then Zhang's like, "What brings you here?" She's like, "Lots of stuff, plus a big incident." She starts stuttering, and when the master asks what happened, she bolts, saying she'll spill on the way. Watching the girl leave, the elder was all, "She looks desperate. Probably scared I'll train her." By the carriage, Seol was deep in thought, remembering how he planned to keep racing towards doom until they got back. Then, boom! He remembered Zhang, who said he broke some barrier and needed to see where he stood with the others. When asked what that meant, the dude said if the boy had guts, he could take on the third stage of the banquet. In the carriage, the elder was like, "What's all this drama about?" Cho Hong said the ramen folks had moved to the city. Zhang chimed in, saying it should have happened sooner, but since no one complained, he figured the royal agents wouldn't stay quiet. Then the girl dropped the bomb that the Temple of Lust said it was the king's order, which made the old man go, "Whoa, that's weird." Plus, she added, the temple didn't just do that, they claimed to help the migrants too. Even the daughter of Lust showed up in Hallmark, which shocked the elder, and Hugo asked if Chohong had seen her. Jang said, about the woman, it was possible she was there to help with the migration. Then she asked if they knew about the building going up in front of the Carpe Diem base. Hugo was like, yeah, I saw it. And the girl revealed the building's owner was the daughter of Lust, shocking everyone. The elder was like, for real? And Chohong confirmed, saying she saw her in the garden that morning. Knowing this, the man was like, that's super strange. And the girl said now they had bragging rights, being neighbors with the daughter of Lust. Switching gears, the old man asked if Katsuki said anything, since he bailed mid-training after getting a message. The woman fixed her hair and said finding a priest was tough. Even with her best efforts, it seemed someone was messing with her search. Jang said not even the Kaidenrin managed it, so he suggested they head back and think it over when they got there. At the Carpe Diem base, Seol took a bath and crashed on his bed. The boy said only a week left until the entrance showed up, and he needed to hit the library to learn more about the event. Then he remembered something, jumped up, and called Kim Hannah. When she answered, she teased him about getting an attitude and reaching out. Our hero, all nervous, chuckled, and Hannah said it wasn't funny. She yelled at Seol, saying his delay made it seem like he forgot or wasn't gonna join. In the city library, Seol dove into the banquet files. Turns out, it all kicked off when some mystery ship was found. The banquet entrance had some wild traits. First, it came in all shapes and sizes, and once 10 people entered, the portal shut. Once an entrance formed, it reappeared in the same spot after 2 years, and whoever entered went to some unknown place. The goal of the first and second stages was to reach the destination safely, like a brainy battle disguised as a team mission. In Stage 2, the average reward, Displaced Desire, could be snagged, and participants would dive into their final goals. The entry method and qualifications for Stage 3 were all over the place, with almost no info about it. This was cause of the oath not to spill the beans that Stage 3 survivors took. So, nothing was known about Stage 3, except it happened on a ship, and the combined desire was the ultimate prize. Seeing the rewards could grant wishes, Seol wasn't shocked teams were going nuts for that banquet. Spotting a detail in Stage 3 records, the young man was shook. The records said everyone who entered Stage 3 rested forever. Remembering Yang, the boy wondered if this was the disaster the man mentioned. As he lay down, the young man pondered how many secrets the banquet still held. Seol was woken up by someone saying he won something. Chohong said, apparently, Kim Hannah was loaded. Pointing to the armor, Hugo noted it cost hundreds of silver coins, and Chohong wondered if the woman saw him differently. Remembering the lady hyping him up for hitting level 3, he thought Hannah didn't really have to do that for him. While they were chatting, someone barged into the room. It was Jang, dropping the news that Katsuki had made contact. Chohong asked if the dude had managed to find a priest, and the elder said someone like Katsuki had mad connections in tons of cities, so if he couldn't find one, Yuki was probably messing things up. But he said to chill for now, cause the dude claimed he had one last trick up his sleeve. Catching Seol's attention, Hugo asked if the boy could try to get Maria to join the squad. Hearing this, the young man asked if he was really sure about that. Jang, though, said it was a solid idea, since the girl was nice and super talented. So, Seol said he'd give it a shot, even though he wasn't sure she'd be down. Realizing what the elder said about the girl, Seol asked who he called nice. In the Temple of Lust, Maria sneezed and wondered why it suddenly felt like Antarctica. After a bit, Seol wandered the city streets. The young man remembered Maria, who, as soon as she saw him, told him to scram. But 80 silver coins later, she was all in. Seol joked that, in the end, he didn't even need to flash the king's artifact. Right then, the boy spotted Katsuki, chilling in front of a shop. He went up to the guy, and at the same time, they both revealed they found a priest, leaving them totally confused. 2 days before the banquet, the squads met at the Carpe Diem base. A dude in Hawaiian gear introduced himself as Jun Sakamoto and greeted them, saying it was awesome to meet them. Shaking Seol's hand, the guy was all pumped and asked if he was the one who turned down Shin Young. Our hero confirmed, and Jun said he loved bulgogi and kimchi, and besides that, he knew all the sports stars. Seol said he was into sashimi, and the guy, hearing this, said they'd totally vibe. Looking at the crew behind the boy, Jun greeted everyone like old pals. Seeing this, Seol thought, apparently, the guy already knew everyone. Then Chohong called for Jun, asking who the hooded person was. The young man admitted he had no clue who it was, so Chohong asked if they hadn't invited her. Katsuki, who'd been quiet till then, said it was personal, but he vouched for the woman's skills. Annoyed, the girl said it's basic manners to show your face when joining a team, skills or not. Getting closer to the woman, Chohong said she should ditch the dark cultist vibe and lose the hood. Katsuki said that woman wasn't someone the girl could treat like that. Chohong asked if he was asking her to trust someone who wouldn't even show their face, then someone told them to chill. It was Zhang who said if it were an expedition, he'd ignore it, but they were talking about the banquet. He said the girl was right to be cautious, asking the young man to spill the tea. Even hesitant, Katsuki revealed the woman was introduced to him through Seo Yuhui, and he vouched for her by name. But he mentioned there was a personal issue making things tricky, hoping they'd get it. Hearing the name Seo Yuhui, Seo wondered if it was the same person who helped him escape the lab. Zhang said if Seo introduced the priestess, he got it, but he asked if he could at least know her level. The woman looked at Katsuki for approval and saw he was nodding, asking her to do so. So, she gestured with her hand to show she was at level 5. Chohong, seeing this, got even more ticked off and flipping her middle finger, said that was her, while Katsuki shook his head in disapproval. The girl was then pulled away by Zhang, and Seol approached the woman, introducing himself as Seol. Seeing the woman not respond, he wondered if she got what he was saying. With intros done, the elder said they should get on with the meeting. And so, the banquet prep was all set. The day before heading out, following Maldong's advice, the squad had a chill workout session with lots of rest. With Zhang saying goodbye to the team, the day of the banquet had arrived. Our video ends here. If you liked it, leave your like. See you next time. Bye-bye.